Alrighty, and ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Here we are, ground zero, the beginning of everything, Manor Lords. That is, welcome to Sleepy Hollow, a tiny settlement right now. Some sorry souls, some 10 families have settled here, or want to settle here actually. We have Herman, we have Bartholomew's, we have Beatrix, we have Hans, and we have Urhard and some others as well. And Ditz, who should forget Ditz. And in this case here, there we are, right in the middle of nowhere really. We can actually have a quick look around where we are situated. Yeah, close to a nice cute looking river and a beautiful long winding road that we have here. That there's actually a crossroad here leading to a darker forest. Then you can see this game is absolutely gorgeous, how close we can actually get in and just have a look at through these beautiful forests. We can then also see or scroll pretty far outside, where we can then see where we are situated on the map. We can see the Baron's territories over here. We're bordering actually right next to him. And we can also see unclaimed territories. Also a raider camp right over here full of brigands. They're also settling right now, and we'll probably have to tackle these guys here at some point, right? And we are scrolling out once more because I want to go back to my territory, and we can see the strengths and weaknesses of what we have. We have, well, wild animals here, berry deposits, clay deposits, iron deposits, and a very rich stone deposit. That's, I guess, okay. Let's go back here to my village itself. We have a message. Build up your town, your manor, and when ready, press claims towards regions owned by your opponents. Once a claim has been pressed, be ready for battle. And I'll unite these lands under my rule. And this is exactly what we need to do. And actually right now the clock is ticking already. It is spring right now, March it is. And of course we need to prepare for the first winter. Up here we can see Sleepy Hollow, also with our tech tree that we are going to tackle in the future. Right now, rather not. We have 10 families, a approval rating of 50%. We have a bit of money at hand here as well. We got 5 unassigned workers and a few building materials, food and firewood, and all of this we need to use to our advantage. So let's just check out where we have our berry deposits over here together with the hunting grounds. So of course this would be a logical choice for my first constructions, which is some timber production and some food production. So for this I would like to have my forager camp right away somewhere over here then, where the forager can work his magic for getting us a few berries in. I would also like to get me a logging camp. We're probably going to build this a bit further over here. Very important, close to forests where we can also chop down. But also very important, far away enough from the hunting ground so we don't, take away the trees from my deer. Next up, also right away, we should prepare firewood production. And for this, I'm going ahead with a firewood hut that we can have then as well. And now starts the real magic as well, the construction. So it's not that easy, right? Building a house, building a hut. First of all, foundation needs to be prepared. And for this, Heinz and Herman are doing the major job with the shovels, and yeah, they're going to prepare some flat area here, while the oxen is delivering some of those timber logs that we have. They're going to be then also stored here, and once we have one available, we can actually start with the construction itself once the foundation is ready. My logging camp needs 2 timber then right away, so we're going to be busy here with the oxen for a while. We do have some 6 timber left, right? So yeah, that's actually pretty important that we get the timber production running. Otherwise we'll not have any building materials anymore. And as we can see also here, the first hut is already coming along. Step by step it's being built, and the forager hut has been finished, and with that you also get the first food production. And since we have 5 unassigned workers right now, I can assign the first worker to this one here. And it's super important to understand something right away. We don't have 10 workers, right? We have only 5 workers, because out of these 10 people that we have, 5 are part of the family. So we only have families in this game. So if I assign now 1 person to that, I'm actually assigning a family to this forager hut. And this actually means that there is now 2 people working here. That is Ott and Hans, right? And husband and son it is actually. There is no wife here. And those 2 of this family are working now gathering berries for me. This is going to play a pretty big role then later on as well, once we get the market. Now I'm going to assign a work area as well right away, where we have the berries, right? And there they can work. Also, what I can see, the logging camp is coming along. And while we wait for the construction of this, there's also a new message. I've heard of your renown. I only seek to defend my rights and my honor against those who would wrong me. I hope you will not judge me by the rumors and slanders that some may spread about me. Signed and sealed by my own seal, Hildebold von Bereneute, right back. And there we have him, right? Yeah, he's looking totally friendly. And this guy here, yeah, we'll probably have to conquer at some point. Right now we have nothing to tell him. We also have no influence really that we can do. Declaration, war surprise declaration, nothing here that I rather should do at this point. Very good. I think this is coming close to completion now. Smaller shack, and there it is. My first logging camp has been finished as well. Let's assign once again right away a work area for this one, because I would like to designate it a bit further away from my berry bushes and my hunting grounds. So somewhere over here we can chop it down, right? And with this we can now have someone working here. Family requests more market area for the stall. This is actually going to be pretty important, something we should be doing rather soon now. So let's have a look at my village itself. There is a road ending here that we could use. And in this case, I would like to start then with a smaller area. There's a beautiful big tree that I would like to protect under all costs. So let's just make sure that we don't get rid of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and have us a road. And the road building is really, really nice and creative, I think. And let's just have a nice big circle here that we connect then with this main road, right? And then probably also somewhere here. There you go. So that we have a nice market area that we can then also dedicate. And from this market area, we're then going to have different roads also going away, like this one. And I would also like to connect these production buildings already with my main area, main road. Alright, the woodcutter has been finished as well. So right over here, we can now assign someone to that is then producing firewood for us. And with that, we are down to only 2 families now that are without a job. Let's also assign a work area for this one right away, where they can chop down any kind of trees. And with that, yeah, basic life has started. People are going to work, collecting berries, and also chopping down trees. Since we have provided now at least some construction materials and also some firewood and also a bit of, well, food coming in. Next up is water, a well, and a well we cannot just place anywhere really. We need it for drinking water and firefighting. And in this case here we have underground water veins, of course, that we can use. And we can build those wells everywhere here along this. So yeah, let's actually have this well right next to my beautiful big tree that we have over there. And this one here will cost me 1 timber. So it's important to note that we always need to have unassigned workers as well, because those are the guys that are doing then construction.
Come along, lad.
Very good. And with that, the construction can now be finally finished.
Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. I'll put it in place.
Hey,
Pegs. Oh, there they are.
After finishing that well, we still have construction materials left, and I would like to use this to also build me my first homes. Let's just have a road very carefully planned around the tree here. And then I can go ahead and start with the burgage plots. This is then a burgage plot level 1. We can then upgrade them as well. And we basically decide working areas for these, or yeah, settle areas, right? So I can dedicate the size of it. And let's just see how far we can actually go. And as you can see already, this is then also increasing the cost of my construction material. And if I place it like this, we already have then 3 of these together with 3 gardens available. I can also rotate this around a bit to my liking if I want to. And I think for my first 2 burgage plots, we can go ahead with this. This is already 4 timber, and that's already more than half of what I have actually in stock right now. So let's place them here. The work area has been designated, and now, of course, we need to prepare this area for construction. It's important that we first of all provide living space, of course, for my citizens that we have already here. As we can see, my approval rating continues to drop now because of homelessness, basically. And once we have enough home space provided and my approval rating goes up again, people will actually then also move in. So then we can really grow the settlement. Until then, we're stagnant at those 10 families. 5 families, sorry. Also over there, we can see a wanderer. What is he doing? What is he up to? This guy is using the regional road network that we have in this game. So he's actually just traveling around. There's also going to be merchants on this road. This is actually pretty important that we keep this in mind, because this is a regional road network, as you can see, that is then spanning to the other territories as well, right? And that's pretty important for trading as well then. Also for exchanging with other territories and also exchanging with the outer world in these trading points that we have up there. Finally, some building materials are coming in. The foundation has been already shoveled out, and Ditz here is working now on the first timber that just arrived. So this is also really cool, right? They already start with building materials 1 by 1. So every single building material is actually simulated, like this log, and here you can already work with this log, right? And you can already build something up to a certain stage. A bit strange though that the foundation is not stone. I guess the stone is was in the ground. While they're working on this plot that we have here, another thing we need to do, and we can already see that message up here, exposed goods we have, right? So we have exposed goods lying around, and they're exposed to the weather, and that's these supplies here that we have. So that's the storage of firewood, stone, tools, and bread. And it's important also to note that if they're out here and if it's raining or it's frosty, they lose their ability and then just vanish, right? So we definitely need to make sure that our supplies in the future are well stocked. And for this, we do need, we do need to start with something, and that is a storehouse. That would be something that we can have somewhere here. And yeah, we can already think about a smaller industry zone that we might have at some point here. And then I should have my storehouse a bit close to that. So let's have a storehouse over here. Designated area. Another 2 timber that we spend on this. I do have two unassigned people still. I might actually assign another one to a logging camp to speed up my timber production. The second log is in at this point, so that house here can really be finished. And just at the end of this day, our first house is coming to an end. The fence is being finished right now, just along the road. And there it is. We have finished the first mortgage plot, and the first family is now moving in. And with that, a whole smaller ecosystem starts to take in now, because we can even then have a backyard expansion of this one here, providing some chicken coops, vegetable gardens, and we can even turn these guys here from farmers into artisans, and then we would have a shoemaker here, a clother, and even a boyer's workshop or a bakery expansion as well. So lots of different smaller things we can do. As we can see also here, the demands are setting in, and once all these demands have been filled, we can upgrade this building here to a bigger one and more prestigious one as well, right? And in this case here, water access is there, the church needs to be built, we need to have a market available for these guys here to also be happy enough, and also firewood is required in order for this one here to be heated. Night is creeping in at this point, people gather around the fireplace. For now, most of my villagers need to live in these tents. And just look at how far we can actually see. It's beautiful. On the next day, construction resumes for the second plot. And the second family can move in. So this is really where families are living in, right? So only a family, and together with those here we have, for example, the wife and the husband and the son, right, Hans. And they can of course also then, live their life in here, trade, build, and scoodly poo, whatever they wish to. Now, next up, we should probably provide a market at this point as well. The thing with the market is also very interesting, because we already have a forager hut, right? And the family that works in here, they want to sell their goods to someone. And that means we need to provide a market area, and I would like to designate this central area here as a market. So let's also go ahead and do this right away. A marketplace provides space for the assigned families to set up their stalls and distribute their produce to the burgage plots. And this is now the general market area. The game also then tells us what this is all about. Basically now, we should see then the first plots here appearing, and that is for the berry, the foragers, and also for the firewood production. Those families want to sell their goods, and as we can see, a food stall is already under construction. So I'm not directly building this one, I just assigned the area for this, and the families themselves, there's also the firewood stall now being in construction. The families themselves set up stalls and try to sell their goods. It's a bit raining today. Not an ideal weather to build something outside, but that's okay. These guys are weather proven. And there you go. The food stall and the firewood stall have been installed. And those families now are going to work on that. So this is the same people that are working now in the forager hut, right? So Otto, or Ott, he's going to gather berries. Hans is transporting berries right now. And the wife, Alhate, she's transporting goods to the marketplace because she's going to stay here. So the wife usually is then at the stalls selling goods, while the son and the husband take care of the actual gathering and hunting and stuff like that. In the meantime, the storehouse is under construction, the building materials in. How many logs do we still have? 6 more. So we can actually continue with some other construction then right away. Still 2 unassigned families, that's just ideal. I would like to continue with some more burgage plots. We really should provide more living space. And where should we do this? Yeah, probably on the other side of the stall or of the marketplace. We have a bit of space. In here, I would like to keep a bit of space available there, probably for a nice shrine then as well. We have ornaments as well that we can use. We can also turn off snap to the road. We have a bit more freedom then of what we actually want to build and how, right? Let's go ahead and have, some more houses that we can actually build then here. I think 2, might even be 3 at this point. Wouldn't be a bad thing either. And as we can see, we can also decide on the size of the gardens of these houses then as well. That's also really important. And the burgage plots have been set, and the shrine has already been finished as well. It doesn't cost any production materials or anything like that. People just set it up. And yeah, by now, people are selling their goods. And my villagers can then gather it at the food stalls and bring it back to their plots. And where they can then actually store it as well. Now, we are also in the process of finishing those two. With that, we'll have then almost every family sheltered. One more mortgage plot we need. We have the building materials, so I would like to do this right away. In a designated area, we can really choose it freely, and we're probably going to have it then over here as well. We can just extend it really from this one, right, all the way here, and this would then be space for, perhaps we can actually have 2 more in here, or even 3 more? 3 more would be pretty tight though, I think. Yeah, we don't have enough goods for this one. This could work, even though it looks a bit chaotic. This one actually works. It costs me my remaining 6 timber, which is fine. Then we would have some empty homes already. So yeah, a place where new families can then also move in. And this is then kind of like a whole block of, yeah, of these burgages living together. Alright, next up also we should prepare my next building material, that is stone. Unfortunately for stone, we have a bit of a problem. There is no stone deposit close by except this one here, right? This is really far away, so that's why I want to start early with it, because I'm pretty sure producing stone will be a very long and arduous task, right? So let's go ahead and get us cracking on the stone cutter camp. This one requires 2 timber once more, and I can have a work area then designated to the stone deposit that far away, right? So that's pretty important that we start with that early. Also checking food real quick. 29 berries in, 13 bread still. This is from the starting supplies that we have. And with that we can actually live 9 months right now. So that's also probably the most important indication here, because if this reaches 0, then we're probably game over, because people will starve or they will migrate away from us. So in this case here, we need to prepare that in October, November, we still have around 6 at least here, because only then can we survive the winter. That's going to be pretty important. So yeah, more food diversity is important. The wild animals, for example, the deposit that we have over there should be noted and used rather soon as well. So building materials we need quite a bit, and for that I would like to increase the number of families working in my logging camp to 2, so that we speed it up a bit. And as we can see also, by now we can see that there's trees being chopped down. This area is growing, right? The treeless area. There's just some bushes here. And just with the finishing of the next burgage plot, we have reached a new settlement level. And this is actually now pretty important as well. And with that, we have increased a development point, earned a development point, and we can now see that we are a small village up here. And if I want to advance to a medium village, we need to have burgage plots level 2, at least 2, right? So I need to upgrade at least 2 of them to the next level before we can advance to the next settlement level. With each settlement level, we gain these development points, and that's pretty important because they give me some nice bonuses. And yeah, as my first development point, we might actually go for trapping. Enables hunters to skillfully lay traps in the forest which give a passive income of meat. This is my first task. Why? Everything else for now we don't need. For example, doubles the capacity of berry bushes is not required, since now we have berry deposited with 58 berries, which is growing right now as well. So in this case here, we have plenty of berries close by that I don't want. We have the hunting soon. And the hunting actually works through winter as well, as opposed to the berry deposits that are actually barren during winter. So the hunter is more important to me, and this is the development point, because I don't expect to have another one so soon, right? We have lots of advantages there with the development points that we're going to explore, of course. A new message is coming in as well. A strong militia is paramount to the survival of any settlement. Luckily, a shipment of weapons has just arrived, and you will now be able to create your first militia banners to serve you and protect your people. However, we will need more weapons to equip all the people as the settlement grows, either by making them or importing them from other lands. And with that we can form a militia as well. That is my army down here, right, that we can then create. However, we have 10 recruits, but I need that workforce right now to myself, so I probably will not constitute this one super early. Especially since there's no raiders right now. I hope not. We need to monitor this outlaw camp there, right? Might move to us then at some point. But for now, I think we are Not safe, but at least spared. It's April at this point, so the season's advanced. We have finished now the most important brokerage plots. This one has been finished as well. Is there actually someone living in it? Yes, very nice. So now we're building 2 more for families to move in them. My approval rating should go up now then. The homelessness penalty should be gone. Now, market food variety is the first bonus that we have now. That's thanks to the market food here where we have the berries and the bread. However, the bread, of course, is going to run out at some point. So I would like to add more variety by providing now a hunter to that. And this is why we had the trapper, right? Because with that we get more meat than in as well. Hunting camp it is, a smaller camp somewhere out here in the forest. And it's also provided with the road access. And also what we wanted, of course, was the stonecutter. I'm going to have the stonecutter a bit further over here then. Stone is over there. It doesn't need to be over there though, right? We can have it here and just assign the work area then over. So let's have the stone camper actually then somewhere up there. What we can also see is the worker camp is gone that we started with, right? Because no one needs to live in tents anymore from now on. Lots of construction right now, but only one family. So I would like to reassign that family from the logging camp, the temporary one, back to construction so we can finish this faster. So for now, spring is coming along and so is Sleepy Hollow. This town is growing. We have now enough homes, we have now enough food, and we can now delve deeper into this little city development in summer. Work, there is a lot that we need to do. So it's raining right now, but that's not a bad thing. That's actually pretty good for fertility on the ground. Though farming is something we're not tackling just yet. We just finished the hunting cabin over here, where we can now assign in someone to also provide some meat so we add more food variety. I'm waiting also for my stonecutter camp here to be finished, which is still taking a bit of time because we also still have one more burgage plot that has all the building materials in now and is already in its construction. Now what I would like to build next then is a saw pit. This one here processes timber then to planks, and that's actually really important because planks we're going to need for all future construction, more or less, past the basic stuff, right? So let's place as one of these saw pits then right here, just along the road. The road we can then also expand into this forest area there as well, where we then continue with the development, right? And as we can see, the saw pit needs a bit of a deeper hole for all the heavy machinery that will be then placed in here. It's going to take a while for this one here to construct because we have so many other projects available right now, or yeah, in the queue. People are, yeah, well, neutral to us. Approval rating has climbed again to 50% in this case here because we have finally some food variety as well. I think this is not enough yet to have a population growth. Actually it is, low population growth it is, so we might actually see someone then joining us at some point soon, right? This brokerage plot has been finished, there is no one living in, so we have also some spare space now available for people that would like to join. And as we can see also here, the first goods are already then stored in the storehouse as well. So whoever's working in their building, the ox, when he has time, is then transporting those resources over to the storehouse. We could also have a dedicated family working here that is then collecting all of the resources around them. But at this point, that's not super necessary. It's important that we have the firewood in, for example, because it stays dry then during rainy times as well, right? Which is important actually to increase its efficiency. Now, next up, we have finished the stonecutter camp. And this is going to take a long time, right? So I'm going to now assign someone to this, one of my 2 unassigned people, and they're now going to go to the next stone deposit that we have, which is over here. There's a field of stone, of rocks, and we're going to start then mining them, cutting them down, chopping them, because, yeah, we do need stone then for some construction soon. And there it is, also my saw pit that has been finished now. In this case, the last unassigned person or family we're going to now assign them to this one here, processing timber to planks. Finally, the rain is gone, the sun is coming out again, beautiful. And the first log has been also delivered now to the saw pit. So now we can finally start with the processing to planks. Another thing I like is that when we click on an industrial building like the Stonecutter Camp, we can then see where the people are right now that are assigned to this. And as we can see, yep, they're all the way over here, getting us some rocks into town. And you can see the pain on his face with this very tedious task. His son and wife are helping out as well. In the meantime, my villagers continue to take the supplies that are lying around here, like these rocks, and delivering them to the storehouse, as they should, because we want to have everything, of course, stored centrally. And also this hitching post here, we can also move. Like most buildings in this game, we can relocate freely, and that is a feature I really like, because it makes things a lot more comfortable. And let's move this one over here. However, it still needs to be a construction, right? So this one here gets dismantled and at the same time built up there, but it doesn't cost me anything else other than that. Very nice. As we can see, the stone supply is actually growing and faster than I anticipated. So we're already having 6 more stone in thanks to that. And also the first planks are in.
This and that.
You'll not find a way anywhere else.
The planks are then actually physically stored here and then transported to my storeroom or for construction. And finally, a new family is moving in. We have expansion. We have now 6 families, so up from 1. And that means I have more unassigned workforce available to us as well. That's just great. However, of course, with each family moving in, we increase the consumption for firewood and food. So we always need to also adjust that. It's June right now, so the berries are actually bringing us through just fine. Even though we've lost the market food variety now, right? It's previous now. And that's +2, and now it's gone. Problem is, I only have berries at the moment, so we need to increase that. And one of those new families we can already use for the hunting then, and to get meat in. Then we have berries and meat. And as we can also see now in the hunting camp, these guys are also trapping, and they're laying out traps all around here for passive meat generation on top of it. There is around 21 deer right now roaming in the forests. There they are. And some of them unfortunately get slaughtered now. However, we need to make sure, of course, that the population does not dwindle too much. So what we can set in the hunting camp is a hunting limit. And that means down to 10 population we can go, but not further down. So once we reach only 10 out of 20 of the wild animals here, they will stop hunting until they regrow again naturally. It's important that we should keep it around 10, I think, so that we have enough male and female in the population. And another family joins once more, and with that we're at 7 families. Perfect. We can use all this workforce. And what we actually can do now, and should be doing, is finally building us a smaller church or chapel, a wooden church. Fulfills the level 1 faith requirement for the burgage plot, provides hallowed ground for burial of the dead villagers, and workers become gravediggers. Let's just choose a suitable location. Now we have the market. The church should probably be closer to the market and rather central, so I would definitely like to have my church somewhere over there. We can once again snap it then to the road if I want to, but I think this looks like a good spot for it right here. And as we can see, this is going to be quite a big construction, right? There it is in all its glory. can I actually still... Yes, very good. I can still have some smaller shrines than here as well and whatnot around it. And I'm going to keep 2 people unassigned right now, 2 families, because it really takes that much manpower to get this very important structure on its way, which is also the first major requirement here for the leveling up.
Come along, lad.
And there it is. In all its glory, we have finished the chapel. Let's call it a chapel for the beginning. We can upgrade this one here further then, right? If we reach then also more requirements and building materials, we can ring the bell. And yeah, people are now going here to take prayer. And in this case here, this will then fulfill the church level. And it's of course also a nice landmark building for Sleepy Hollow. All burgage plots are occupied at this point. That means we need to grow again. And in this case here, we continue onwards with more burgage plots. Timber-wise, we are totally fine, right? We have 19 timber. And let's just have a look. We might actually continue over here. We could also continue over here along the main road. Why not? And as you can see, we can actually make huge gardens out of that. Not entirely sure that that is a good idea. I could also continue along this area here with another 4 houses. Costs me 8 on the plot. Let's go ahead and do this. And for those of you who like a bit more realism even, we can have some solitary burgage plots then as well out there. This road actually we can continue onwards to this main road then here, right? So we're kind of like surrounded by a main road that comes from over there, close to the river. Which goes then all around Sleepy Hollow more or less into this crossroad. I'm also going to change the work area of my logging camp now to this area here. There's lots of trees that we will need to chop down anyway if we want to continue expansion into this area. So why not chop it down now? This area we leave barren for now. Trees regrow naturally. We can also speed up this process with a forester. And in this case, we're probably going to have one of these at some point. Right now, I don't want to waste the workforce on this though. Approval rating is at 56%, thanks to having some food variety. I think the food stall has, 3 types of food in right now. Some meat, berries, and bread still. Bread we are going to run out now though, right? So we should also then work on some farming next year. It's July right now. Definitely too late for this year's farming. Yeah, once again, bad weather. Still, we continue with the construction. We need more plots for more families to join us. Another thing we should be doing now is the next industry that we need. And if I watch it closely, what we still need, food stall is the food variety. All right, we have that at this point. The clothing stall is now the last requirement. Now, how do we get clothing? We have a hunter. And the great thing about the hunter is he's producing also not only meat for us, but also hides. And out of this hide, we can make leather. And leather is a clothing requirement. And let's go ahead and get us the next industry building on its way, which is the tannery. It does cost me 4 logs, and it will then make leather out of hides. It is a bit smelly, so we probably should keep it a bit further away. I could even go so far and actually put it right next to my hunting camp, because here we still have that space. Very good. These plots have been finished, ready for new families to move in. A new bandit camp is sighted over here, brigands and outlaws. Right now they're still standing around, but they're going to steal resources from us, and the first one already happened, I think some time ago. Resources stolen by the nearby bandits for meat. They actually stole from us. So we definitely need to prepare some defenses here. At the same time though, my approval rating still continues to climb. 63 it is right now, thanks to the market food variety and the church level now, which is increasing happiness. And this should lead to a medium population growth then soon. How's the tannery coming along? All the resources are then almost in. The last logs are being delivered right now. Deep in the forest, it seems. Just as the tannery was finished, a new family moved in. We're having now 8 level 1 families, and we can finally start now on the leather production as well. This family will settle in. One of them will then produce the leather, while the wife will build up hopefully a market stand, and the son is delivering the resources then. And we can also see the food that is on display here. Berries and bread right now. The meat is out. There's 4 meat actually in. I thought the bandits stole everything, but I guess this storage display here is different than the market stall. It doesn't take long for the market stall to appear for clothing, and the first leather is in as well, ready to be sold. Some meat is being delivered right now by the hunter.
Firewood.
And also more leather. And with that, we should have all the requirements. Once they finish purchasing something there, the clothing stall supply should be finished. After a while, it happened. And with that, all the requirements are fulfilled, and we can finally upgrade those burgages to level 2. 4 logs, this one costs me, which is quite expensive. Let's go ahead and upgrade the first one and the second one right next to the market. And with this, we will then advance to the next level, the medium village. Unfortunately, hunting takes quite the toll on the wildlife. We've already reached the limit of 10 to 20, so that means there is no more meat really coming in except from time to time. And with that, we really need more food. Now, there's 2 ways about going this. We can start with farming. We can also add plots to the back, or we can add backyard extensions to the burgages themselves. So I would actually use the 50 regional wealth that we have at this point to add 2 extensions. One can be a chicken coop, and the other can be a vegetable garden. That's backyard extensions, so we are going to construct these here now. It's going to take a bit of time. And then these people passively start to produce food as well. Eggs and vegetables, which will add to variety as well. The cool thing about eggs is they also work during winter. At the same time, the upgrade is coming along. There's going to be a taller building, a more prestigious looking building, but it takes time. And with that, the first level 2 burgage plot is active. We have more demands now. We want a tavern, we want better clothing, that means shoes, clothes or cloaks, and we would 3 types of food before we can advance then with those guys here as well. Also, there's room for a bit more family space, right? So there's a bit more space for this as well. Also, the buildings just look a bit bigger and better built than before, but still it's only level 2, right? The second one is on its way, and with that we'll also upgrade. Another nice thing about these level 2s is that they provide regional wealth per family per month +1. That means for every building on level 2 we get 1 coin per month in addition to my wealth, and with that wealth we can build them more extensions and stuff like that, and also trade, of course. My approval rating is growing nicely to 66%. The higher the approval rating, the more families join us. Let's just wait for this construction here to be finished. And on the trees we can already see it's autumn. And there it is, and with that we have a new settlement level. And that is a medium village. And with that we also get another point again. At this point also the chicken is ready. So we should be seeing some eggs. There it is already. The first egg is in. Oh, very nice. The vegetable garden takes a bit longer, but it yields more food per plot, right? That means that we're going to have 3 types of food. Occasionally, together with the meat, it's actually 4 levels. So switching around together with the berries should yield constant level 2 food at least supply. For the next development, that is the large village, we only really need more burgage plot level 2, right? So there is 3 more we need. One is actually being finished soon. So I can already go with the next one, this one. And on the other side perhaps one. This one is not possible. It does not have enough food. It's a bit further away from the market, so it takes a bit longer. So let's actually go ahead and have this one here upgraded. And with those upgrades finished, we can actually advance to the next level right away. So we have then 2 development points. I would actually wait though before we spend any of these to see what kind of stuff we need. Because there's a lot of options we can now take then with the development points. 3 families are assigned to construction right now. It's probably a bit too much. It's October, so the berries will actually vanish now. But while they are active, let's still assign a second family to the forager hut. I would like to get as many berries in as long as we still can to provide us everything for winter, right?
We need to hoist this timber to the gable.
And the more plot 2 levels I have, the more wealth is also coming in. Coin, that is. And of course also autumn can be absolutely beautiful and stunning. I love the landscape in this game. Our beautiful and massive tree in the center is also turning leaves. As the seasons really change and the first winter is soon going to be upon us. And hopefully we are prepared. Let's also quickly check out my firewood. It's at 84, so this should be fine. We have fuel for 7 months that will last well into spring. The same goes with the food. It's 8 months right now. All the while, we finish now the next plots to level 2. We should still also have lots of plots available for more people to move in, right? Yeah, we still have plots available. Very good. Approval rating is going down a bit right now because I'm losing my food variety. To further increase food variety, we could use one of my development points on honey production. Beekeeping apiary is a new building with that. Workers collect honey. Every region can sustain up to 2 apiaries by default. Let's go ahead and assign this one. And with that we get a new building in my gathering, and that's the apiary. It costs me 2 planks, so it's not that much. And with that, yeah, some basic honey keeping or beekeeping is actually possible. Let's have it, yeah, in one of those tiny slots. We have them available, like right here beside the forager. And since we have the workforce for it, we should be getting some honey in then. Also, it works through winter, which is going to help us with the food supply. A bit of coin is also coming in, so we have now 12 coin, up from 10. The next plot is being upgraded. We're a bit low on timber. I might consider assigning someone else to logging, but we'll just see. October, autumn, harvesting, plowing and sowing crops. Berries will not regrow anymore, right? So we're now consuming everything, even though we're still at 58, so we're really not consuming a lot. As we can see, my forager hut is actually full. So if I want to harvest more berries, we actually will need a granary that stores food. Right now, that's not possible. A granary, let's just check it out. It's actually quite expensive. No, not really. 10 stone. We have plenty of stone. So granary would be my next building now. Let's finish those. Enjoy the sights of autumn. And we continue then in the next episode of Manor Lords. I hope upgrade of my burgages. And with that, we'll reach then the next city level. That is the large village. And also, we're having winter upon us. It's October, so it's getting colder. We can already see this on the trees. Snow is upon us soon. And with that, yeah, well, a bit of hardship for my settlement. But we should be well prepared as firewood is in. And berries, at least, will hopefully survive us through winter together with some eggs. And yeah, also new honey. That is something. Berries and honey. I guess it might taste tasty, but we'll just see. One more plank that's already coming in. Perfect. The cool thing about planks is they're lighter. That means that I don't need an oxen all the time to transport it, right? So villagers can carry that as well. Logs, however, can only be carried or, yeah, drawn by the oxen. That's the main difference here. So lighter building material also is very detailed, I think. The apiary is finished. There you go. And also the upgrade is finished, and with that we are now a large village. The next level would be a small town then. Burgage level 3, we need to have at least 3, and that's going to take quite some time now. So we can enjoy this settlement level with honey. Let's actually assign someone to this right away, that we can start the production of this new food type. And they will then deliver that to the food stall, where there is, yeah, some bread, berries, eggs and meat in at this moment. One thing that we actually need is more space again to live in, so we can continue onwards with some more burgages that we have then probably somewhere over here situated. There is a road here. I would like to continue most likely with this road then to the main road as well, down here to this crossroad here then, and that means we have then a bit of space for more burgages here. Does it not snap here? There it is. So we can actually place them like this. We could also place them like this. I think we're going ahead with this one for now. Another 4. Since one apiary is not going to be enough, and the game even states that 2 per region are totally fine, I would like to have a second one right away. We can have this one just beside the other one as well. Getting pretty dark now. And a bit rainy as well. And there it is. The game warns us now winter is approaching. It's the end of October and the first year is coming to an end soon. It's getting really nasty out there. We're about to finish the next apiary, and yeah, as promised, I would like to start now with some farming. To be more precise, with some herding. Because right now we have one more problem, and that's because my hunter's not working fully anymore, right? We are at the cap here of my wildlife. What we need to do is I need to provide some new way of getting clothing in, and that would be wool, and that is of course sheeps. Now for sheeps, we do need a livestock trading post, and we need the sheep farm itself, because sheeps just don't appear like that, right? We need to start with a basic sheep farm, and we need to import then some sheep. Let's actually start. And yeah, for the farming area, I would like to designate this area here. First of all, we have lots of space here. It's very hard to see right now because the weather is so bad, but I guess we can still make it. We have this area, and also we can check it out farming wise. We have a nice fertility here, right? It's high to medium fertility, which is just fine. And we have then all different kind of crops like barley as well, very good fertility. Flax we have, emmer we have, and rye we have full, right? So this will be a nice area for this. And we're starting this farming area with a sheep farm, probably a bit further outside, somewhere here, so we still have room for a few more plots then as well that we can have, right? There you go. This is going to be the first sheep farm now. At the same time, I would also like to move my woodcutter lodge. I'm relocating this one a bit further over here, because I would like to make room for a granary as well that we're going to need in this area as well at some point. And of course, we do need to have the livestock trading post. And let's have this one actually by the main road where there are the traders, right? So we have the space here. And the traders can then just pass by and give us the sheep if they have it available. Lots of construction. Stocks are damaged by weather a bit. Some supplies, that is. That's just something I have to live with for the moment. The next burgage plots are finished. Very good. So new people can then move in. We have a +2 now. So 2 more burgages that we can live with. And yeah, approval rating is close to 70%. Clothing market supply is actually giving me a nice boost. The church level. And some food variety. I think honey is now coming in. There it is. The first honey is in as well. Also from afar, the village just looks fantastic. I love the lighting in this game. Very dynamic overall. There's a whole lot of new mechanics being introduced now with the large village level. That is also diseases. In this case here, some people get sick now, also in winter. They are going to stay home and will not work then. And this is, of course, reducing the overall productivity of my settlement. And in this case here, oh boy, look at that. We can go look pretty far into this house there. And that means that we probably should upgrade then my forager here to herb garden once we have enough coin again, so that it can also grow herbs, and herbs are being used as medicine then, of course. Another thing is that requirements are not met with this one here, and that also means that the public order is going down. Public order is a new mechanic now. We need administrative buildings in order to increase this. A -10% is not so bad yet, so 90% should be fine for us, our survival. It should probably not drop below 50%, otherwise we're going to have some unrest here. Another cool detail I love is that the gardens of these houses here do not remove the trees, right? So you still keep those trees in the gardens of the houses, as long as you're not building anything over there. I love this because it doesn't mean that we need to get rid of all the trees just by building and expanding our village. Alright, at this point also my livestock trading post is up and running. I would like to add another one right away since we have enough timber, and that is the normal trading post as well. Enables trading with visiting traveling merchants, trade points and trading posts in other regions. Regional wealth is the currency used for trading, right? So let's just go ahead and have this one right next to my animal farming here. Let's have it on the other side, just like that. Pretty big construction there as well. Going to take a while. And there it is, also our sheep farm in all its glory. A bit empty right now, no sheep, no people, nothing here. Because yeah, of course we don't have any animals yet. For this, we need to import sheep. Now let's go back to my trading post here for the animals. And as I can see, in order to start importing some sheep, we do need 30 regional wealth. We're at 20. So I've already calculated this waiting time in a bit, right? This is where the sheep farm is in. And let's actually start importing sheep up to 1. Now, what we need here is we don't need more than that usually, I think, because we can do something else now. In my development tree, I have the sheep breeding. Sheep grazing on the pastures slowly multiply. This is actually pretty important, and it will save us a lot of money as well down the road. So I think we're going with this one here as my next development point. And with that, we'll get more sheep than out of just 1 or 2. And we don't need to endlessly import sheep there all the time. This one is coming along. We actually have 3 unassigned families right now. And as you can see, 66 stone in high quantity too. So it is worth to activate those trade rods here. I would like to start with planks, because planks is also something we can get infinitely as opposed to stone, which is ending at some point, right? So let's establish our first trade rod here with the planks. And let's export planks to a desired minimum of, let's go with 35. So we can start exporting this one now. Now the trader of this camp here will now get those resources. Planks don't need an oxen really for transportation, so they can do it themselves as well. This is important as well to note. And I just love how they actually also take over equipment for the profession. So he's looking like a proper trader. Actually, he's looking more like a wanderer, but I guess he needs a lot of supplies with him all the time. And Heinz is now going to take planks, get them to the trading post, and whenever there is a trader then passing by through the village here on these trade routes, he will then hopefully purchase some planks, speeding up our regional wealth. Meanwhile, approval rating is past 70% thanks to some food variety, also the clothing market. Not enough fuel on the market right now is a problem, but there should be. Check it out quickly. My fuel market, there it is, right? Firewood stall. That's 60%. Firewood is in, so hopefully this still provides then for my people. 59. I think it is because we moved the woodcutter lodge, right? Which is never really a good thing. Now, I do have some room though that I need again. So let's continue with the growing of some more burgages. And yeah, in this area we do have some space that we can use for at least 4 more with a bit of room behind them. Probably not enough room. We can actually apply it right to this one here as well. There you go. And let's also have some single houses somewhere for those of you who like to live a bit more alone. There we have one I can squeeze in. And also closer to the sheep farm we could have another one somewhere here. By now, we have 18 planks in the trading post. Let's just hope that there's a trader passing by. This is looking like one. Oh, it's Heinz. No, this was a trader. 20 coin we get out of this. There's another trader coming along. Purchasing more planks. So almost all the planks have been purchased by now. Very nice. And with that, we have a regional wealth of 51 again. So this is then enough already to import us some sheep. I would like to actually import 2, and that's it then. Right? After those 2, we don't need more. And it looks like a very crispy winter day. Sunny at least, but cold. There's no berries at this point to harvest. So for winter, we could actually micromanagement a bit and remove... No, actually we cannot do this. You know why? Because then we would lose the food stall, right? Because the food stall also needs to be staffed, and that's usually a family that is producing food. So I cannot get rid of the forager for now for winter, because then no one would actually staff the food stall. So at this point, we're getting in some money from exporting and also, of course, from taxes, thanks to our population. There is another taxation system that we are going to introduce way later, but for now, this is all we have to do. And yeah, it's actually enough to provide almost 2 sheep now. I think we need to assign someone to the livestock trading post, otherwise there's no trader coming in. Since just a new family moved in, we have 12 level 1 families. We can assign someone. There always should be one unassigned that is doing then just general work, like transportation of stuff, right? Using the oxen to transport logs around. And also for basic construction. And winter, of course, is also extremely beautiful. And so it happened that we also imported the first sheep. Hooray! And this sheep will now be transported then to the sheep farm. Endline, it's called. Looks rather intimidated, but I think it's going to have a great life here. And a little bit later, there's the sheep, and there's the sheep herder, Jacob. He's coming in now and herding the sheep. I'm going to import a second one. We just need 1 more regional wealth, so that would be another month passing by for the taxes. Or we can sell something. We're also at 79 approval rating right now. This leads to a high population growth. In this case, food is those dwindling. We have enough variety right now thanks to eggs, honey and berries. But of course it's dwindling a bit, right? So as we can see this, we're down to 3 months of fuel at least. Okay, fuel I thought would not be the big problem. We might need to consider assigning a second person to the woodcutter lodge soon. Because we just have so many burgages here that we need to, heat during winter. Of course, also the consumption of firewood is higher in winter. Still, it's February already, so I think we should comfortably last until May at least. There's 35 wealth, so we should actually be getting a second ship in now anytime. And then we can stop with the trading for this. Also, work areas are empty. The logging camp here is out of trees. Yep, that was this area here that we used for that we are using for expansion soon. So I need to move my logging camp now too. And let's just see where we could have a new area. Probably over here a bit. And we might also consider a forester soon, because we need to regrow those trees. So let's just hope there's a few more families moving in. This one has been finished now too. Perfect. And Antline, she's actually out there again, going out, importing us another sheep. She needs to travel all the way to this trade point, right? And there she gets the sheep from, that we can then purchase. Alright, a new message. We've received reports of a band of raiders roaming the nearby lands. Should we track their steps? Prepare for the attack. Track their movement. The new objective. Raiders nearby. In 1 year, another ruler's army was sighted as well. Oh, look at that. Alright. Mercenary infantry, that is. I wonder what they're doing here. Hopefully not conquering me or anything like that. They're actually also not that far away. We do have my own army that I can create at this point. Not entirely sure that I want that though. But we would have the materials for that. A militia footman. Spear militia. This is something we can do because we have spear. Spears available. Pole arm militia. And archers. And the male villagers will be evenly distributed between all militia units. They will then try to find the required equipment. And yeah, after bringing it in, the unit's recruits are marked and ready to rally. And with that, we have the spear militia activated. We're not rallying them yet, right? They're just going to get the equipment that we should have in the storehouse. 20 spear, 20 large shield. And as we can see, they're all getting their weapons now, getting them home. And once I rally them, they will then come together. And since we have some shields... Oh, I think the spear units are using the shields anyway, right? We will also have the militia footmen. These don't need weapons. They fight with axes. Yeah, firewood continues to dwindle. I'm really worried about that at this point. We have 3 months left. I mean, it's March, so the consumption should be reduced anyway. By the way, of course, with March, winter is over. Goodbye snow. And a new berry harvesting season is also upon us. We just lasted with the berries, by the way, and have also quite a bit of honey in the stockyard now. We should see this here. There's 13 honey actually stored, some eggs, berries, and still bread. It's a bit old at this point. There's also a second food stall being introduced here, because the demand is just high and we have enough production there with some eggs and honey in it as well. The clothing stall has 20 leather. The thing is, you don't see this here, right? In my current storage, there is no leather being stored, but in the stalls themselves it is, so people actually have it available. We can change this one here to the surplus or to the total goods stored, and here we can see that we have 20 leather in. So there's two types of display. Alright, I think the sheep is in. Yep, Gerhorse and Endland both are in here and waiting. And with that, we can actually stop the livestock trading now. I can reassign this person then. And the trading post still sells some planks occasionally down to 35 planks, right? This is an endless resource, so I would like to continue with the selling of it. The price does not fluctuate as far as I see, right? So it's always the same price. So always 2 for 1 plank, leading to another steady income then on the regional wealth. And there's my sheep. They should multiply after a while, thanks to the perk that we have. And 1 family is working them right now. This will then lead to some wool that we can then use for some additional clothing, which we're going to need for the level 3 burgages. We could also check where the army is right now. Over here. It's quite a lot of them. I wonder where they're really going. Still quite a distance to us. And just you look at the amount of food we have right now, thanks to the honey and the berries. Perfect. So food is really not a big deal. Even though consumption is high, so farming, we could also think about that at some point soon. Another thing I wanted to start with the new season, with the new, well, year, is the granary. A new stock area that we can have. And that's the granary. For 2 logs and 10 stone we can build it. And I would like to have it a bit further over here, so closer than to my general farming area that we're going to have, because we're going to need quite a bit of that anyway. So somewhere over here we can then have the granary. There are still the supplies being stored here. We could also get rid of them first and have it here, which would be my preferred location. So let's actually assign someone to the storehouse, who will then get those resources for us, right? And then we can build the granary here. Beautiful game, and if I'm not recording, I'm just watching the scenery, honestly. I mean, no, not the soldiers. The soldiers are interesting as well, of course, because we need to monitor them closely, but of course how absolutely beautiful this game looks. It looks like an RPG actually where we're playing in, right? But the thing is, it's actually a city builder, and this is just... I don't think I've seen this before yet, honestly, and I've played a lot of games already. Now, in this case here, those soldiers are the biggest problem. Raiders near, prepare for the attack. 356 days, though, is the limit on this. I have no idea what this limit means. Right now, they're roaming around. They're not actively, hopefully, attacking me, right? Even though they're entering my territory now. We'll just see what happens if they get closer. I certainly don't have the manpower to fight them off, right? We have around 20 soldiers that we can muster at the moment, that we can rally, and that's about it. Now, in the city itself, in the village itself, large village it is actually, we're on our way to a small town. That's my next goal, of course. Level 3, we need to reach for that. We have an approval rating of 69% and also some 45 people living here. That's 21 families that are happily living in my area. We still have available space, right? So we have living space for 20 families. That actually means we do need more burgages, right? No, actually we have 1, 2, and 3 burgages available there right now. It's a bit hard for me to read this actually, to see how many families I can still currently inhabitate or accommodate. It says 20 here, but we have 21 families and still we have available spots. So yeah, that's that. Now, the sheep farm is already fully operational at this point. Lovely indeed. Oh, another ruler's army was sighted. Yes, these are the guys now entering, right? Soldiers. So we have now 2 in here, and that means they should, yeah, reproduce, multiply over time, since we have the tech for this, right? Also, I hope that we get the first wool then in at some point here, because with that we can then make some clothes out of it. That would be fantastic as well. So there's the army right now, splitting up almost, it seems, going towards my stone deposits at the moment. Now, I wanted originally to go for farming in year 2, however, right now we just simply don't have the manpower for this. Also, food-wise, we are actually fine, 5 months of food left, and that is at the end of winter. So I think we're safe, right? Berries only start to regrow now, so this is already coming up again. And yeah, we just continue happily here. I could actually sign the last person then here to the forager hut and be fine. Actually, also, this is something we can do, is that we can now add a herb garden here to the forager hut. Let's do this. It's now upgrading, and with that we can also then harvest herbs in the forager hut. I'm going to assign a second person to this ASAP then, and then we have also some herbs here for fighting sicknesses. Now, another very important thing is trading. This is actually something we are focusing on right now in my trading hut, and in this case here 1 person is doing it, and this 1 person is getting planks over. There's 14 in right now, and we're selling this for a nice profit there of 2. Now, rooftops or roof tiles would be another good way of selling, because first of all, the price for this is pretty high. We need clay for this, and we need roof tiles anyway, also for upgrading those burgages to level 3 then, right? So 4 roof tiles it would be, for one building. So this is actually something we can work on now. For this we need clay to get the clay tiles. Now clay is something we have over there. 53 for the moment. Oh, there's also iron over there that we could also work on, right? With iron ore we could make iron slabs and we could make tools out of this. How is this selling? It's of course always interesting to get us a few more business opportunities in, right? There are these tools. Only 6 tools for exporting is not really valuable, it seems. And iron is 4. Yeah, it would probably be worth it to go for iron ore then instead. Thing is though, we don't have a huge quantity of both of them, so it's really not worth that much selling it or exporting it. 53, we do need this anyway, right? I just need to work on that workforce a bit. We can, however, already start with preparing it, and that would be mining, and that is the stone cutter camp and the mining pit that we have here. Used to extract iron ore from iron deposits and clay from clay deposits. And the thing with those is you actually need to place them right on top of the deposits here, right? So we have this one for the one that it requires them. So let's just place it somewhere here, right? And then we have the second one for the iron. Let's actually build both of them because we're going to need them anyway. Start with some basic mining right here in the forest. One thing I should probably do is having a little forest path going over there. First of all, we have already a path here, right? That we can then just happily go to the main area. There you go. And then we can have another one that goes then actually all the way over here. And by the way, the game never really creates 90-degree angles, right? So it's always curved a bit. I love this because it looks way more dynamic than overall and way more realistic having curved roads only. So we can make that connection here and here. The thing is, it's being built instantly, right? There you go. And people can use those road networks right away. Plus, there's nothing cuter than a nice forest road. Beautiful in this area, right? To my pits then that we have here. Very nice. Going to take a while for this to construct, obviously, getting the logs over, but we need to have it anyway. Now, how's it going here? We have the firewood. We have 2 of them now working in this area. Still looking a bit tricky there with the firewood. I think it's because of the end of winter. So we'll just wait it out now a bit and see how it goes with firewood. And the first wool is in. Very nice. That's super important too. Because with this, we'll be able now to also then create us some clothes. For now, we can also rejoice. Those ruler armies, they're moving away right now. Again, so they're really just roaming the outer edges of the map. Right? One is lost. There were 3 of them. And 1 is gone. I mean, they're right now on their way to the bandit camp. Perhaps they're fighting them. We'll just see. They're for a different banner. Now, isn't that interesting? They're actually fighting. They're actually fighting against each other. That's a nice dynamic that I did not expect out of this one here. So they take care of the bandits then. And of course they stand no chance here really because they have like 14 bandits against those 36. There's another 36 coming in right now. Storming in. And the 3rd battalion is also coming in. And their will is broken and the rest of them are fleeing with that. Back to the bandit camp. Or actually they're leaving the map, I think. Looks like they're leaving the map. Yep, off they go. And with that, the bandit camp is empty. Can we loot it? I don't think so. I think they're coming in now. And probably destroy it. Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much for this. I wonder where they're going next. Very nice. Mining pit has been finished. That was really quick, right? So with that, we have the iron mining now. And the clay mining should already be on its way then as well with completion. As that was so quick here to construct. I mean, it's really just a platform, really. Okay, next up, we have, amassed a bit of gold again, or coin, I guess. 112 it is, thanks to our constant trading of planks. And yeah, well, we are still selling the planks. The export price is still 2. And we still have... Do we still have planks in stock? Yeah, 41 planks. We still have more planks that we can actually sell. Now, with that money, I would like to do 2 things. First of all, adding a bit more food variety. Right now, we have berries, vegetables now, eggs, and honey. right? And I would like to continue with that, adding some of that. So let's just check it out. We have another family residing here, gathering berries, and these guys here can also have now, for example, a vegetable garden. They're already very good with berries, it seems. So giving them a vegetable garden works wonders. This burgage plot here we can also do, and that would be another chicken coop. Hello there. And with that producing yeah, more eggs as well for my growing town. The next one is going to be a new one, and the next one we are going to add now a goat shed, and that is another 25 coin. The goat shed is special because it adds hide production. No milk, unfortunately, for strange reasons. The goat does not give me milk, but it gives me hides because we can slaughter them. And hides it is what we actually need, because at this point we have a problem. We have a problem that the hunter is not fully producing anymore all the time, right? That's of course most visible on the meat production or the meat storage that we have. That's okay, we have more food to pass this, but it's not okay when it comes to the hides. Now there is the development point for pelt extraction. Hunters also collect hides from traps. This is something I probably would like to get next. It depends though on how many hides we get out of the new goat sheds. What this does though is it reduces my overall leather production, right, or leather storage. Right now we still have 21 leather, that's fine. But if I want to upgrade my people to the next level, we need another type of clothing. Now we have shoes, clothes, or cloaks that could work on this. Shoes is actually the easiest way because it just needs leather. Clothes already needs linen, and cloaks need linen and dye, for example, right? And in this case it just gets a bit more complicated because we need more workforce that we can't spare right now. So I would like to consume some of my leather to produce shoes, and for that we introduce a whole new profession to this game now, and that is the artisans. And this is something we can do constructing the backyard extension, and we're not going with goats, chicken, or vegetables, which is still the farm area. We're going for the artisan area, right? And with that we're converting now these guys here into artisans. They will not be able to work anymore on any normal farmer professions. They will rather work on their artisan profession. It also states this here: converts all inhabitants to artisans, locking them from being assigned to other jobs. And we do have actually here the cobbler's workshop. Enables the production of shoes, costs me some planks and money, converts all inhabitants to artisans, and they produce then shoes for us, right? And this is what I would like to do. There you go. Because the normal production with wool is still not enough. First of all, we're not producing a lot of wool at this point. It really takes 2 to 3 years to have a nice wool production up and running, right? Because this one here needs to grow. We're still only at 2 sheep. So I think for this year, I'm hoping for 3rd sheep to come out of this. And then we might have a bigger wool production. But until then, this is not enough yet for a village, right? This is just working in the background, a long-term plan, you might say. Short-term wise, to provide shoes, the cobbler workshop it is, and this one here is then working. As you can see, we've lost a worker here now, because that's the artisan building, and they're now working then on, yeah, well, on shoes. Let's have another go chat. I really don't know how many hides we produce out of that, but 2 go chats together with the hunter hopefully yield me enough to have leather and shoe production up and running, right? This would then already serve for most of the demand that we have for the clothing. The tavern supply and the church level would be the next goal here. Now this is a bit more tricky. For the tavern supply, we do need ale, and for ale we need barley. So for this we need to have an active farming area. That is my goal for the end of the year, so next year we could start with farming. For the church level, we need roof tiles. So I still have one more unassigned person or family, and I would like to assign them now to the mining pit for clay. We don't have a lot of clay, but with what we have, we can make enough roof tiles for the church level, plus the upgrades to tier 3. So let's have them working there. This is going to take a long time anyway, right? But it's the full family working here, so 3 people mining this, so it should be fine, right? 83% population, we have a high population growth, so I'm expecting a few more new families that are coming then this year. That would be amazing. Now, another thing is my stone cutter. We have 96 stone at this point, which is way too much, right? It's clogging up my storage actually. Selling stone would be a nice new business model. However, stone is only worth 1 coin. So this is almost nothing, I should say, right? And with that, I'm not selling stone. I'd rather just not mine it anymore. Let's get rid of it and assign that person to the fire woodcutter lodge, right? Because we need more firewood at this point. It's a bit worrisome, honestly. We'll just see. Now, artisan workshop has been finished. There it is. And this is really great because now we have a whole new tab here as well in the cobbler shop, right? This is no longer really a burgage plot, as you can see. It's a cobbler shop now that we have enabled here, right? A cobbler shop. And the cobblers are working in here now, the shoemakers, right? They're going to work here now and live here at the same time. And these guys, well, they're now producing shoes for us. It's really nothing else than that. Consuming some leather and will also then produce shoes for us for the shop. Of course, they're probably also going to set up their own clothing stall then here next to the other one, perhaps, producing the shoes or selling the shoes then. Alright, a region is being claimed. Resolve the claim on the battlefield. Nuslo has been claimed. That's where exactly? It's over here. It's far away from us, so it doesn't really worry me. I would like to actually go for Zweiau here, or even Waldbrand that we have over there. Lots of berry there, lots of clay. This would be super nice. Claiming this, however, costs me 1000 influence, or I can claim it with the king's favor, doing a quest for the king. I haven't received any of those yet, so that's that. We still need to wait for this, I guess. Alright, a bit of money's coming in again. We're at 45 regional wealth. Was the last of my planks again? Yeah, plank-wise we are actually rather low. I might assign one of those new families here to being also plank production, because planks mean money at this point for me, right? Now at this point the burgage plots are being filled rather quickly. I think I have one more empty burgage plot, this one here. And that means I need more space. I would like to go for this area there right now. First of all, let's not have it too tight. These guys here have actually an exit to their garden that I would like to use, right, with another road. And then we can have more burgages than assigned here. Just along the main road, really. A few of them, I guess. Is that too much? Well, actually it should be fine. We have the timber, look at that. It works actually up to this point here. So this is actually working for some reasons. Once I attach them to the main road, it doesn't work anymore. Let's build those 8 for now. And I might actually go ahead and try this one here again. With a smaller plot it would work, right? Or if I'm having it like this. This is not working anymore. This is also not working. This would be working. Looks a bit stranger then, but that's okay. And then we can still squeeze in something here if I want to, but of course we should also leave some space available. I still have this area here to develop then as well, that I would like to have, and this is actually for tavern then in the future. But that's a lot of new plots that we have now for our growing town, using some of my timber that we have as well. Now it is May. We might also be thinking about a farming area at some point now. Let's actually also have the granary, right? The granary I wanted to build a long time ago. It is storing any kind of food that is not available on the market, or the market is full perhaps, and it would clog up any storage in here. Like it happens with the berries actually. The forager hut, right, is always full, almost, and a granary is taking over that. So I would like to have it. The hitching post I would like to move for this though. We can move the hitching post probably a bit further over here, because there is just the space for that. And then I would like to have the granary right here in the center, close to the market, and then also close to my food industry that we have, so a bit in the center there. I would also like to continue upgrading any kind of burgage plots that we have available for upgrading, like these 3 here. That's a lot of timber that we will consume now, right? And with that we're down to 9 timber then. So this is also actually really interesting. We have the total goods stored. That's everything I have right now. And then the goods that are only available, minus already the ones that are being used, so that there is only 9 timber here now, but in the total store we have 34 timber, right, because the rest is actually calculated in already. I'd rather go with the total goods stored. Makes it a bit easier to keep a total overview available. More upgrades here, super important, because that means also more income monthly, right? So let's go ahead with this one here, level 2 as well, and perhaps also here, perfect. That we can continue with that. And now we're actually out of timber then. We have unassigned families though. I might go for another logging camp. Where's this logging camp working now anyway? They're waiting. They don't have enough, it seems. We could have them working over there. Right, it's a bit further away. The upgrades are happening rather quickly. We got 3, after all, 3 unassigned people, families right now that just fully work on construction. Speeding up the whole process. Of course, still limited by only having 1 ox. So this is something we might also change in the future. Having a second ox here. We can upgrade this to a small stable, the hitching post. And with that, we can have then a second ox living in here that we can import for 20 coins. So let's actually do this. Let's upgrade this. Will cost me not that much. And with that, we can have then 2 oxen available for the whole town. These upgrades, meanwhile, are finished. We have also quite some wealth again. But we might think about upgrading more extensions. And what I can also see is we have already some 48 clay in stock now. This is interesting. That's a lot more than I thought. And with that, the clay deposit here only has 5 more clay left. And then that's it already, right? So we might actually get rid of this one already again. For now, though, let's finish it, right? Get it into the storehouse, which is already piling up quite nicely there too. Yep. Lots of stone especially. And then we might not need this clay pit anymore. The upgrade has been done. There it is. Now we got the oxen and the horse. The horse, of course, is fast, but it can't carry that much. And the oxen is for the heavy lifting, right? Let's get another one. The 20 coin we can easily afford. And this is now being a livestock order for my livestock trading post. I think we do need now a family here that is doing that trading for us, right? So one of them is now hopefully going then for this trading. There's the oxen, right? And they're transporting something. So I guess Erhard here is going for the trading then. And so it happened. This mining pit already has no more deposits, right? That's it. And we can now put this family offline from it, right? So the storage trader, the storehouse, he should then be getting the clay like he's doing it already. Those family, or that family here, that's 3 of them transporting now stuff around. And that's about it. So now actually we can have another industry here, and that's the clay furnace. Converts clay to clay tiles. And this is something we can then do with it. Let's actually have here another extension now going up, right? Where we can then have this new clay furnace right here in the center as well. And there's the space now that we can have for our granary finally. Two more constructions coming up here in the center. While we of course still also have these burgages that we need to build. So lots of stuff right now. How is it looking with my oxen in the meantime? Still only 1. But I think in the livestock trading we have a stable there as well. There it is, right? There's already now the oxen in. But where is it? That's the question. Where is that oxen? Because it should be somewhere. We only have Erhard. But according to the trading post, we already have it somewhere. We'll just see. And the construction of the granary also comes along. 10 stone is in. And then also over here, the clay furnace. Both of them need stone. Not a lot of industry that needs stone. And there it is finally, 2 ox we have. Both of them now delivering resources and being used of course for any kind of heavy lifting that is. Is it attached then to the small stable? Thing is, I only still see 1 ox in here. I don't have a second hitching post though. There's Erhard and there's Fight. And Fight is now the latest ox. I don't know where he's going to. He's also not in a livestock trader, right? So actually here I can unassign those people again because I don't need that many livestock traders. We're at 87% approval rating right now, leading to a very high growth if it weren't for the limited amount of plots that we have right now. So it's paramount that we finish those constructions. The upgrades, of course, and then also more plots. For these outside plots or plots that are a bit further away, I might also be thinking then about a few more backyard extensions, but we have a lot of axe right now in, and what I can also see is leather is still looking pretty stable, even though we have 15 shoes available already on the market now, right? Do we have a new clothing stall? Yes, we have. There it is, selling the shoes. for my population.
Come
Right,
on.
and with that, I just love, by the way, look at that, how these market stalls assign them, right? So it looks orderly, not just anywhere in here, but with roads in between. Beautiful. And this just grows and grows into a monstrous market then. We're still waiting for those logs here, right? They started, and that's it. Also, the streets are getting really busy at this point with so many families living here. And it's summer, of course. The most beautiful season. It's warm, it's cozy, and people just enjoy their lives, hopefully without any raiding anytime soon. And it doesn't take long. Still in summer that we finish also these last burgage plots. It's going to be interesting how this raises then my fuel production or fuel consumption. We have 122 firewood in stock right now. The game states that this is only enough for 3 months of fuel. It's hard to believe for me. I don't know. We'll just see, right? It's a lot of firewood though that we are producing now with that. 5 unassigned families. So yeah, things look rather good for farming, right? Which would be my next target now. Because with farming we can finally then start also the ale production that we're going to need for my level 3 burgages. Alright, I see one Urhart, one ox. Where's the other one again? Perhaps transporting the resources from over here? So there's 48 clay still in this mining pit. That is why I can't delete that mining pit anytime soon. That's my storehouse that's doing the job then. Transporting stuff over, right? Especially then also the clay tiles. We're now about to finish then the granary and the clay furnace next. And there it is. Granary has been finished. Level 1, we can upgrade this granary to a higher level then as well. And with that we can store 500 food in here. So my villagers should actually get to the granary then and deliver that. That's just some meat over there. Lots of meat, by the way. Lots of meat. Yeah, 2 meat we have right now, just as they were transporting it. And the clay furnace. This is actually super important, because with that we can start the roof tile production.
Move that beam over there.
Busy though, right? Even though year 2 is coming to an end, you might think winter time, relax time. Of course not. Even though we are well stocked with the food and with the fuel, right? We have no big problem in this area. I still need to prepare more things, and that is finally the farming. And the farming is a bit more complicated than it might seem at first. It's not just simply planting fields anywhere. So first of all, what we need to start with is looking at fertility. Now, Sleepy Hollow is looking, or is situated right on a very fertile area already, but of course we can't get rid of the city anymore, of the village, so we'll have to look elsewhere, right? And yeah, it is over here that we have a very beautiful, also lush and green area, and also here. In the middle, not so much. So the middle might actually be a nice location for a farmhouse, and left and right we have then those fields. Let's also have a look. This is the road that goes to the granary right away, and there is another road here that we already have, right? So I would probably like to start with connecting those roads with each other that we have then over here to finish this block, and then from this road on we continue then through this area where we want to have some farming. Let's just see that we can get this one all the way to the other side. There you go. And then we can actually have a look at that. Yeah, perfect. And as we can see, the farmhouse right here would be perfect. It's actually a really big building, right? Isn't it? And the farmhouse though, we are going to make a bit over here, because I would still like to have other buildings next to it then as well. So let's start with the farmhouse. There you go, perfect. And then we can have a windmill as well, and I would actually also like to move my lumber industry then over here. Let's just check it out there. 26 lumber we have in stock, 35 in total. It's a bit problematic moving the logging camp, because we would lose that storage there. So instead of moving the logging camp, I'm just going to build it once more, and we delete the old one then. And I would like to have my logging camp then somewhere here. And I think it's also fitting, right? It fits together. You have your lumber and your farming industry over here then, a bit further away from the bustle and hustle of the normal city life. This time around, I would also like to make a smaller forester hut then right away. So we're going to make a little road here. And along this road, we are going to have then the woodcutter lodge for firewood as well. Right, somewhere here. And I would also like to have then a forester hut. And as you can see, this is once again going to be quite busy construction-wise, but it's going to make sense, I think. And yeah, with that, we have then the inner village ring forming and the outer ring forming. Now for the outer ring, we have then the farming that we need to prepare. And in this case here, yeah, we will use the road system to separate those fields. First though, we need to make sure that this is actually all getting constructed. And boy, I just love getting in close here. Having a look at daily life, there's already the first logs coming over, the builders are coming over. How many people do we have? 5 unassigned. That means there's going to be lots of workforce ready to finish all of this. And the cool thing about this is, yeah, well, we could even have the logging camp then helping out as well. So I'm going to reassign those guys here. The forager hut is going to stay here, and that's just going to be fine, right? But I still have at least one more. Also, and that's pretty nifty, the first roof tiles are coming in thanks to my clay furnace that we have over here. And also, once again, you can just watch them all day. Some of those animations are not really finished yet, like, yeah, the clay tiles. I think there's still something missing. It's still nicely detailed, everything, right? So there is probably at some point going to be more details, more objects than separated. Yeah, but here we are producing now also then the roof tiles that we're going to need for major upgrades soon. And once again, we can also speed this whole process up and just watch them how they build it on this fine autumn day. Finally, everything's finished. The weather turns sour, but that's okay. And with that, we have now a few jobs that we need to assign. So first of all, this logging camp here is actually now deactivated. I'm a bit hesitant to actually really deactivate it for the moment because I don't want to get rid of the timber there. And that means we're probably just going to keep it online there for a little while longer. And then, yeah, the farmhouse is also coming along. So let's actually assign all of this. And we're going to assign, of course, those guys here with the right work area already attached to it. So for the working area, we're going to use this one here now. So that's a bit of cutting down. And I'm going to make sure that we're not going too far to the wild animals and to the berry deposits. The forester hut that we're also activating right now is going to be in the same area. Planting new trees. And of course the woodcutter is doing the same thing. After all is set and done, yeah, people just resume their normal work again. The forester hut is now going to planting. He's looking for planting spot right now, Thomas. And planting then a tree, and it's taking then a bit of time, of course, for one of these to grow. But overall, I hope the balance is there. His whole family is helping out there too, right? So we got 3 people now planting trees and 3 people cutting them down. Not quite right, because I also have the woodcutter here, but the woodcutter actually doesn't consume that many trees as a normal logging camp, right? So I'm just going to keep 1 for the logging and 3 for the firewood, because that's what we need. I've actually moved the one from here now, right? So we're no longer cutting down trees here, because I think this would create a very strange empty spot. I mean, could be also okay, I guess. But we're just going to see that later. Now the real deal is, of course, the farmhouse. There we have it now in all its glory. And Sleepy Hollow finally has it, though it's not finished yet, of course, because it needs fields and it needs families working this. And we can have quite a lot of families for this. First of all, let's have ourselves this road here that probably will then make a connection here with the main road that we already have. And then we can actually use roads to separate those fields as well. Let's just check it out. we should be able then to see a nice fertility area here. Perfect. And we can then basically plant those trees now just along the road, right? Like this major field here that we can have in this area. Unfortunately, there's still some bugs involved here, so if I click just here, I can build it. If I click here, I cannot build it anymore. And whenever I snap it to the road, unfortunately, I cannot build this field. However, if it's just one step beside it here, without clipping, we can actually build it. So this is that. I think we can actually make it so that we have perhaps another road that goes away from this, over, right? And then we can actually make this field within my own road without having to rely on that. No, that is also not working for some strange reasons. I have no idea why, and roads are a bit finicky yet, so just be aware of that. Let's get rid of this road again. This is easy though, right? And then we can just place this field again, and we'll probably will just make it, yeah, I guess with a few points. So there's then the first one, and then we can perhaps also have a second one here. Just along the area of fertility. There you go. And then we hopefully can snap it just along the road here. Nope, this is not possible again. This would be possible, right? Yeah. And with that, we have then our field set up just here, also along this beautiful curved road. Looks very natural. I love the look of it. And with that, we can now use then these fields for farming. Now, it's important, we cannot use the same crop on the same field all the time. We are going to implement a crop rotation for this one. And we're going to see right away what thing is actually possible here and what not. So the best one would be wheat, right? So for the next year, we probably can go ahead with wheat. And then we're probably going to keep it fallow, right? So 1 year without anything. And then we're going with barley again, or barley then, right? So this is the rotation for that one. We can have then also another one that starts with barley. And then we're going to have wheat, and then we're going to keep it fallow. So there's always at least per year, at least wheat on one field, at least barley on another field, because those are my most important crops. We can also mix it up then to flax as well. Flax for the clothing once we need that. This one here actually starts fallow, right? And then let's just check it out. We have fallow, we have wheat. This is then barley, and then we have wheat. And so we have now a crop rotation of all these three fields. At least one is always fallow, one always has wheat, and one always has barley. And with that out of the way, we just need to assign now some people to the farmhouse. And let's start with 3, right? And those 3 families, it's going to be quite a lot. It's actually 9 people in total. These guys are now going then to work on these fields depending on the season. Can hopefully do is build a smaller road here. Yeah, very nice. Just around that field then. Oh, this is looking a bit strange here though. And the same thing then here perhaps. Right, so that we have at least one road going away from it, so it looks a bit more natural then as well. And it doesn't take long for the barley field actually to be worked on the first. And those guys are now in October starting to at least plow the field. Now, while the farming is on its way and coming along for next year, we should be set. What I would like to do next is my next artisans, right? And we've already done the cobbler shop over here, working now fantastically, providing us with lots and lots of shoes. And in this case here, next up on the line, we have now where's my shoes? There it is, right? Shoes. And in this case here, next up on the list is, yeah, bows. Some of you have been already saying this about the archers. We have the spear militia, right? So these are more like tanks. They have a spear and a shield, so they can stand in the front. And to properly protect me, I would also need to have some ranged units. This makes the most sense. And let's go ahead and assign the next artisans. In this case here, it's the Boyer's workshop, and that enables the production of war bows. And with that, we have this. It's, I think, just costing me planks and wood that we will need then out of this production, but we'll just see and check it out ourselves. Might also be some flax or something. I have to think about that. Now, this is on its way as well. We have converted at this point all of these plots here to level 2. Fantastic. There's still a high population growth thanks to my latest burgages that we have over here, so they're working out fine now too. And yeah, in this case here, we can continue now with another winter. So we should be well prepared. We have the berries, the eggs, some honey, firewood, lots of firewood in. Even though it already always is stuck at 3 months, right? It should be more than this. We have a lot of firewood at this point. And also no unassigned people anymore. I wanted to go with another storehouse unit. Nope, storehouse is also fine. We might be thinking about another upgrade here. And this upgrade in the storehouse is massive, right? Right now we have a generic storage of 250, and with this upgrade it goes up to 2500, so 10 times higher with just one upgrade. I'm going ahead with this. Of course, we have the resources, so let's start this. For the granary, it's the same, right? Even though we are not stuffed on food that much. So yeah, nothing we can do about this. I have no unassigned people right now. Most of them are now also working in the farm, plowing by hand right now. So the game specifically also tells me we probably should upgrade to a plowing station at some point. For this, however, I will need another development point. Another family moves in. Very good. They can actually work as builders right away. And we're on our way with huge steps towards 100 population. And in this case, this hopefully should yield me then some archers that we can have as well. Yeah, firewood, firewood. Having those 3 in it, I might think about another firewood station on the other side after all. And the Fletcher shop has been finished. And already producing, that was quick, right? Producing now warbows in addition. The game really doesn't tell me how much it is producing though, so it's just producing, right? It's just going ahead now. It's probably, it doesn't even tell me what the input is. So I might, yeah, with bows, of course, I think it's just wood, so planks, right? And they're making then the warbows out of that. It's working like that, however. 3 warbows we have now, and with that we can really start then the archer militia unit. Let's go ahead and create it, right? And now, whenever we have a bow, people are getting assigned to this. 36 is the maximum, the same with the spear militia. We have 75 people right now, and yeah, most of these guys will then work in the militia. So we'll have 2 full battalions available then for this. For any kind of onslaught that we might face at some point. Meanwhile, finally also the sun is shining through again. Some nice upgrades over here with the storehouse. Getting this one bigger. And also, since we have the timber, I might consider also my next burgages. And for this I would like to go ahead with that area. So that the central area of Sleepy Hollow is getting tight, right? Or, yeah. Oh, look at that. We can make this really tight. We can also reduce the plot density, right? All the way up to only having like 1 house here and a huge backyard. We can also increase the density. This is an amazing feature, by the way, right? And we can increase the density all the way to the top with minimal backyards and also just houses that next to each other. Let's actually, since this is really the center, right? Let's actually keep this a high density, but not too high. So in this case here, this should be fine. That's 12 logs we consume with this. And let's build them. This construction is going to take quite some time anyway. Meanwhile, this one is finally coming together. The most important thing here, because with that we'll have a massive increase to our storage. Right, 2 ox are already carrying everything they can as well. Also, I think this is a smaller visual bug here. We do have actually 2 ox right now, and we can see them transporting. It, however, only states Erhard here. Yeah, I haven't found the other ox anywhere situated at the moment. We do have it though, right? We can also check it up here, livestock. And we have 2 oxen working for us at the moment. right? New family starts to move in. And now all burgage plots are occupied, so it's just a nice coincidence, or a nice timing actually, that we go ahead with this one too. And there it is, finally a large storehouse as well, to transport really everything that we want to have then stored. And yeah, this is going to last for quite some time, I think. 140 regional wealth we have. Yeah, some of you really have also suggested once more to spam everything with chicken eggs, because, for example, other YouTubers are going in all the way with chicken coop. I know they're a bit overpowered. I would not like to spam my whole time with chicken coops, though. We might have 2 more, right? But I definitely don't want to exploit the systems there too much. I know they're producing a lot of food. We continue onwards with my burgages over here. How's it, by the way, looking with my farms at this point on the other side over here? Yeah, those fields, they're coming along, right? So we're still in the plowing process. This actually can happen through winter. This one's fully plowed, and I think they will then start the sowing process in spring. And since we have one more unassigned person, I might consider adding it to the farmhouse as well. But let's build those burgages here quickly. And there it is. The sowing process has started. It's November, but I guess that's how it works. And with that, barley here and wheat here. So once this is fully sowed, we can see then also the progress. And harvest season is always in September. I love this tree so much. I'm definitely not getting rid of it for just increased density. We can, however, still use, yeah, some shrine here next to it, for example, to further add to this park that we have. A bit of water, another shrine, right? Unfortunately, that's all the ornaments that we have right now. So we do have also erased shrubbery. This is something I don't want to do, but a shrine we can still add. And so it happens. It's Christmas season once more in Manor Lords. Sleepy Hollow is celebrating. December it is. A bit of snow is coming in this time around. It's not the same every year, what I've noticed so far. Sometimes you have snow very late, sometimes very early. Also a nice detail. Now, since we have a bunch of unassigned families right now, I would like to start on my next project, or next income. That's the mining pit. So here we have 200 iron deposits. Let's actually assign 2 families to that to speed it up. One is still there for construction, and those 2 will now chop down, cut down, mine me some iron that we can then store also in my storehouse. And with this, we can then theoretically also start my next projects, which is then also, for example, the armor and the weaponsmith, right? Or the blacksmith. Both of them would be possible then to produce me weapons and spears as well. For this, we need another smaller industry though, which is the bloomery then as well, which needs to be refueled on top of everything. But since the town is growing, we have then the workforce for this. Of course, yeah, we always should look out for food as well. Right now, we're fine. However, we're going to need those berries for something else other than eating soon. So in this case, we need to find more sources of food, and the farming will just be fantastic for this next year, hopefully. Exposed goods in the generic storehouse. What? Where? Oh, over here. Some supplies, some firewood is actually stored here still. Might have a look at my large storehouse. And transporting, no, those 3 are actually transporting quite a bit right now. Going even all the way to the mining deposit over there. And once again, bandits also stole some of my goods. But we are already preparing for battle, so let them get the bit of iron ore. Also, by now the sheep farm has grown to 4 out of 5 for the pasture, right? So that's lots of sheep that we have in here now. Els and Beatrix are new, and with that we're close to the limit now, and also fully producing a lot of wool. The thing is, you can also then export sheep that you have in excess, right, and make even some money with that, right? But in this case right now, let's just keep the sheep growing still, 1 more spot, and then we might also think about the upgrading of my pasture. Now, another interesting thing is right now with the Flatter shop, it's producing way too many bows for me, right? So we have already 51 war bows, 52 now. I still don't exactly know what it consumes. By the look of it, planks and timber is also just going up very steeply right now. So there is, yeah, it's planks obviously, right? So it's getting in planks, but we're producing a lot of planks. I think with my saw pit, we're only using one family so far too. We might actually go ahead with 2 families working the saw pit then at some point, because it's just a lot of planks that we need for construction and also now for crafting. But for now, it's actually pretty fine. I just love how they, by the way, take their goods then to the storage. So many details everywhere. I mean, you can see the game is not quite there yet, but holy cow, it's coming along. And with that, I would like to open up a new business opportunity for us. Now, shoes, we have 39, but I'm not sure I'm going to export shoes, right? Because leather is always a very rare good. But what we can actually sell is war bows, right? We have the weapons over here, and there's the war bows, and we can open up this new trade route here for us now. So that would be establish a trade route. 60 coin it costs me, so quite a bit actually, but I think that investment will be worth it. So let's open up the bows, and with that we can now go ahead and export war bows until we have, let's say, 15 as a desired surplus. So whenever we will build up a new army, so this army is almost full now, right? There's 6 more bows we can use. Actually, recruits are missing for this one. That means we will have always a surplus of war bows. We can then sell this one, and for a nice profit too, right? It's one of the best export prices we can achieve here with the 5. The other weapons are actually higher on the cost, but export prices in general are very low anyway. Roof tiles would be 8, but we are very limited with the amount of rooftops we have because clay is finite and we don't have any clay anymore, so that's that anyway. For exporting, yeah, that's probably my go-to right now. The rest I would rather not export. We could also export some wool since we have that in surplus right now. And that's it. And yeah, we're still growing very quickly, of course, 93 days. We still have 2 more burgage plots available. I would still like to go ahead and already plan a few more. First of all, we can have some here by the sheep farm once again, right? So this is where we already have those. There is this area here just beside my industry zone, which is fine because industry zones usually should not be separated from a town in medieval times. So in this case here, we can have another plot. And this is a bit further outside. I might actually reduce the density here a bit to go with, yeah, those 3 plots in addition that we have. And then I might also think about some single plots as well that we have then a bit further outside. So we might have another one here for the solitary soul that would like to live in here. It's just one really that I'm going to put in here. And also over here by the crossroads then, connecting this one to the plots that we have here. This is really high density, holy cow. Might think about 3 plots that we have then, right, together with the backyards. Just close to that road there, so that we expand in those directions there as well a bit. All around the market, of course. So far so good. Another year is coming to an end, or is ended actually. A new year has dawned already. We're looking very good with food and fuel right now. Of course, the raider attack is near, so we need to really finally prepare for this, probably with another regiment or battalion. And also we are reaching then the 100 population, and farming, of course, is dawning a very interesting year because now we're facing the first raider attack, right, in 12, well, minutes. I guess it's about time for this. And yeah, we have well prepared for this, I think. We have a spear militia and we have almost 36 archers ready for action. The only thing that's actually missing for us here for the spear is the equipment, and for the archers is recruits that we don't have. We just don't have more people right now. These guys right now are just living their daily life, right? They're only going to join the army when we rally. And once we rally, these people will leave their workplaces, go to their homes, gather their equipment, and then gather in a central spot where I put the rallying flag. And they will not work for the duration. So I want to make this as quick as possible, or as short as possible, having them rallied. Because, yeah, we lose workforce, basically. And it is February. That means nature comes to life soon, and then the whole farming process starts, and I really don't want to mess around with my productivity there too much. So we need to be super careful how soon we actually rally those guys. Now, before that raider attack hits, I want to prepare something else, something very important for us, and that's the manor house. And in this case, the manor house is important for us because it provides taxation, policies. That's a new tab that we have then up here, and also provides me with mercenary groups if I want to. The only thing is, where should we place it? The thing is, you can always place it again somewhere else. It acts more or less like a blueprint version. So if we place it here, for example, which would be my desired area right now, the reason for this is we have lots of open area around it, that's good for protection then when we have the guard towers. Also, it's close enough to the city, so it makes sense to me to have it in this area here for now. And let's just go ahead and place the first one. And as you can see, this opens up now the castle planner that we have. That's a whole one, and we can then move it around within the castle planner if I want to. I can add then walls and gates to it. I can also add towers to it then as well, wherever we want to have it, right? So in this case here, there is then a tower, for example, right? So an outer tower. We have also a garrison tower that we can have. And yeah, we also have then the tax office as well, which makes sense to me to have it then as well somewhere here, even though the tax office is only cosmetic right now. Since I don't want to waste too many resources right now, it's already pretty expensive as is. Let's go ahead and start the manor house somewhere here. So this construction will then take quite some time. Let's also make a road connection here, where we can then have then the wall around that. Alright, of course, the more pressing issue right now will be then the raiders. Also high population growth. There is more burgages coming along, so my goal is then to have more burgages than here as well, right? So we need to think about more districts, as of course, the bigger my town gets, the higher the density in the center should get, and the lower density we have then outside. So this would be then the general planning, because these buildings will look fantastic when we upgrade them. I would also like to add 2 more here, just beside the church, in the back. Then we have the forager hut here. And the next plot has been finished too. 5 more, so I think at this point it's safe to rally. Let's go ahead and do this. The spear militia. Wait a second. Now let's wait for them to actually appear on the map before we rally. Doesn't take that long to rally anyway. Haven't really started here yet, right? With the fields. I mean, it's still only February, I guess. Until March, then spring. Then we have it. Yeah, and as you can see, it's actually coming along really quickly. We have 4 families right now that work solely on construction. And here we have then a really nice big area for that. Alright, so now it is upon time. Let's rally. And let's actually rally them somewhere over here. And also my archers. And now it takes a bit of time. For the whole village to gather and become one unit, one army, one line of defense against the oncoming raiders. Alright, at this point everybody has gathered. We have the spear units. And we have the archers. And let's just check it out where those raiders are. They probably come from somewhere over here. It's still hard to tell sometimes. You don't see them until the last second, as far as I understand, right? They're hiding in the forest most of the time. There they are. There's the outlaws. But this is just the Baron, again, fighting against the outlaws himself. So this is not the raider attack. There's some fighting still going on over here then. Where are they coming from? In the meantime, we have finished though the manor house. There it is. It's a small manor for now, right? And in this case here, this is now where we finally have then also taxation enabled. And for taxation, we have 2 areas right now for at our disposal. Let's just also quickly check out the bandits, because they will be coming. It's just a matter of time. And land tax we have now, and the tithe. Now the tithe is something where we can use food for taxation. This is not really good. We would get influence out of that, which is very powerful, of course, to claim new territories. However, we don't have that much food right now. So in this case here, let's go ahead and actually enable land taxation. This is going to lower my approval rating. If I increase it by 10%, we lose 7 approval rating, which I think we can actually afford. And this will then directly contribute to my treasury that we can also use to hire mercenaries, retinue, diplomacy, and also settling in new regions. Very important that we increase that. So this is different than my regional wealth that we have. A lot of things happen at the same time there right now, unfortunately, which makes it a bit chaotic. I'm still also waiting for the attack, right? So far, nothing in sight. I think at least the wives and the sons should be able to know. Yeah, husband and son is always waiting, right? They're waiting in the retinue right now. The wives continue to work. I'm sorry for this. You have to do it alone. But there might be an attack on your village on Sleepy Hollow. She's pulling through though, because she knows that it's very important to get the fields working. So this is really hurting me right now. Bad timing on that attack, because we need the fields to get cracking. It might actually also be that the Baron that is close by, or those brigands here, right, the Baron, actually really destroying those bandits. It looks like it almost. Because there are waves of outlaws coming in right now. But in this case, there's more of them, right? These are mercenaries though. So I think it's safe to say to actually assume there's no attack coming in. Because those bandits are getting killed by the Baron already and his mercenaries. Alright, that's actually good for us, right? I mean, it's a bit confusing, but I think we can put everybody back to work again, which would be my goal to here. So let's disband those units once more. There they are, right? And they are now going back to their original work. And let's just hope that there is no big attack coming in. Otherwise, we have to rally again at the last second. And it's farming season. It's super important that we get everybody on the field. We've also reached over 100 people, right? So more people actually moved in the meantime. And we're growing rather quickly right now to 110. At the moment though, we have then already... No, we have enough food. We need to make sure that we're always having the right menu activated. And also what we can see is we have lots of iron ore in now, right? There's 2 families working here. Let's actually reduce this to 1. And I would like to continue now with also my iron production then. So industry we have, and then we have the bloomery. It needs firewood to be fueled. And other than that, we can make some nice iron out of it. Let's just find us a suitable location for this. Already here we have the saw pits, right? So it might make sense to also have the bloomery then somewhere here. We could also expand the industry zone a bit further up. But I think let's actually have it here then. And the next construction starts. I can't even enjoy this right now because I'm always looking over my shoulder. You always need to be so careful. For now though, I don't see also any soldiers here. There is now something, right? But there's the Baron mercenaries again, clutching together with those bandits here. So I guess that's also one of those outlaws that actually would have went or would have actually attacked us. But for some reasons those mercenaries are just right in the path. Which is a coincidence. Certainly not scripted. And their will has been broken right at the beginning, seeing the overwhelming forces of the mercenaries. So they're already fleeing again. Now, Eichenau is being claimed right now, which is over here. So it's pretty far away actually from us. So I think there's no reason in challenging him for this. And while we're on the map, it's also really nice to see those details, right? How my village is looking up here now. I love how the game is actually also displaying your village and also all your roads on this beautiful map. Fantastic work. Alright, next up in the manor house, let's just quickly check it out. I would like to increase my taxes further to 20%. The approval rating continues to go up. And we'll have hopefully some nice new things this year to provide to my village, obviously. Yeah, how's it looking there on the battlefields? I could actually, as I said, challenge him to his claim, but I'm not doing this because we're too weak at the moment for this yet. We need to have some proper defenses first, and this is where the manor house is coming in then as well. Also, we need to have just a few more soldiers, and hiring mercenaries would be ideal. However, as you can see, they cost money, right, from the treasury, and we don't have any money yet in the treasury. So in this case, let's just wait it out, right? This claim is not important to us anyway, since it's on the other side of the map, so I'm not too worried about that. Once it's in a neighboring territory, we're however going to war there for sure. But for this I need to still prepare a bit more. Now, spring season it is, the berries are coming in again. Yeah, bandit camp was also sighted somewhere close by, it seems. Is this really close by? It's not that close by, it's fine, right, to keep it there right now. And also, those new manors have been built, burgages. There's my apiaries, right? So also the center here is getting a bit more dense. We still have a bit of area here then available. And I would also like to keep a bit of an area around the manor, that is. So they're going to pay me now 20% of their income collected from the regional wealth to my treasury per month. And in this case here, this hopefully leads to quite a bit of money. It's the only way of increasing my treasury, by the way. I can't do it with trading alone, right? Now in the trading we have now running still the planks, but I think we are really down on planks. There's no money to be made here, and then we have then also our war bows here that we are still exporting. What a dreary day it is. Still doesn't matter, we have finished the bloomery. Let's assign a family to this. And those guys here will now finally produce then iron ingots for us out of the iron ore that we have already in stock. So the large storehouse we have here, there's the iron ore already coming in. And then they also need firewood, of course, for this to work. We have plenty of firewood available right now. So this should be no problem. And with that, we can also go ahead and get the next artisans in, I think, right? So in this case here, oh, we don't have any planks right now. I would then like to go ahead with the blacksmith that produces us then tools and spears and sidearms for all of this. Also, 110 coin out of the latest warbow export. Very nice. Thank you very much. Do I still have warbows left in stock now? 35, right? So that's my limit. Finally, the planks are in again. Let's build the blacksmith. And beside it, we might then also work on the armor's workshop. For this, we need, however, a point in the development branch. And with that, we can get mail armor and plate armor out. So really nice workers there. Joanna's workshop is important actually, because we need the shields too, right? So with this, we have then the ability to build us another spear militia unit as well, which are just very powerful overall. So that's two very important constructions ongoing. And there is also now the blacksmith enabled, a beautiful extension that we have now to this one. And with the blacksmith, we have now the ability to produce us tools, sidearms, spears, and polearms. It depends on what we want to have here. Now it's important. Let's just check it out there. For the, I think for the sidearm that we have, this would be then the militia footman, I guess. right? We can disband this again. We also have the polearm militia and the archer militia. So the militia footmen will then require those heavy weapons that we have, the sidearms there as well, because these are the axes. I don't need this right now, I think, right? So I'm going ahead with tools for the moment, because tools we can use for our own productivity increase. Also the joiner, there they are, right, producing now shields for us. We could also have wooden parts for them that they can produce, or also large shields. Now the spearmen that we have there, they require actually large shields, right? So let's go ahead and start production of large shields. This is 2 planks that we need here again. Also, my archer unit is fully occupied, and with that, we should be able to actually get a second one then as well. I would like to have 2 archers and 2 tank units available then for any kind of battle. Plus, a bit of money is already coming into the treasury, as we can see, and with that, we can also hire mercenaries on top of it. So my army is growing there nicely too. Now, hopefully, planks are coming in again. Yes, very good. And we should also be seeing now the first iron slabs. There it is, already 29 in stock, thanks to the bloomery. Perfect. This is then being used for my artisans. I might actually go for a second blacksmith, so we can have tool production, but also at the same time have then the weapon production activated. And for my farmers outside, since we have a bit of money, I would like to go ahead and get me another chicken coop and another vegetable garden. Leather is no problem right now, yeah, or actually let's go ahead with another goat farm as well. Let's check out if there's any armies approaching. There's not. We should be golden. I think the Baron really destroyed the brigands that were attacking us. Why not? I take it. And of course, as every ruler, we should also have a look at our area from once in a while. And there is then actually also my manor house. It's a bit hidden right now with all the bushes and trees in between. There it is, right? Not looking very majestic at the moment. If it weren't for the road, you probably would not find it at all. Alright, so here actually would make sense probably to erase shrubbery that we have. There you go. Right, to make this area more visible to us. Perfect. Much cleaner than before. Of course, those trees are from the forester hut that we have not too far away. Over here. The fields at this point are growing, by the way. And I'm looking forward to my first barley harvest especially. Food, not so much, but barley it is. Because with that we can make some ale. Now the next blacksmith is finished, and actually let's produce some polearms right now. This would be another army type that we have, and that's the polearm units. I think they're for heavy damage, right? They have no shields, however, so we do need to still have a unit with shields protecting them, and they will do then the majority of damage. Together with the archers. Very good. At this point the yield is growing now on the fields finally. Though, as we can see, for barley, for example, we don't have a high fertility in this area. Wheat, however, should be fine. And the next mining pit is exhausted. This one here with the iron, so we no longer need that. Those people are still transporting the iron ore over, right? So I'm still going to keep them occupied a bit there. And then we have another workforce available for us. Since many people are moving in, 120 we have now almost on the mark. I think we need more burgages once more. And for that we can use this general area now that is quite barren at the moment. So let's continue with that road that we have. This road is probably a main road that goes then all the way down here to the regional road, right? And here we can then have more burgages left and right of it. Yeah, unfortunately the snapping is not always a blessing. There you go. So that we also grow in this area further. Perfect. Yeah, I'm a bit low on the planks. I'm already using 2 people, families, in the saw pit. Still not enough, since we do need a lot of these planks right now. Also, of course, for my artisans. I'm quite busy on the streets right now. Another thing with the manor house is now policies that we have enabled, so we can also check this out. Unfortunately, the first tier is not really promising right now. We have basically two options. That's the hunting grounds. Wild animals on rich deposits breed twice as fast, but on the other side, the crops yield 50% reduced yields. This is really not good, right? Because we would sacrifice our whole farming area just for my single wild meat, even though not even that is possible because we don't have a rich deposit on wild animals anyway. The other one is citizen skip every 5th meal, reduces the food consumption, however also decreases approval. Now the thing is, we don't have a food problem, so I don't see why I should sacrifice approval for this, right? People can eat normally. If, however, my food gets too low, it might be a nice emergency policy that we can activate to reduce my food consumption overall. Now, I think the next constructions are coming along, yep, splendidly. So there we have it for more people to move in. And how's my harvest looking? It's June at this point. Yeah, it's going to be a nice barley harvest for sure. Also, the wheat is now growing. We, however, only have 3 fields, so I might also want to expand on this here in the future, or pretty soon actually. We should be doing this. And also more iron being produced for us. Very nice. We actually have way too much iron, but, you know, the iron that we have is finite. So in this case here, there's no more iron coming in. We need to claim another territory if I want to achieve that. By the way, stone-wise, we're at 66. We might consider also using more of my stone deposit. That we still have, right? For claiming a new territory, because this is slowly now taking in effect, we need to get a bit more influence, or I'm hoping that the Baron will actually put out a claim and then we can fight him for it. At this point, we have enough money for at least 2 mercenary regiments, plus my own troops. That should be enough to defeat him. I hope so, at least. We also have now 11 polearms in stock, so let's go ahead and create us the next army type, and that's the polearm militia. 11 out of 36 it is, right, so we just don't have more. I think, though, it's not a problem with recruits anymore. Ah, it is! Actually, yeah, we cannot grow further, so recruits are missing from my archers again. Some of them moved over to the polearm unit, right? That's then 4 units. The retinue that we have here, that's some heavy armored units coming automatically with the manor. So we can actually rally them. Right, and there they are. These are not part of my village, so if I rally them, there's no real cost besides just having them here. And in this case, yeah, they will be the outermost protection then for the manor itself. Perhaps we're even part of it. This guy looks strikingly similar to what I like to be in real life. Let's actually get them back though into their home again. And yeah, so far so good. The year is coming along. The first harvest is upon us. And then we can actually work really fast. What the problem is planks. We need planks for a lot of construction. However, we don't have enough planks anymore because we're using planks now for the bow production and for the shield production. Both of that require it. And we have the saw pit already working with 2 people in it, but that's not enough. That means we do need to increase that ASAP. I want to get more planks on the way, so another saw pit is doing the trick. I'm just going to have the saw pit right beside the other one. Makes sense to me, and it's also really close to my storehouse, so this should lead to a reduced transportation time, right? We just need to make sure that over here the logging camp continues to produce nicely. Right now we are capped on the timber, right? So plenty of timber in stock, and we could also still assign a 3rd family to this one to further increase production. However, of course, then we might run into the problem of trees. Right now it's looking rather good over here with the tree production, or with the tree stand that we have right now. And in this case, I think the balance is there. We'll just see. We have to monitor this closely. However, more planks is definitely something I need, and that's this production. Another thing, some of you have been pointing it out, rightfully so. The small stable is capped already, of course. So we have, yeah, I don't think it's bugged, it's just a visual bug because that oxen is running around somewhere. But we definitely need another one, another hitching post, right? Otherwise, we might not utilize all the livestock that we have at this point. And that's the logistics and the hitching post. I would not like to have it right beside this one though. That would be a bit strange because, you know, that's too close to each other. Let's rather have the next hitching post then somewhere here close to my farming area, or over here to my other industry area, right? So we should spread it out a bit to increase its efficiency. I think we might actually have it, yeah, closer here then to my farming area. and to my logging area where we do have the logs actually, right? So let's get this done as well, another construction. Now at this point I'm really into all that exporting. We're exporting those war bows already in huge quantities at this point, leading to a lot of wealth that we have. This wealth we can use then of course for plot extensions and stuff like that. In addition, we also have a lot of large shields in now since we're producing them. Now there's two things I could go about this problem. Either we continue exporting that and also continue having this plank problem, or I pause the production of these goods, right? So the Fletcher, for example, that is producing all these war bows, we could stop him right now. However, there it is, the second sword pit is active. Let's assign 2 people to this right away, and let's just see how it balances out, because I really don't want to miss out on those profits. That's something that's just really good for us. So in this case, let's just try and produce more planks. Could lead to a whole new problem though, right? We'll just see. We're now consuming twice as many logs as before. One more family we have. We still have room to grow. And the next hitching post has been finished there as well, so hopefully we get the livestock to it. We should have 3 oxen at this point. 2 are being used in the stable up there, so 1 ox should actually get over here soon. More families move in. However, my approval rating is not looking so great anymore. The reason for that is primarily taxation and the fact that I'm not providing enough satisfaction right now to my population, right? So as we can see here, for example, the tavern supply and the church level is still missing. And yeah, with that, let's actually lower taxation for the moment to 10% only. We have enough money in at this point, so I can get at least 2 mercenaries in if it comes to that. Work area empty. I think the forager is being meant by that, right? Nothing to store right now. Yeah, berry deposits are empty, so we have used all the berries right now. 200 we have in stock though, so I don't see a problem here right now. What I can do is I can lower the amount of berry collectors, so we have a bit more workforce again. August it is. The next interesting thing is coming along soon, the first harvest, and with that a whole different new mechanic that we can use, but let's wait for it. Very good. This hitching post is also now staffed with an ox. So we have now stable and the hitching post here. So 3 oxen working right now, the logistics. How's it looking here? We're still capped on the logs. That's great to see. And the planks is going up actually. That's also great to see. We have 85 tools in as well at this point, which is a lot. So we can use these tools and we can sell them, of course. And selling it is probably, we can continue with the exporting. Pole arms, 22 large shields. We also have plenty of now. Planks are recovering, so I think we can continue with the exporting. However, those roots really cost a lot of money, right? Polearms actually 144, and the large shields is at 100. How's the tools looking? There they are, 100 as well, but 6 on the export. Yeah, let's open up the tools transportation. A new trade route has been unlocked with that, and let's also start exporting those up to a desired surplus of, let's make 40. Right, so there's at least 40 we can sell now. At this point, I've also assigned 2 families to the trading post because the volume is just increasing and I always want to have goods available to sell. Let's continue upgrading some burgages. This will cost me logs, and logs are actually a bit tricky. So let's go with those 4 for now. That's 16 logs we consume. And it's September. With that, the harvest season is upon us. Unfortunately, we were not able to fully grow it, right? So we are only having a yield of 47 right now. And in this case, we can now, however, go ahead with the next thing that we need, and that's an ale house or brewery. And for that, let's just check it out once again. My artisans here that we have in the center, we still have this area available here, and there's a brewery extension. Cost me some wealth, some planks, and with that we can produce ale from malt and converts these guys here to artisans. At the same time, we're also going to need now a new industry building, and that's the malt house. Workers use barley to produce malt. Needs also once again firewood in order to work. Let's have this one. Probably here close to my farmhouse, right? So there's the malt then coming in, and I might actually have this one. Let's just check it out. Probably here. Now harvest season is rather busy for all these families here now. And as we can see, the barley is piling up and the wheat is piling up. The barley we can use then in the malt house. The wheat is being processed in the farmhouse into flour, and the flour we can then use, sorry, not into flour, but into grain. And the grain we can use to make flour in a windmill and in a bakery to make bread, adding another type of food, which is going to be pretty important that we have this available for the next upgrades then. Since we have the coin, let's also, since we're busy enough already anyway, I would like to go ahead with a few more upgrades. There's a burgage plot here that we can go with another chicken coop. These have already the vegetable gardens, and this one here we could also have for another vegetable garden. Always adding more variety to the town itself. I would also like to continue and move the forester hut to that side, and also the woodcutter to that side. The reason for that is simple. I want to use this whole plot here just for the manor house, right? So we're going to have then the road on the back of it, like here, and then we make that connection somehow. So this area is all now manor, and here also closing it off, something like that.
Berries so plump and juicy, you'll want to eat them by the bushel.
My farmers continue to get the harvest in. This is going to take a while as well. And it's also not the best weather. So they're transporting all of this now to the farmhouse, where it's then getting distributed further into town. And I hope that we can finish that malt house on time. For timber, we might actually look at a timber problem soon. And 106 wheat is the outcome of this harvest. That is way too much what we need anyway. So those fields are already too large for what we need. A fire broke out. Interesting. The thunderstorm actually led to a lightning strike. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, not that I like that my buildings are on fire, but there's actually also fire that can spread. And yeah, it's engulfing the whole plot there. I mean, it's raining, so luck should be on our side here. And this is now just a bunch of rubble, right? There is no burgage here anymore if I click on it. We still have enough population, enough living space though, so that family moved somewhere else. And everybody's helping out, getting from the well the water, or dousing the flames. That's actually really interesting. So we probably should distribute more wells across the village to have better firefighting capabilities, right? Oh, Waldbrand is being claimed right now. Where's that? And it's the area right next to us. So this is actually the moment, I think, to wage war, because there is a huge berry deposit, wild animals, stone, very important, a huge clay deposit, and iron. So this is a very good expansion for us actually if we take this. Now for this fight, we should be well prepared. We have also 200 coin. This should give me around 2 mercenary armies, I think that is. Let's just check him out before we actually do anything, because he should actually be gathering then somewhere over here. Being claimed right now. Or we just challenge him. I mean, the worst that happens, I think, is that we lose, and we just lose that claim for now, right? But I definitely want to get this territory here, so let's do this. Enemies declared, Hildebold from Barenoite against us. And for this, let's rally my troops. Also, let's get some mercenaries in, right? We do have the coin, the flock of the crazy geese, that's 3 of them. And we can see also here they have then, yeah, some attack power, some armors. Can I see how many? I mean, I think it's full 3 of them. Archers as well, spear units and militia units. Let's sign them. And since we have the money, we can sign another one. A reformed bond of outlaws sporting fashionable green hats for which they are known. The green caps or the wayward sons. And this is 2 units, this is another 3 units. Let's go for these guys here, right? Since we have the money. Very good. With that, I'm out of money, but at least I've got a huge army at my disposal. My whole town is rallying. I mean, it's for the greater good of Sleepy Hollow, right? We want to expand into this here, and I can't allow him to get this one too. It got so many riches. So let's actually gather everybody and gather them here, right? This is not the battlefield, this is just the gathering place. And then we're going to set them off somewhere else. Oh, look at that. They actually spawned right next to them. My mercenaries. On their way now to our region, hopefully. Hopefully not engaging in any combat so far. That would be bad for business. Alright. Coming in. And my units are also on the move. There should still be more mercenaries somewhere, right? Should not be all of them here. There they are. Deep in the south right now, on their way. This is probably going to take a while for all of these to gather, right? We have still 89 days before the conflict is resolved. And I think we need to gather in this territory here that we want to claim, right? So I think we just need to be in full force in this territory if we want to win this one. In the meantime, of course, while everything is gathering, we have a bit of time to focus as well. The harvest is in, so I should also be seeing the malt house now. There it is. And let's assign a family to this, right? The husband is out there fighting, but the wife should actually be in and produce us some malt already. And the brewery should also be active. There it is, right? Producing us then the ale. It's lots of barley that we have. 43. Great stuff indeed. And with that, we're on our way to fulfilling everything for these guys, hopefully. My retinue is actually the first people that arrived. And my most trusted soldiers. And there's the... No, actually there's my militia waiting, right? Because these are not the guys that I hired. The guys that I hired are actually over here right now. Great thing, we're making some additional money in the meantime, right? That I can keep this active. And let's just check it out. How's my exporting going in the meantime? Warbows and tools. And since we have the money to open up a new trade route, I would also like to go ahead and open up this trade route for the large shields, right? There you go. A new trade route. And with that, let's go with a minimum of, let's say, 30 that we have in our stock. And, oh, that was actually the warbows. There's the large shields, export, and let's say 40 is the highest amount, that's fine. So everything we produce from now on can actually get exported then as well, right? That we make even more money out of this. I hope there is a way of actually getting that regional wealth somehow over to my treasury, other than taxation. We'll just see. Alright, by now, the armies are gathering. He's here to spectate, to observe, I guess. We should probably get ourselves on the higher ground, right? So up here. And by the way, where is my other mercenaries? They're still on the way. Yeah, it's a big map. It's taking them quite some time. I hope they're here for the battle then. Also, not all the units have arrived off the Baron yet. And this feels really like Total War, honestly, right? You can have a lot of armies under your control. I love this. And you can also have different stances then, right? Stand your ground, for example, push forward, whatever they should do. And in this case here, of course, we gotta make sure that we protect the archers. The archers are going to be scattered in the back here, right? While my units are more or less protecting the flanks, the front, and also the flanks here then. We want to have the archers fire as long as possible before the enemy gets too close, right? That would be the goal here. Still, the reinforcements, yeah, they're taking a long time. They will not be there on time, unfortunately. I paid money for you. Hurry up, please. Also interesting, as long as they're moving, they're losing morale, right? Or energy as well. So we need to keep them standing there for a while, so their energy is the highest. And they're coming in right now. And I think they're getting into firing range here now soon. Yep, they're getting a bit too close there, I think. There it is, and the first volleys are being shot. They're not very smart about this. While the other army is approaching now from the other side, the left. This is also where we got our heavy infantry then situated as well. So these guys are already losing quite a lot of soldiers there. And my reinforcements are not in. This is bad. And the battle is on. They're trying to flank us here, look at that. Where's my retinue? Because these are just some very basic units there. Oh my goodness, come on, hurry up. My reinforcements take forever! Like, can I not have them hurry up somehow? And they are shooting really from afar there, doing a lot of damage to us. Alright, I think they're starting to flee the scene here now soon. Yeah, they're fleeing. Perfect. The retinue was doing a good job, so let's actually shoot at these archers over there. I don't have any other melees at the moment, unfortunately, that I could use for the job. Yeah, but they're dying because they have the lower ground. They're not having an easy time here. My retinue is super strong, by the way, so they're able to keep those barbarians at bay. On the right flank, we still have that fight. I don't know if these archers actually attack. I think we need to move them a bit further away. If we want to have them attacking, right? They're just cheering. Now some of them are fighting. Very nice. Where are the reinforcements? Dude, I want my money back. They're going to be super late to the battle. We're still losing, by the way. I think there's more reinforcements coming. Yes, over there. He's also got reinforcements still. It's October. We, by the way, really should not forget about my economy. So let's just check it out there real quick. Food is fine. Firewood is fine. The barley, hopefully do we have some ale in? Yes, we got the first ale in, so the brewery is working. This is important because we can build now the tavern with that as well. Alright, there's reinforcements coming in, it seems. But it's not looking good for the Baron, I think. Yeah, all his archers are dead in the meantime. The slaughter. Make sure that my archers are not exposed too much. Push forward. And also my retinue needs to help out there. Their will is broken, very good. And also the second army of him is broken. Retreating now as well. My reinforcements are here now. Moving in, but I think his reinforcements are also on their way now. There they are. Or they're waiting. It looks like they're waiting, so we might actually advance. Because we still have that losing status, which is a bit strange. We quite obviously won this first battle. There's the next one broken. But it's not us that is broken here, right? There it is. I can make it worthwhile if you drop all your claims. No. Signed and sealed by my own seal, Hildebord. Sorry, Hildebord. I'm getting this territory. still too many of them. They might actually come back at us again. But now my reinforcements are coming in. Paid a lot of money for you guys. I've lost a lot of population now, right? Because my units were primarily in battle, while those guys here were pretty late. That was bad. Bad for us in general. Because of course my own units should not be used in battle until the very last second. Alright, let's move over here, because we still need to destroy these guys here. And there it is, the battle begins again. And let's use my retinue unit, my mercenaries at the front, and my own units in the back. There's the archers. Protect them. There's a few more archers coming over there. Can help us out as well. But this should be manageable. There they're coming, but these are basic units, right? Getting completely slaughtered by those arrows. And the will is broken already, as expected. And with that, we have the victory over the battle for Waldbrand. And with that, we have a second territory under our control that we can settle on now as well. Sleepy Hollow can now expand over the borders into this region. We have with that a rich clay deposit, a rich berry deposit, new hunting grounds, stone deposits. There is a bandit camp that we should clear as well, and a new iron deposit as well that we can use for our own economy. Very nice. With that, let's get those units back home so we can disband them and they can actually get back to their normal life. My troops are on their way home back to Sleepy Hollow, to their cozy homes and beds and fireplaces and delicious food. Unfortunately, no alcohol yet, but that is about to change in this episode too. And yeah, after a very successful conquest, right? In the last episode, we finally managed to snag us another province, this one here, Waldbrand it is. We control this region now, and boy, of course we want to develop it as well with all its riches that it has. Unfortunately, to build something here, we need a settlers camp, and the settlers camp needs 250 coin out of our treasury. We just depleted the treasury because, well, basically we had to fund mercenaries somehow, and in this case here, I'm waiting with my absolutely humane taxes now to wait until we have 250 on the treasury. A bit more perhaps, because of course we need to keep some emergency funds available as well, just in case there is another war declaration on us or so. So in this case we need to keep a bit more intact. So it's going to take a bit of time, but we definitely keep that province there. Yeah, and back to our beautiful rainy, always rainy Sleepy Hollow. And here we have a few things now. First of all, an emergency, more or less. We're running out of fuel. That's of course understandable. Most of my male population right now was fighting. We also lost quite a few, right? We're down to 110 on the population again. And in this case here, in they go, and then we're going to disband them, and then they can resume their work. So this is already something. However, it doesn't solve my fundamental problem that we have right now, firewood. Firewood already is here, the woodcutter lodge now. As we can see, there's no one assigned to this. So let's assign 3 people to that right away. We had 8 unassigned in the family tree. And I would like to build me a second firewood cutter now, right? And we can do this. And over here we got some trees available. Also some trees up here. And I think this is a good location. We need to look out for a dense forest, of course. So up here it is, right? We do have some space here. So let's just go ahead and have us another firewood splitter. Oh, wait a second. There is a road. Right, there's the road. There's the road. It's not always so easy to see those roads. And we're probably going to make the road a bit further over here then, so we can build another woodcutter lodge. And this one is then, of course, for that forest up here. A bit finicky. What's going on? Do we have a road? Ah, we have a road in here. Look at that. Ah, that's the road to the mining area, of course. So yeah, why not? Let's actually have it then here, right? Doesn't matter. Woodcutter lodge number 2 that we have. So we have then one for this area and then one for this area, just in the back of Sleepy Hollow, really working for us. All right, by now the armies return, and we can finally now disband them as well. Disband the unit, they will return to their daily life again, right? Just like this. Also the mercenaries still, this is the next one. We're still having those mercenaries, there they are, off they go as well. And with that we are down to our basic militia, right? That is now also recovering again, of course. We need more people again to fully stock all of them, and we need more equipment once more to fully equip all of them. There's also these guys here still en route now. Alright, next in line, that's the workforce coming in again, hopefully also my fuel. Yeah, October can be beautiful. Right now, unfortunately, it's not. This guy is also not looking too happy about it. Kunz, oh, that's Kunz again. He's still alive. That's a great thing. We need to respond to the correspondence, the letter of Hildebord from Berner. I don't see any letter though. Did I get a letter somewhere that I could write with? No, unfortunately not. Perhaps in the manor house? Is there anything here? Also nothing, unfortunately. So in this case, no letter that I can respond to. Doesn't matter though, he does not have anything important to say to us, right? Now, next comes the really interesting part. Finally, I know you've been waiting for this. Alcohol. Now let's just quickly look out. My harvest was rather good. We got barley now, 30 of that. Also, by the way, lots of wheat. That wheat is already being made into grain by the farm people. So they're here. Right now they're plowing their fields again, right? And some of them are also then threshing. We can actually also set the priority for this. It's not super high to me right now though, as the normal speed is already fine, right? So out of the wheat we're making grain, and we can then use this in a windmill. Right now I would like to focus on barley though. This is already being made into malt now at the malt house, and then we already have the brewery over here working for it, making ale. How much ale do we have in stock? 3 already, so this is working fine. Now comes the tavern finally, and of course we have prepared the space for it, and the tavern can be also then right next to the market area and just somewhere over here. Let's just see, can we stop the snapping? There you go, because I would like to have it a bit more in the center here without it. And it's actually really cheap, right? There you go. Firewood is actually recovering again, so I'm expecting to have 3 months of fuel there available soon, right? Woodcutter Lodge number 2 has been finished. Right over here. Looks like more like a bandit camp. Let's assign 2 people to that. That should be fine, right? Certainly don't want to overdo it here right away, and let's use this forest for that. Make sure that we're not getting too close to the berry deposit there. Alright, 3 families we have. Those 3 families will be able to, yeah, build now, right? And those guys here are already, most of them level 2 then, so also these guys here. So we will be able to upgrade them then when the time is there. Level 2 it is, there's level 1. Now let's also upgrade that one. That one. The more buildings on level 2, the more income I have. 600 on regional wealth already. That's beautiful. There's another one. But of course, the tavern has the highest construction priority right now. Yeah, every building starts small. With a shovel, that is. Someone could help him, please. He's doing it all up by himself. Ah, there's another one joining in. Those people are really not motivated with that weather upon us. And there it is, in all its glory. Sleepy Hollow has a tavern now, finally. And of course we need to assign someone to that. That is going to get in the storage, right? The ale especially. And that's about it. So this family here is now working as tavern keepers. I just also love all these puddles after rain. The details sometimes are staggering. And there's the ale, coming right out of the brewery, on its way to the tavern for my happy people to finally have a good beer at the end of the day. Perhaps in the morning too, and at noon. You know how it was in the Middle Age. And it doesn't take long for the first people to also enjoy the drinks. I mean, they're looking a bit strange right now, or sitting in strange orders. But that's definitely just visuals that can get fixed quickly. Also enjoying, of course, that nice look to the tree, and also to the marketplace and church. One more thing that we need to do, so we should see this now. Tavern supply has been fulfilled. It should also lead to some approval rating increase, please. Next up though, we still need to have a better church, and that would be this one. Actually quite expensive, also 10 rooftop tiles that we need for this, and 20 stone. And yeah, we can build it. So let's go ahead and upgrade our church into a small stone church. And this building actually has several upgrade levels, and this is then the first one only that we're now reaching. Policies available. Let's quickly check this one out. Do we have something new? No, unfortunately. I've just signed a work in progress policy. We can also quickly say no to it again, right? I definitely don't want to have these other tools that I've already laid out in the last episode. Now, burgage plot level 3, we need 3 of them in order to advance to small town. Let's just finish this one here though. That's already quite a lot of materials that we need. And I think also it's the end of berries now anyway. Yes, the forager does not work really for now. So what we can do is I would like to move the forager hut now also a bit further outside. The reason for that is we need more space in the center here for living space, right? So let's have this one here. Trees uprooted for construction.
Feast your eyes on fine. Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
There we go. Moving it over there. This makes room in this area. And the bloomery probably also going to move at some point a bit further outside, so we can have more living space than here. That would be nice. Also the apiary. But let's just wait on that. Really a lot of materials that are getting over here, taking quite some time. Alright, approval rating is high enough again. There it is. Clothing market, church level, market food variety. No ale yet though. Though ale is in, right? This definitely should improve then approval. Firewood still is a problem, even though it is also past 200 now. So no idea why fuel is still only 2 months. It's more than double than what we had before. But okay, let's just take it like that. Also, trading wise, there's nothing in stock right now. We have no planks, okay? We cannot sell them. War bows, I need to increase this. Rightfully, as some of you have been pointing out, we need more of them if we want to have more regiments, right? The same goes with the shields. We're at 20 only, so we've lost a few soldiers now. And they're replenishing using shields, so this is also why my exports are a bit down. But let's still also increase the minimum stock to 30 here. And then we had though the tools as well. That would be interesting. Commodities, tools it is. Yeah, we have more tools than we need. Also shoes. 99 shoes are actually in stock. It tells me here that it's only 54. But we don't have that trade route activated right now anyway, so. And livestock trader, we can probably unassign that family here now too. We don't need any trading right now. Also, I do have all the oxen. I need 4 of them working right now. The town. That's all plenty fine. It still takes a long time, even with 3 oxen, because of the logs, right? And they're quite busy transporting all these heavy resources. And there it is. Everything is in, I think. No, the timber's still missing. They still continue already with the stone wall. And once again, it's raining in Sleepy Hollow, as always. Ah, yeah, and look at that. The storage of the woodcutter lodge is actually full now. Let's have a look at my storehouse over here. Probably should have a second family working here because it's really that many goods that we are using now. Oh, that church is coming along, and look at that. When it's raining, you can see the water dripping down. Fantastic detail. The last log is coming in, and then we have everything to finish this construction. There it is. Also get 250 influence for that. Thank you very much. With that we have 500. Treasure is also piling up again. And with that we have a level 2 church. We could assign a family to this now too. These would be grave diggers, right? You don't really need to assign anyone until you have any deaths or so. So in this case we don't need that yet. Also there is no loss of approval. Right. Beautiful, that one is. And with that the next demand has been met. For my people. And this we should see then soon for upgrading. But we need more planks in the meantime too. We're down to 1 plank. Alright. I need more logs. Another problem. Let's assign another one to the logging camp. And there's the logs then being transported over. Bit of a problem, the barley has already been consumed completely. We still have 22 molds, so that should be enough for a few months more of ale, but we definitely don't have enough barley, right? Next year, barley is now on time. We probably need another field for barley and flax perhaps. So I could work on both of these then, if I'm starting with that anyway. So we have the flax fertility. Ooh, it's looking a bit rare. Down here we would have it, right? And barley, also just here and here. Yeah, this field looks like it has both of that at least to some degree in, right? So we can have this one, perhaps, hopefully. There you go, as another one of my fields. And then we still have this area available too for another field plot that I would like to reserve for it. And here, let's go ahead, and this one is barley, fallow, and then flax. Right, so these two are working here. That should be golden. And then we can actually have a road just here along that field. And then city, probably, at some point. Right, forage hut has been finished again. Assign some 3 people to that, 2 people. Oh, alright, we need to do the same upgrade again, unfortunately, right? So we moved it, but actually did not take over the upgrade. And I think we definitely will need some more herbs, do we? We have 38 herbs in right now. They're definitely being consumed. So let's do this. Let's upgrade that building once more. Taxation is ruining my approval rating there a bit. 19 planks in. There it is. Finally we can upgrade. Let's go ahead. The cobbler shop, level 3. Really expensive, those upgrades. More planks. We should be getting more planks in now that the oxen have enough resources again. Lots of timber especially is needed just for one upgrade. Getting into traffic jam here on their way to upgrading this one. And there you go. The first tier 3 building, artisan it is. And the cool thing about this one is now that these buildings, you know, you can merge them together. If you have several of these high density houses together, upgrading them, they actually merge together with their look. Like you can already see here this archway that we have, and this is then coming in together with the other one, and this is then once again coming in with the other one. I love this. Absolutely fantastic dynamics that we have them. And the first level 3 is now effective. Does it give me any other bonuses? No, not really, right? I think it pays more taxes for us. Yeah, it generates 2 regional wealth per family per month. So this is actually upgraded, and of course it leads us to the next development level here. Beautiful it is. Density goes up. We might also then upgrade some farmers to level 3 as well that we have, right? The cost is the same though. And I think really we need another hitching post. I don't think we have enough oxen right now. Oh, Toman, a horse that is waiting here. Yeah, no one needs a horse right now. We might. There's a hitching post. Using already an ox, right? Transporting, they're all transporting. Let's go ahead and get us another one out. Yeah, why not? We can order a lot of livestock there, right? We have the materials for that. Where should we have it? Probably a bit further in the industry zone again. Let's also start or continue with the snapping again, please. Over there, perhaps. And the next upgrade is upon us. The next RSM building to level 3. Then I'm just waiting for another 8 planks. We need to do something about planks still. That's crazy. We have 24 in stock right now, but they're all reserved, right? For the not for the cobbler shop, for the Fletcher shop, for example. There it is. Let's reserve that right away. And with that, the third upgrade, the blacksmith, is on its way. And there it is, and we have another settlement level increase. Next we need to upgrade 7 of them to medium town, but until then we have at least another point. The heavy plowing would be one of my favorites, because with this we can employ oxen at the farmhouse for significantly faster plowing of large fields, as well as bringing crops back to storage more efficiently. Also the orchardry, with that we can have orchards and apple production, and that also probably leads them to cider production down the road. We can have advanced beekeeping that would enable also us to collect wax for candle making. Hunters collecting traps, the charcoal kiln. With that we can convert 1 firewood into 2 charcoal, which is making refueling twice as efficient as before. Also super nice. Yeah, decisions. Trade logistics. I'm actually inclined to go with the heavy plowing this time around, right? And basic armor making is also interesting, because this enables the production of helmets and also mail armor and plate armor, and with that heavy infantry units. Let's go for the heavy plowing for now, right? And with that we do get that upgrade, hopefully. There it is. Costs me a log. Okay, we can do this. And with that we get a hitching post at the farmhouse that enables us to use oxen there as well. I'm still trying to get more planks in. First of all, at the trading post, I mean, I know it doesn't make really that much of a difference, but we could actually, I mean, I have a lot of money. I could start importing some planks up to, let's say, 20. Right? It's expensive though. Look at that, 12 on the import. Let's not do this. Let's stop trading with the planks altogether. I think this is the safest bet. I mean, we have a lot of money, but I would not want to waste it on that. Oh, look at that. 6 months of fuel we have now finally in stock. So this is working. We might actually tone it down a bit on my wood, firewood makers, right? So there's, yeah, let's go down to 2 each. That gives me 1 unassigned family ready for upgrading stuff. Also, the next hitching post is ready, so we can once again assign or order another ox. This is really cheap, 20 coin, and with that we get another livestock into this. And also the farmhouse has been upgraded. There is now the option for livestock, and I would like to assign someone to that, and Erhard's doing this. Oh, all right, has been distributed from one of the other hitching posts, right? Erhard it is. That means, at least in one of my stable houses, I think, we do lack. We might lack now an ox somewhere. So this one, there's nickel. That's the new one that we have now. Perfect. There's a saw pit, small stable. That's actually also the 2 in here, right? Toman. Toman, the horse. Livestock. There it is. Yeah, Toman has been moved over now to the trading post. And at the small stable, we should then have room available again, even though it's still assigned to this one too. I think it still needs to get transported over right before this one works. Definitely need me a few more oxen here and there. So these guys finally have now an ox also that helps them on the fields. Another problem, we have no more iron ore and no more iron slabs. So yeah, the production of sidearms and polearms has stopped for the moment. The bloomery we cannot move. So let's destroy it. It doesn't matter to me right now anyway, because we don't have the iron. We're completely depending on another area now. That's this province. Then here there's 185 iron in. We could, however, also import iron, right? It's expensive, but that's what the money is for. So in this case here, let's just check it out. Construction, it is not. Commodities, it is also not. Where's my iron slab? There it is, 14. Yeah, the iron ore only costs 13, so it's the same. Let's import the iron slabs right away and have no bloomery for now, right? Let's go up to 20 with this. So we're going to make sure that we keep that industry going, because we need weapons, honestly. And that's my only way of doing it right now. This gives me quite a lot of space for more expansion now here, right? That we can then use for more city. Also, the manor house looks still pathetic. Some people in the background are talking about it, most likely, or they had a dispute. We will definitely need to do something about the manor house. And then I can't wait for my oxen to work on the fields of Sleepy Hollow. I hope building another field. So we got 2 fields now with barley harvested in this year. Where is it? There it is, right? Barley and barley. And in this case also we've upgraded the ox that Erhard, he's waiting now. It's the end, the beginning of a new season, and he's going to help out plowing those fields then hopefully way faster. And with that, we might not even need all these 5 families here working, but we'll just see how it goes. Now, hopefully with that, more beer is coming in. However, I would like to speed it up. We have enough money, so we can actually go ahead and also import us some barley as well. And I would like to have a look and say 20 in stock. Let's open up this trade route for it for another 60 coin. And with that, barley is also coming in from the trader until then, because let's face it, it's going to take another almost full a year before the first ale is coming in from the fields, and I don't want to wait this long, right? We could try to export a bit more. We are really well equipped on shoes actually, so it's an expensive trade route though. Pooh, it really is. Almost cost me 300 coin. That's something I might need to think about more. We are also exporting the war bows. Their price is not so great, but still it's something. And the large shields that are also now going up and up and up. Also their price is not super ideal though. These 2 are fine. Spears, we're having a problem right now. I don't have any iron anymore, so this would be something to consider. Importing another good beside barley though, that would lead to bankruptcy most likely, so we need to wait on that. We need to get a new source of iron ore in, right? And how can we do this? Well, let's just check it out. We have this province here now, Waldbrand, right? That we have successfully conquered, more or less. And Waldbrand actually has clay deposit, rich that is. Also iron, at least 185. It's not rich, but at least it's something. Also a rich berry deposit and some additional wild animals. So this is looking like a good province for us. There is a bandit camp over there. So before we really settle here, I would like to get rid of this bandit camp. So before everything really comes back to life, let's rally my people and get them over here. They're going to rally there, and we're going to take down this bandit camp, right? So there they are. Starting their equipment process once again, getting their shields full of bantering, and perhaps still a bit of ale in the blood. They're going to have some fun over there with that fighting. I don't think there's any bandits though. I haven't seen them. So we'll just take care of this bandit camp. In the meantime, I wanted to also, build us a few more manor or burgages, right? So we have this road here. I haven't shown this one really yet, but you can easily always, of course, remove roads like this. It's super easy and very uncomplicated. And with that, we actually have a lot of space here available all of a sudden for a few more burgage plots. That I would like to do because we do need that space. I could go ahead with this. This is high density, right? There is only a very small plot in the background. This is though not usable anymore for chicken coops, only for turning them into artisans. So this is high density Yuhei as it goes. And we could also have... Can we do this? This would be interesting. Also another one here, but this would look a bit strange, right? Yeah. It would probably look a bit strange. We could do it like that, but I can... Oh yeah, this is actually workable, right? Getting... Just see... Getting 2 extensions here and then those 2 burgages there as well. Perfect. Let's do this. High density blocks over here just beside the church and also my marketplace. A bit of expansion we always need. I would also, yeah, soon like to upgrade then some of those farmers to the next level. However, the tavern supply is now gone again, so this is not something I can do for the moment. Some of those burgages that we have here at the King's Road, I would like to also upgrade a bit. So let's just check it out. Eggs, we have actually quite a bit in. Vegetables might be another thing. So let's have another vegetable garden here. The ones that are a bit further outside. There's a burgage plot. Is there someone living in it? Yes. So let's also get a vegetable garden, right? It's a bit further outside. Some farmers here more likely. And they're also then just growing their own crops as well in the back. In the backyard. Now, meanwhile, my army is in Waldbrand. Still running. Still getting to their rally point. At least the snow is gone now, so yeah, perfect season for some fighting. Early spring it is. Finally coming into their gathering place. There you go. Ready for the battle, though I don't think there's any bandits here, right? So we can just take this bandit camp now. I think the bandit camps have been killed by the Baron, which I don't mind at all. It could always be a surprise attack somewhere, so that's why I took my whole army, but it looks rather good. Right, there it is. And with that, when searching through the enemy belongings, you find a stash of goods. They could be sent to your people who surely need them, though. It is your right to keep it as well. So we can send resources back. I can't see what kind of resources these are. We can also put it to the treasury. Let's actually put it to the treasury. And that was 200 coin for the treasury, leading to 545. I can't imagine what kind of goods we actually need here, right, or would get. We can, however, loot it a second time, this bandit camp. And then let's send the resources as well, just so we see what actually comes. Regional wealth it is, 132, that goes to Sleepy Hollow with that. Alright, if I have to decide between the two of them, I would probably go with the treasury. Any other kind of bandit camp close by that we could still take while we're out there, but I don't see anything here. There's also nothing here, and this one also, there's a bandit camp up there, but that's really far away. So let's actually get my army back. They need to go back to the fields, right? And also, I would like to continue to increase my approval rating. Since we have so much now in, we could actually say no to taxes for a while, getting a bit of more additional growth out of it, because yeah, we need to replenish some of the people that we lost as well. Alright, the next burgages are coming along in the meantime. Perfect. Very good, at least that we have them. No people in yet, but we could already upgrade that because the burgage itself has access to every amenity. Yeah, let's just wait on that before until someone lives in. We can, however, upgrade a few more burgages here. I would like to do this whenever possible, I think, though. There we have still people. Yeah, there's people living in, so let's upgrade them here at the church. Also, right, so that whenever we are closer to the city center, we have higher burgages then available. This one here we can also upgrade, and that's already level 2 again. Perfect. So while all of this is coming along, people are moving in, and also more upgrades are coming along, and I'm waiting for more ale to get into the tavern. This should actually happen now, since we have malt again as well, and ale, there it is also. Since all of this is now working, oh, by the way, also here, let's disband my units again. Yeah, the glorious knight and soldier and fighter and hero back to plowing the fields. That's how it goes. That's the medieval times for you. Now, over here, we have Waldbrand, right? And I want to really settle this one here now. This is going to be a mining colony for us for the moment, because we have the clay and the iron here, and I want to get those riches. Also, there is a new hunting area and lots of berries too. Some stone, but stone is something we don't really need. The moment we get to this other territory, as you can see, we're starting with 0 again. We have the money, so what we can do now is I can go in here and get a settlers camp out, and we can place this settler camp anywhere I want. I want to have it right between those deposits there, and in the middle we have then this new settlement that we can grow here now. So let's build it. We can now decide what kind of area this should be. For the early access version, I think we only have the town available. We could also go a farming village, a forest village, a mining village. I think we start with some of those mines then available right away. And we can also give it some starting supplies since we have the treasury. We could go with 500 coin there as well, some tools, lots of bread. This is not needed though, right? Let's go with modest and region settled. Waldbrand it is. It is also starting as a settlers camp once more at the basic, right? And we're also starting then here right away with some, 5 families once more. Some supplies that left, a hitching post, and tent. So it's basically exactly the same now as we started Sleepy Hollow with. Only that we have Sleepy Hollow still available, and we can trade between the 2 regions and specialize, for example, this smaller town that we have. And let's do this. So what we need to do is, first of all, I want to connect them right away. There's no connection other than this one here, which would be quite long. So we can also make a direct connection, of course, between the 2. This is something I would like to do, so a forest path. We already need to go over there to the mining fields. So let's actually make a road that goes away then from the King's Road here, right? That goes then all the way over to my mining. Through that forest here. Taking a turn. And then probably making a connection somewhere here. Oh, this is not my area, so we need to make it here. Yeah. There you go. And with that, we have made that connection all the way to my settlers camp. Now, there is no bridge, unfortunately, that appears, right? Still, this can be used by travelers, right? So we just need to imagine that there's a bridge asset or some sort. Unfortunately, there's not. And with that out of the way, let's also go ahead. And of course, as this is now my starting village, we also need just all the amenities that any kind of these villages need, right? So once again, we're going to have another road then that goes out here. Over to that forest that we can use, right? And we could also say that this road continues then all the way down here again. For now though, we need to have some basic industry once again set up. So everything basically the same. That is a logging camp. Since we have lots of forest here, I can definitely go ahead and make me a logging camp here. There you go, for some basic production of logs. A firewood cutter for the firewood that we are going to need. We're definitely going to need some berries. So forager hut it is. We are in March, so there's plenty of time to harvest these berries. We don't need this, right? We could also import the food from Sleepy Hollow, but I think this is not smart. Food should be always independent for these regions. So I would like to have a forager hut then somewhere over here, harvesting me those berries. And let's just make that connection over here as well. They should be confident, since now we have a plan, right? Now we know what to do, and it's not like we're fighting for survival anymore. There's always Sleepy Hollow that we can come back to. Let's also move that hitching post a bit further over here, right? Because we will need to transport these logs then as well. Unfortunately, in spring, the weather is always rather crappy. Doesn't matter. We have finished the woodcutter lodge. We can assign a family to this. And we also have built the logging camp and can assign a family to that one as well. So at least those 2 things are working again. Now we're building the forager hut, and then we already have some basic food again and some firewood, right? Of course, we need still a marketplace and also mortgages. While we still build that forager, now we have to manage, of course, 2 provinces, right? It gets a bit more complicated with that because we can't leave Sleepy Hollow alone there for too long. First of all, we have reached 1,000 in the regional wealth. So we're making a good amount of money there with all the exporting. This is actually good because we can afford all the barley then coming in with that. And there's also some ale in. So this should actually also be possible to upgrade. Why not? Still the tavern supply is missing. Should we have... Oh, they're transporting already. Hopefully they're transporting some ale now in. Because holy cow, we need it. I want my ale. And log-wise, it's okay-ish, I guess. So we could also start upgrading those high-density burgage plots that we have. People still continue to move in. We have a very high approval rating now, thanks to the lowered taxes. And there's ale also in again once more. And with that, we can upgrade more. 1, 2, and yeah, we need some more logs. before I can do this. That's at least 2 more on our way to the medium town level. Alright, over here we have finished the forager huts. We can also assign a person to this now, or family, sorry, that gets the rich berry deposits done, right? And we still have 2 unassigned people here that can still do construction. There's also my ox, and this is just some supplies here with stone in, right? And my other storage that we have. There's my pitching post. Actually, where's the livestock? Yeah, it's this one. Perfect. Logs are coming in, the firewood is coming in. Still no food. So rather once again start out with a basic marketplace in the center. And from this we can have then these roads once again going to the main road, for example. By planning ahead this time a bit, because yeah, basically we need of course to do this, and then probably also another road that leads then further into this area, because we of course also need to start with some burgages already here, and a well, of course. Totally forgot about that well. And water we have a bit further away from the center. We could have that well somewhere here along the road.
Come along, lad.
We also need to assign the market place right away, because those families are already complaining that they don't have this, right? So there should be now, there it is, the first souls then also coming up. And with the remaining bit of timber, let's also have some burgages now that we can place here. Unfortunately, these supplies are really in the way, and there's no way for me to move them, right, other than transporting them away. So we would need a storehouse for those stone deposits there. But alright. I don't have enough logs anyway to make this any bigger. Nope, I don't have the logs. Back in Sleepy Hollow, well, approval rating is really exploding there right now. We could, of course, ride on that wave and just take in everybody that comes in, right? High population growth, and still have no money coming in there as well at the same time. This is enough money though for some mercenaries again, just in case. And I'm not also planning to expand to any other territory for now, as it's getting a bit too already quite complicated anyway with a second territory, so this should be fine. The only thing, equipment is missing. We need the spears, really. So that's the iron from Valbrand coming in them. And the polearms as well, right? Archers still want some more recruits. That would be the only limitation that we have for those guys, if the equipment is there. So more people still need to move in here ASAP. And there is also the next tier 3 coming along. So with that, we have 6 out of the 10. And yeah, with the curved roads, the game is not that perfect yet with adding some uniformity. Still looking reasonable. The town center here. And we can see the joiner's shop is the biggest one, so probably producing also the most money for themselves, the richest ones that we have. A bit of ale still in, perfect. And now we are limited again by the planks. Yeah, still might need to work on that. We don't have enough workforce though to add another saw pit for the moment. Everybody's working on the fields now as well. The barley field is already fully prepared. This one's also prepared now and is growing. It's May, perfect. This is fallow, and this is wheat then again for full harvest. Also, we might work on the bread then here, because we're getting really full then on wheat or grain, that is. Let's go back to Valbrand. We have some problems here right now. That's still the homelessness, but that's okay. Was to be expected. I'm expecting some timber to be in now, so that we can finally also afford us then the first burgages then as well. So I guess we could have the first ones then here. Yeah, depending on density, we could go with this layout. We could go with this layout. Or even lower density. Let's actually go with this one, so they all have their gardens as well. That's 10, and that's 5 burgages, so just for all the families that we have in this area. Very important. While the burgages are being built, we can continue already with planning Valbrand. Over here, we have the clay deposit and the iron deposit then. So those 2 families that we have left over after all the construction can work then in these areas here for us, and that's of course what we what we originally wanted. I would start with the mining for iron, because this is more important to me right now, as we do need more weapons, right? And the iron is coming in. It's super expensive to import iron, so producing it ourselves is always the go-to strategy. And with that, we have then also the iron, hopefully coming in. Very good. And the first families move in. Approval rating is though, of course, still a problem then. Once this goes up, we can get new families in. Probably will also need to provide them some churches or a tavern then as well, but we'll just see. And the last one being finished. Very good. And yeah, Waldbrand actually leveled up with this. Also interesting. And what could we provide these guys with? And I have a clear goal here, and that is the deep mining. The deep mining is an upgrade to a normal mine and enables the building to extract resources indefinitely if placed over a rich deposit. Now for Waldbrand, that's exactly the case that we have over here with the clay deposit. So we would then in the future have an indefinite clay deposit available for us. That is just fantastic. We would need to do the same thing for iron, but first I need to get a province like this one here. That would be perfect, Svio, right? This one has a rich iron deposit, so that would be another claim that we can do. Yeah, but for now, this is fine. We still need to add the charcoal burning to this first, before we can then go down here to deep mining. This is the only real goal for Waldbrand, being a mining colony for me, to have this enabled. Alright, very good. The burgages are finished. The log is getting already over there. Yeah, it's a bit of a distance. And travelers already use also the roads that we've built here. It's a very quiet area, right? Lots of forests. Over there we can see the smaller town. And over here we also have then our mining starting. And once again, as you can also see, my town is taking shape on the map. And shortly after we have the mining pit. Let's assign a family to this. Don't forget, that's 3 people once again. Right, Fight Thomas and Catherine, and well, Katerina, and they're going to work this now. Also, regional wealth is actually not getting transferred over, right? So I cannot just use the wealth now from Sleepy Hollow. Would have been nice though, I guess. I mean, for now we can use the last 50 that we have to build us a chicken coop here. And probably also another chicken coop. So you have berries and eggs then. I mean, what else do you need in life? And the first iron ore is now coming in. Just remains a question of how we get the iron ore now to Sleepy Hollow, where we actually need it then. Where already my bloomer is waiting to make the iron slabs out of it. And where my weaponsmiths are waiting to make then weapons out of the iron ingots that we get. So we do need to have a new building for that. And that is the pack station. And the pack station more or less is just a trader. There's the road then, right? So we should probably not have it too far away. I could actually squeeze it in here. There's just a nice location for it, for a pack station in Sleepy Hollow. The same goes for Waldbrand, that also needs a pack station. And we should have this also a bit closer here in the center, even though the iron ore is over there. The reason for that is we're going to have the storage then in this area for Waldbrand. I mean, we could have actually have it then a bit here, a bit further away, right? That would also make sense. So let's have the pack station here. And right next to it, we do have then also a storehouse, because this is actually what you need for, for storing then the goods that you transport in from Sleepy Hollow. There's one family in Waldbrand that can do the job, and we have enough timber, so this should actually just work out. Sleepy Hollow already finished it, but of course we have way more people there. Storehouse is coming along. There you go. Perfect. And the pack station is ready now too. Very nice. Now one thing that we still need is someone working this. We don't have any more construction here as far as I know. That's great. I think the supplies can now get carried over to the storehouse, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So they might just do this. Alright, now they're getting over the firewood. Let's actually assign a person to that. And now we need to choose a barter partner, right? That would be Sleepy Hollow for this pack station. And we want to send over iron ore. There it is. We, however, need something to barter with. So something that actually we get in return. This is a bit tricky because what could we need in return? And actually it is, for now, planks. Honestly, we need it. I don't want to have a plank industry in Waldbrand now too. And we do need planks for church then, for example. So let's actually start with that. And in Sleepy Hollow, where we have at least 20 planks in stock right now, let's also assign a family to this. And we're going to send them planks, right? And we're going to receive... all the way down here? Where's my iron? There it is, iron ore, right? What we can do in Sleepy Hollow is, because we have the money, order a mule. So this would then speed up the trading a bit. Let's do this. Doesn't really cost me anything. And the first one is already then transporting resources now. Also, the Waldbrand family is starting the bartering, so they're already on its way here, getting the iron ore over, so they should be packed with it. They have no mule yet. Might change though once Waldbrand gains a bit of wealth as well. For now though, they're just going to do it like that, getting the iron ore over whenever they have it in stock, and Sleepy Hollow no longer needs to import iron ore from the trading post. We just get it now from the Waldbrand people. There they are. And there it is. Iron ore is now finally in. Very good. The trading has started. Waldbrand, our mining colony, is taking shape. Clay would be the next one. And this is then also an indefinite clay deposit for us for the future as well. First, let's get some planks in as well, right? So it's a lot right now. And even the tools production does require planks from time to time. So in this case here, I still need to have more planks also for, of course, bigger constructions, like increasing the size of my manor to a nice, beautiful castle. And for this, I need to have my own forester area. Right now we have this area here, but it's problematic, right? We're cutting into the berries here and also into the wild animal deposit, into my hunting grounds. And by the way, this is pretty far up here. That would be also a really cool location for a castle. Unfortunately, there is the animals right there, and we totally depend on them for the leather and the meat, so no can do right now. I, however, would like to move my logging industry once more. In this case here, we are growing a bit too quickly over here, right? So I would like to continue also expanding a bit further. And in this case, I need to find a new permanent logging industry, and it's this area here that I've decided for. The thing about that is it's close to the city, right? So we still don't have too much of a walking distance, and also it's an area that I'm certainly not going to settle anytime soon, except for this area just beside the King's Road. So let's make this a crossing here that we already have there, that continues then right into this forest area, right? And in here we're going to make a nice lumber industry out of it. We need to be a bit careful because, as you can see, there is my province borders, so I will not be able to cut trees beyond that. And let's actually make that connection again then here somewhere. And with that, we can now build, I would actually like to go ahead and build me 2 lumber camps, right? That's number 1 priority. Number 1 and number 2. Together with another woodcutter lodge that we can have then as well. Actually, let's have this one then a bit further over here, right? So we're also cutting a bit further into this area here for the woodcutter lodge. And just on this tiny road that we have there, I'm also going ahead with a forester hut because, of course, we have a lot of trees here, but that's not going to last once we've built that. So in this case, that's going to be lots of reforestation as well. And on top of that, to keep transportation times short, because of course we need to deliver the logs to this, I would also like to move my saw pits. We have them right here in the city center. It doesn't really make sense for me to have them here then anymore, because the logs of course need to get over there, right? So I'm going to build me the saw pits right next to the lumberjacks. And in this case here, we could make it so that, wait a second, this is a burgage plot already. It's a bit hard to see the roads there in the forest, right? So if I want to expand behind that burgage plot, which I would like to do, right? Because this is more or less my lumberjack road, right? That we're having, that is then going into my trading post here. So we still have this one here for some basic burgages. And here we have now the forester hut, the woodcutter lodge, definitely also a hitching post that we're going to need that transports all the logs between them, right? I mean, it's super hard to see something. Let's actually go with one logging camp for the moment, because I think we don't need a second one for now. And then I would also like to go ahead and already plan ahead with some of my houses, right? So we can have those houses here with the backyards as well. This is important that we have that space available just in case. And by the way, if I actually increase the density or lower the density, it should be much easier to squeeze it in. We could even have just one here as well. That would be strange. And just beside the hitching post, we're going then with the sawmill, right? So I might make another road here around the hitching post so that we have then enough room here for saw pit number 1, number 2, and number 3. So I would like to go with 3, and we could expand here further, right? So it continues then delivering and then into the city where we need it actually. So this would be my goal. That's a lot of construction right now, and it will, of course, hopefully advance us a bit further there. All right, this on the way. We could lower already here the people in the logging camp and the forester hut. This we can actually get rid of entirely now. And the same, now the woodcutter I still would like to keep, but let's actually take the workforce so we can finish those constructions faster than before. Also for expansion, I wanted to have a few more burgage plots, right? Because we have right now 52 families, right? And 59 space, so we actually have space, but we are growing rather quickly right now. So let's have another. Oh, we could even have 2, but that's not something I'm going to do. 1 should be fine here with a backyard, right? That we can have all the way up here to that street. That should work out. That's working out. Right beside this one. Ready for upgrade. And then we get a whole new area here for another district, another neighborhood, right? Where people can live in. Righto, that's going to be quite some time here. Let's, in the meantime, check my iron ore, iron slab production. So we have 7 iron slab in now. So don't forget, we're importing that from Waldbrand, my mining colony. This one in the meantime is okay. We do have some basic homelessness here. Can't be. We have 5 living space and 5 families here. So everybody's got a home. That is a bit strange. Okay, that was previous. So now they're not homeless anymore. The penalty is gone. So perhaps it stays like this. This would be fantastic. Pack station it is, so they should be busy transporting everything around here, guiding an ox and transporting. By the way, I think we don't need to have this one here active. Yeah, actually we do. There needs to be some offering to that. We could go with tools, but tools is actually something that goes up. We could go with leather and provide them with some clothing, some basic one here too. Something that we can actually, use, like herbs would be fine. Barter, receive herbs. That is actually something we can do. Herbs we have, and herbs is something we don't need in huge quantities. So I can go ahead and make this one actually send herbs to the other location as a barter, right? Because you need to have some exchange. I would love though to not have it like this. I would love to just be able to transport those resources without any bartering. I mean, I don't really see the reason for that. We are lord of both provinces, so we should definitely have a say here of how things are getting transported. But okay, that's just how it goes for now. By the way, that logging camp, we're pretty full on timber. Theoretically, I don't need this anymore. So I could go in and actually also start the clay deposit, right? Because we don't need the lumberjack hut then anymore. And we really just get the clay and the iron out of it. So let's build this one too. Get that clay running, right? So that's going to be quite nice. We need a second pack station for this then, however, to make it worth our while as well. But that's for later. So how's it going here? The ox is getting over the resources. Burgage plot is being built. A whole new industry setting up in the middle of the forest. And in the middle of all of this, the Baron has made another claim. Unfortunately, we cannot negotiate yet with the money that we have, right? That would be fantastic. But right now, we can only resolve the claim on the battlefield. And Zweio is actually something that we really need to fight for, because here we got an indefinite iron deposit, a huge wild animal deposit that we're going to need for any kind of leather production and cloth production, and another berry deposit. This is super important here. And of course, we're going to resolve the claim on the battlefield. And with that, we have a bit of money at hand. Glad I was not spending all of it. And with that, we can raise our units, of course. Enemy's units have been spotted. They're already, holy cow, they're close, right? They're already entering the map here. And we can also see how many there are. Quite a few. So I can already see that this is going to be a bigger battle. Let's just have a look. We will spend our treasury on that. Let's rally my soldiers. Lucky us, we do have quite a few soldiers at this point. And then we can also get us some flock of the crazy geese. Wait a second. Where are they joining? Immen, Reut and Hofstetten. So not in the region where the enemies are already gathered, right? Let's get both of them. We could even get more. If I'm not too crazy about that, but we'll just see. Let's get them over here. ASAP. They should be running. Alright. They're far away. It's going to take a while. On the other side of the map, of course. And there's my other ones. They're actually closer. Very good. Gathering them. This is going to be fun. Right, of course, no construction now for the industry zone, but we are under no pressure here, right? People can still move in. That's all fine. Do we have, by the way, I think actually we could get even more soldiers out there. We have lots of shields, not that many sidearms, but more wobos. So I could get, for now, another archer militia on its way. We could do this, theoretically. No mercenaries, that's bad. He's taking a lot of mercenaries, I think. We just need to wait for any kind of message coming in here. There's also the Brigands for Hire. Alright, that's his guys. Alright, construction actually continues in the meantime. That's great. So the saw pit has been finished over here. I don't know why the saw pit, because the logging camp should actually be finished first. There it is. Also interesting, of course, we have always an ongoing payment. So in 25 days, we need to pay another 135 coin. So actually here, my leftovers I will keep. Not for hiring new mercenaries, but to pay them. If it takes that long, right? But they only have one archer regiment. That shouldn't be such a big deal then. Alright, logging camp has been finished. So we can assign those people now over, right? The ones that we have in this logging camp here. So goodbye. I don't know why they need a stall. A market stall. Interesting. Goodbye. Also the woodcutter lodge we can then delete. Still have some supplies here. And the mold house, of course, as well. Let's finish the other constructions. Where is my mercenaries? Where are my mercenaries? Here. Why are you not moving? Come on. Alright, they stopped moving the moment they entered the map. I need to assign them again. Let's hope that he's not moving, right? But we still have lots of days left. I still don't want to pay this. So I want to get them into the fighting there ASAP. Alright, Forster Hut is still on its way. The woodcutter lodge is finished. Let's actually assign 3 people to that right away. And also get rid of this woodcutter lodge here. Goodbye. No longer needed. Plus we have lots of firewood right now. This is fine. And then the saw pits and the hitching post is already finished. Very good. Let's order an oxen for this one. And we could have a dedicated person just for this one, right? But I would rather save my workforce for the saw pits. Alright, you're on the way now, please. Are you? Yes. Yeah. Also, the saw pits are about to be finished, so I can also get rid of the saw pits now in here. Really didn't make sense, right? You need to have them close to the industry so that transportation times are short. And let's assign the first 2 people here, and this one should be finished. There it is, for another 2 people. So with that we have 2 saw pits, and let's also have a construction log reserve, right? So it means it doesn't go below that in case we're consuming more planks than we need. So let's also keep 10 in reserve all the time. This actually applies to all saw pits right away. Perfect. And then there's the third one. Let's assign another person to this. So we got 3 saw pits now, plus the hitching post, plus the woodcutter lodge, and the forester lodge is on its way now. Okay, my mercenaries are closing in. So I'm actually going to... Oh! The battle begins. I did not enter the territory yet, as far as I can see. Yeah, I would like to station here, because this is the higher ground, obviously. So we're going to have, of course, my archers. All of them, please. In the back here. Spread out as much as possible. And my melees to the front. These guys here. There's unfortunately no cavalry. I would love to flank them at some point. Let's see. Yeah, they're actually pushing. Can we also spread them out in some kind? Missile attack, they watch alpha enemy missiles, chance to avoid the block is doubled. Let's actually do this for now. Missile alert. And I might actually keep those guys here a bit further away, right? They're going to flank the archers, the enemy archers. There they are. Right, let's actually do this. Let's take these units here. We're going to flank those archers over there. They are, however, protected by their own unit. Interesting. Right, then we have these. All the archers are there. That's it, right? Ah, my retinue is still there too. Can keep them. Actually, let's take my retinue to the other side there, because we need to fight both of them. Alright. The battlefield is ready. Everything is sorted. This is a very important battle for us. I don't know why my retinue continues to go up when I order them to go down. And they're also trying to flank us here. And there the first volleys are being fired. Very good. Those archers are isolated. They're not going to have a good time here. They're fleeing again. I have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, these guys are getting slaughtered and already running away. Very nice. And we've also got those guys here. So my melees are actually keeping them at bay rather nicely. I definitely have a bit too many archers, but that's all the mercenaries I could get. Right, of course we're trying to keep them away from my units so we can fire them. They're broken now too. Perfect. We still have those guys here in the back. They should be actually attackable since they're a bit further away. Yeah, my retinue in the meantime has actually arrived here and is destroying them right now. So I think I can use my other units to get back here, help them out. It's looking rather well for now, I think. Right, these guys here are totally under fire right now. They're not attacking either, so we can fire at them. And the next soldiers flee. Actually, they have still a lot of units left. Alright. I'm going to need my other mercenary units here. Come on, get in. Alright, so we are keeping them busy once more, while we can also fire. By the way, what's my retinue doing? Still keeping them busy there, so we don't have to deal with those archers. Yeah, their will is broken too. And now we could actually, I think, fire from the side. Definitely did not have enough melees there to begin with. But it should be fine, really. I might also push them here to the side. These are all my mercenary archers here, right? We can keep them here, definitely. And my own soldiers are here. I need to be careful though. These guys should not be damaged, right? I'm not doing the same mistake again. Very good. So now we can fire from both sides. Unfortunately, those mercenaries were really not the best deal. Now we can actually attack and push forward. Shield wall. They are taking a lot of damage though, right? That's the Baron's retinue. I mean, look at that. We're firing from behind, completely on them. They're completely unprotected. And they're broken. That's that. I think we still have the archers now somewhere out there. I can make it worth your while if you drop all claims. Nah, I don't think so. We're now going to push into these archers here. There's no more melee units, right? So the archers are already coming down. And my retinue is somewhere here, still without damage. Soaking wet, however. They were chasing them all the time. Right, and now we should easily be able to attack them and destroy them. And broken at the first contact. Running away. Cowards they are. And with that we have Zweiau, a new region under our control that is actually also looking really juicy for us, honestly. There is also a bandit camp. 8 more days before we need to pay the mercenaries, so let's actually try and get over there. I would like to use this chance. Time is ticking. I mean, I think there's no bandits here anyway, right? I can use my retinue on this. Let's actually get rid of the mercenaries. I don't like surprises. Let's just watch it out. There you go. Belongs to my treasury. We're taking the coin this time around. And the retinue time 2. Right, and let's get rid of the mercenaries. I really don't need them anymore. And with that also belongs to my treasury. And with that we have 500 coin in the treasury too. That's super nice. Let's get all my soldiers back home. Yeah, we kind of lost like 15 people. That's okay, I think, when considering the battle. The 2 melee units that the mercenaries had were almost completely destroyed, so we used them first. The archers, however, we could have saved probably a few more people there. Now, in the meantime, this industry is not fully working, right? The forester hut is fully engaged, the logging camp is fully engaged, and this should bring in now lots of timber, but also hopefully then all the planks from this area here. There's the socket. Let's actually assign a person to this. Let's order another oxen for this once more, and also assign a person to this hitching post, so it gets a dedicated person for this, and 3 saw pits are now working. Hopefully that's enough planks. We still have a huge demand for it though. You know what, let's actually go ahead and build me a 4th saw pit right away, a bit further over here. We got this whole row then for us. I just love how this saw pit is looking. In the middle of the bushes, the bush somehow didn't disappear. Oh, it's a tree. It's a fallen tree actually, yep. Alright, that's something you need to consider. And looking how my hides and leather is looking, we probably should really settle in this territory right away. We have the coin for this. So without further ado, let's actually settle a new camp. This is really just going to be for hunters, probably berry farms, and of course the mining once more. So we have a direct connection though, that's great. So actually I think here in this little clearing, I would like to have it somewhere over there. And once again, the town, modest it is, region has been settled. Let's immediately get the road just along the forest here to the King's Road. So we have then the connection. Actually, this one here we can get rid of again. Super easy to remove those roads. There you go. Then we have this, and there's also the hunting grounds then that we can have then just here, right? That I would like to have. And in this area we can then make our settlement go. Really just something small. I don't wanna have too many bigger cities there all the time. So in here we can already have then our little marketplace, right? For this town. And then we basically go ahead now once again with a little lumberjack or logging camp that I would like to have then somewhere here. There you go. Also the hunting grounds right away. Probably going to need a lot of workforce just for the hunting grounds. This is a rich wild animal deposit. That means there's always going to be game to hunt, and lots of it too. And then this iron deposit is also juicy. So there's definitely going to be 2 pack stations here that we're going to need for this. Also, we cannot provide the meat for these guys right away. A woodcutter lodge, unfortunately, is something we still need as well. And then basically just some burgage pots, right? So once I have under our control now, 1 more is neutral and 4 are to the Baron, of course. Hildebord he's called, and he's looking not so friendly. I mean, he's never really looked friendly. It has changed even for the worst. Unfortunately, there is a Warsaw price declaration we can do, right? I have no idea what we might get out of this. We could also request refund or funds with some basic influence there. Influence is very hard to come by though, so we're probably going to stick to not doing anything here. And then we also have the bandits, but I really don't care about the bandits. Of course, 500 influence it is. Yeah, more we're not getting in right now. I could, however, do something. I could tax food. Since food is not really a problem, we can actually go in and say tithe now. And with that, let's say actually that percentage of surplus food that is given to the church in return for influence. Let's go with 10%. It does not affect my approval rating. And with that, we do get some influence out of surplus food per month. Let's just see how it turns out. And if we're totally starving, then I will probably have to tone it down again. Now, that's only one of the things that we have, right? The tithe now, finally. We also have a nice logging industry over here now, finally working on lumberjack industry, which is already yielding results. We have 70 planks within the course of 1 month. So it might actually be too much. We'll just see how it turns out then. We are going to need that timber and that planks, however, for more upgrades. And there you go, burgage pot level 3. I would like to go ahead with this. We shouldn't forget though that level 3 has higher demands than level 2, right? So they want to have a steady supply of tavern. We have around 29 ale in though, so I think we're fine on this case. In this case here, also food variety is super important, right? And also of course the church level, but that is something we have anyway. I do need only 3 more to level 3, so that's already it. Let's start with the upgrading of those. Let's actually have 1 more, right? They're paying also nice taxes for us. That we can use for more imports. I think also these guys here, do we have level 2? Yeah, these could also then be upgraded. We need more roof tiles, and for this, yeah, we do need more clay, and clay is a nice keyword because right over here we also have that rich clay deposit in Valdebrand, right? And I would like to use this, so we don't need the logging industry here anymore, and we just use this family here now that we have to finish that mining pit over there, and then we're going to have the second clay deposit filled. Now, of course, we could continue with the expansion. We have a nice approval rating in Waldbrand. That means people would actually move over there. And yeah, while we have that unassigned family, let's go ahead and do this. Let's build at least, I don't know.
Berries, bursting with flavor. Fit for a king.
This is looking a bit strange, isn't it? It might actually work though, but no, this is looking too nasty. Let's go ahead with a smaller one. Oh, Zweier also has increased its settlement already. That was quick. Let's actually go ahead and also have these guys here. I would like to have some backyard though. 4, let's make it 3, right? Expanding here. This is going to be a lot of construction anyway. And in Zweier, yeah, we have finished the 5th burgage pot now. So we now have to manage 3 settlements, as if life isn't easy enough. And in Zweier, we are not really profiting from the big game yet because only 1 hunter has been assigned to this. But we will, of course, fix this soon. Also, I might consider using some of those hides to make ladder, to improve the approval rating. And let's actually go ahead and do this as well. We have the timber. So, tannery, there it is. Let's have it somewhere over here. Right, in the industry zone. And with that, these people will have then some leather that they can also use. This will push the approval rating up. And with that, we will then also see some basic growth here as well that I would like to have. Not massive growth, some basic growth that I would like to have, right? So let's have these guys here so that I can actually staff everything I need. That is like the berry bushes as well, and more leather and more meat. And also the hitching posts, of course, which require workforce. And with the next upgrade, Sleepy Hollow has been increased to the next settlement town, which is a medium town now. And yeah, the next upgrade is then the large town with 5 more burgage plots. With that, we get another bonus out of it again that we can use for an orchard, for example. We could also go into the heavy smithing, right? Wax would be nice, I guess. I mean, so many nice things we can go. Trade logistics lead to better deals, but money is not really an issue. So I'd probably not go with this. Fertilization for the fields sounds interesting. And bakery extension with twice the efficiency, even though I think this is not super needed right now. So that's that. But the keyword farming, yeah, farming is going to play a vital role now, because with so many people, we are consuming a lot of food, and we always need to make sure that we have different kinds of food available. One thing to tackle this, the burgages out here, we just will have more different food, so vegetable gardens and chicken coops. That probably also applies for these guys here that don't have that yet. Or, wait a second. I mean, oh yeah, we are closing in on the living space limit already, so we need to be careful there. Let's actually have another chicken coop here, and you will have another vegetable garden, right? Let's hope that not all trees vanish. Perfect. Some trees still persist. Lovely, so that we don't have only buildings everywhere. I love how the game handles trees, by the way. You know, we're not chopping down every tree just because we're building something there. So this is something I like a lot. Holy cow, we're swimming in planks. That's beautiful to see. We might actually go ahead and upgrade the remaining 4 more we need, right? And then we could already have fun there again. Roof tiles it is, though. That's what I need. Iron is in quite a bit, and we're consuming that, hopefully. Pole arms we have 13 in, very nice. So with that we can actually grow my pole arm army again. There it is, the militia. These are very important, these guys. I'm also going to assign my second blacksmith that I have in town not to produce tools anymore. I mean, it's nice for the money because tools can be sold. I have no idea what else they do. Nothing, I think, right now. So we can actually change this around to having spears or sidearms for a basic militia, or spears for the soldiers. Let's go with the spears, right? Because the large shields we're having anyway. So with that we can have then the other type, the tank unit, available. Not the militia. I would actually like to get rid of them and introduce again the spear militia. There it is, right? So that we have 3 types of soldiers available there to us. And that's the next blacksmith then doing here, producing now the spears. One is producing then the pole arms. We have the joiner for the heavy shields, and we have the fletcher for the bows, right? So this should all be fine now. And yep, next up, I was looking in Zweier in the meantime. We have grown here a bit. The woodcutter needs now, oh no, is actually already cutting. The hunting camp is doing fine. The tannery is being built. Yeah, it takes some time, right? It's a lot of construction for these guys. This takes time. And we can also check Waldbrand again. Should have finished this one now. It has, perfect. And we have living space available, perfect. Let's wait for one more to be finished. There it is, right? And we can now assign the next person here to the mining pit, the last one. So all 5 families are now busy with what they need to do. However, once someone moves in, we can then turn it immediately into construction. I think we will still also need, for a bit of basic boosting of approval, I don't know, berries, eggs, we have the food variety. You should be happy about that. The clothing stall would be nice, of course. But then again, I don't have enough leather. I could, however, give them shoes, which is what I'm doing already. The hitching post, I've actually changed it to shoes for iron ore, because we have lots of shoes in Sleepy Hollow. This actually led us to having now 44 shoes in Waldbrand. The problem is we don't have a shoemaker here, right? So we have no one that actually sells it on the market. So we do need to have a shoemaker, which in return needs a plot level 2. Tricky, right? Because I don't want to have these industries working here, let's switch it now that we have enough shoes to planks. Because with that we can get the planks up in Waldbrand, since we have lots of planks now in Sleepy Hollow. And with that we can build a church, and then we have actually another requirement for leveling those guys up, right? And let's just see, barter sent. It's not shoes, it's the planks. There you go. And with that we have another good getting over there to Waldbrand. I mean, we do need a second hitching post anyway soon, pack station, for the next good. Right, Swire is actually growing quite nicely. So we have the burgage is now finished. Now the tannery. Of course, this area has the advantage of this very rich wild animal deposit there. Look at that, it's still full, right? It's still 40 of 40. The regrowth rate is insane from it as well. So Zweiau actually has everything it needs to also become a big town, if it comes to that. Tannery has been finished, let's assign someone to that. This will boost approval rating once more. And that last person can actually start with building a pack station here too. And where should we have it? Probably over here. There you go, right? Starting with that. And the thing is, Sleepy Hollow will need a lot of pack stations now that I think about it. So we could use this crossroad here to just have more pack stations than here, right? Let's start with another one that is again going to Zweiau for the meat that we're going to need out of that. But we're also going to need it for leather and stuff like that. And lo and behold, Waldbrand is also growing. A family moved in here. With that, we have now a bit of workforce available again that I'll probably use for another pack station. Or what we actually should be doing is I should do some hunting here too to get the leather done, right? Without that, we're capped, unfortunately. So let's go in and yeah, get us a hunting camp right here beside the forager. With that, we can hunt those animals and get the leather in, and then we would have everything. Yep, we have also the planks now in, so actually we can build the church in this region right away. We have the space. Let's not snap it, please. I would like to use as much as that as possible here, looking towards that market area. It's going to be quite the construction there. It's going to be fine. There's still those supplies here, 20 stone. We're using them now anyway for that church. Very good. And here, one more family we have available. Approval rating should be higher now that the clothing is coming in. There you go. And the pack station has been finished. And since we have lots of meat over here, let's just see, leather. Yep, the leather is what we are going to trade most likely. Another winter is coming. That's okay. Let's build us another hitching pack station here too. Can I do this? Let's snap. There you go. Right beside the other one. Lots of constructions. In the meantime, let's just check out Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, we have lots of iron in right now. Also 26 iron ore still that we can process. So in this case, let's actually go in and change the pack station here. Let's send not iron ore anymore, but rather send clay over, right? This is something we're going to need in high demand. And also we get 35 clay already now in, so this is fine. We have lots of planks in at this point too, so I might actually switch this to something else then soon. Interesting enough, this wild animal depositor is actually growing past its limit to 41, even though we're already slaughtering quite a few animals there. I love those rich deposits. Now the iron deposit in Spire is the one that we're going to need, so that's actually why we don't need this iron deposit here anymore. Also we are depleting it, right? So Waldbrand from now on really is all about the clay that we deliver then over to Sleepy Hollow. There it is. Do we have some clay in already? Yes, one clay is in already. How very nice. And hopefully we're going to make more roof tiles now, because we're going to need lots of them for the future. Let's go in and also build us that mining pit here right away. We have actually 2 unassigned families right now in Zweiau that can do the trick. So this is all about meat, leather and iron production, right? This colony that we have, or settlement that we have. And for this I might also go then into charcoal burning, because this gives me also then the deep mining, very important, so that we have then an infinite mine out of the mining pit. Ah, very good. In Waldau, in Waldbrand in the meantime, the church has been finished. So boy, those people should be really happy now, please, about their life. Just in general, right? Approval rating I'm expecting to be really high now, so that we can grow a bit further, as also this settlement here is growing. The second pack station is finished. This one here is still getting now the clay over for planks. We might actually take firewood in and stop the firewood production. That would probably be a bit better overall. I'm looking for something that I can consume for my people without having to need a market stall or anything like that. Alright, we got the workforce in. Hunting camp, please finish this one too. There it is. Let's also assign a person to this, so we can start with the leather production here then too. And for this we still need also a tannery. Let's have this tannery. It's smelly, right? Let's have it somewhere over here, between hunting camp and marketplace. Alright, Waldbrand is on a good way, right? Also here the mining pit has been finished. It's so fast and we are also growing nicely. Let's assign a person to that right away. And this pack station here gets a person now. And here we're going to trade now with Sleepy Hollow. And we're sending them all the iron that we find here. And we receive, as always, that's the tricky thing. Yeah, some planks, some herb. Yeah, weapons we don't need, because we always have Sleepy Hollow as protection. So that's not something I need really. We could also go for firewood once more, since we have lots of that. Difficult, honestly. I have no idea what these colonies should receive. This one doesn't need anything, but we need to have something. So I could say, for example, go with, yeah, planks also for now. Right, so we can build a church here too at some point. With Sleepy Hollow. And there we have then the pack station too, that is then trading with them. Also, I think actually now that I think about it, I don't think we need 2 pack stations though, right? One is enough. I don't need to have that much trading between them. It's a bit too much. Oh, bandit camp was sighted. Yeah, not in my territory. I don't mind one bit right now. And Sleepy Hollow. Oh, this is Waldbrand still. Yeah, we're swimming in planks, just as expected, really. Also in firewood. So I could get the firewood over actually to the other colonies for the bartering, right? That would be better, I think. Clay is coming in. We should have some roof tiles again, because I do have my clay furnace. Ah! We need to have someone working here, of course. Let's activate the clay furnace again. It's been a while. Awakening it from the slumber. And we are closing in on the cap already, so I need to build also more burgages again in Sleepy Hollow. And this is of course that area that I would like to fill now. Let's just see how many we could fill in here. A lot. Do we need that high density? I don't think so. Let's go ahead with 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. Another thing about it, yes, we don't need 2 pack stations, of course, either way. So I don't need this pack station here, right, for the iron ore. I can just assign this person here to more slaughtering, for example, and also more mining, right? Let's do this. And in Sleepy Hollow, where I do have a lot of workforce, we can go in and actually say this one is already trading now with Waldbrand. And this one here is then trading with Zweier. And here we're going to send them, yeah, we're going to send them firewood, honestly. And we're going to receive the iron in return. Assign someone, and let's also order a mule for this, so we can speed up the trading between the 2 regions. And here we have now the iron, quite a lot of it then too. The pack station doesn't need anyone, and we theoretically also don't need that woodcutter here, because let's face it, we get the firewood then from Sleepy Hollow. Actually, we do need to have it activated. Now this is a bit strange. No one is going to build me a market stall, right? We need the market stall still to work, so I need to keep that firewood still active. And what we still need here too is a storehouse, of course, because we need to store all these resources we're trading with somewhere. Might try and get some eggs from Sleepy Hollow, because eggs don't need a market stall as far as I know. They're just being consumed by the villagers. So this might actually work then in our favor. Yeah, also Waldbrand is growing super nicely to 7 right now already. So we're having the tannery now stored, and they're getting their cloth demand fulfilled. And the approval rating in Zweier in the meantime is also high. 6 families we have in here right now. And the storehouse is being finished then as well. Perfect. Perfect. And in Sleepy Hollow, the roof tiles are coming in finally once more. Thanks to having the clay coming in from Zweier. And just look at how the marketplace is growing. Another stall coming up. And then we still have a bit of room over here that we're going to need, of course. Now, can I upgrade more? Yes, we can. Perfect. We have the roof tiles for another upgrade right here in the center. This will then lead to a burgage plot. 12 out of 15. And since the approval rating in Sleepy Hollow is so high, I might also go in and increase my taxation again for these guys. Getting some money out of that. I might actually go with 2 of that. Projected loss is 16. That should still give me a high enough approval rating. And as we can see also, influence is growing, even though just slightly, right? Since we're taxing some food now too. And since there's more people moving in over here, let's also go ahead with some chicken coops again. Always looking forward to more eggs and also vegetables. Now, here's the thing. If you assign someone to a storehouse, these people that work in the storehouse actually can have a market stall. That means if I, for example, export the firewood to the other region and assign someone to a storehouse there, they will then open up a market stall. So we don't need to have a firewood collector after all. It's enough to have a storehouse person, right? So for example, in Zweier, I'm going to have the storehouse person now for the firewood then. And we don't need to have that woodcutter lodge anymore, right? Since they're working now here and then also selling the goods from the storehouse. Very nice. This actually changes a few things for me. So with that, we have it in Zweier. Also exporting the firewood over is feasible then, right? It doesn't lead to a surplus, to a huge surplus that is. And here we have the axe. The axe, however, are not being stored in the storehouse. Let's assign someone here to that for the firewood. Right? The planks we don't need. The shoes is actually another thing, right? That we have now. So I can actually assign 2 people to the storehouse in Waldbrand. And then we're going to have a market stall now for the shoes there as well. Oh. Enemy units have been spotted. In my territory, in Sleepy Hollow. There are outlaws coming in. Hello there. I would like to use my units for a while, for a change. Oh, it's a lot. There is a lot of outlaws coming in right now into Sleepy Hollow. Holy moly. Alright, we're under attack it seems. They're coming right for me. All my units would be ready though. And I think we could even have a second archer unit at this point. Yep, already 28 right away. I mean, we do need them, right? Interesting stuff. There they are. Let's rally my troops. That's a huge surprise. And we rally them. They're coming in from the forests. This is not making things easy. We could have the stand here somewhere. We could have it at the manor house. Let's do it here. The rallying, right? It's going to take a while now for rallying all of this. But these people are eager to fight for what they have earned so far already. Protecting their home is what we do. Enemy's units are still closing in. We don't need to hire anyone, even though we got 700 on the treasury. We're getting a lot of taxes in since we have so many people, right? Yeah, there they are. We might actually make a stand here. It's not ideal, but it's better than having them burn everything. Plus they are pretty weak, I think, by the look of it. There you go. Get the archers behind. Get the second archer units over here so we can actually fire from the side as well. And my retinue is protecting those archers. There it is. Fighting already starts. Must have a good eye. Yeah, taking heavy losses already there, those bandits. Nice surprise there is, though. There's the attack. There's also my retinue in the way. The first is already destroyed almost. There you go. Getting some influence out of that too. I love it. We're closing in on the 1,000 influence. Next one destroyed. Next one, perfect. And there's just these guys here in the bushes. Also getting shot at from the archers. Down they are. Is there any more coming in? We have 2,000 influence with that. What? How is this possible? We did get 1,000 influence out of this bandit attack? Seems like it. Let's disband my units. We didn't lose really anything, right? Like 3 people we lost to this. That's absolutely fine. And just look at also how stable everything is, right? How fluent. It's actually not looking so bad. Vegetables are coming in again. Now it's March, right? Eggs are still in. Honey production starts to go up again. And the berry production. Meat is low and we still don't have any bread. So I would like to continue with that right away. And one of the things is we have now Zweiau, of course, where we have the hunting camp, right? And the hunting camp is already producing more than we need. So we have the meat now over here. And I would like to continue now. We are having the pack station here, the one in Sleepy Hollow already gets the iron ore, and the pack station here could now deliver then the meat, for example. And we receive, yeah, what exactly do we receive? What could I do? In the storehouse, leather, for example, I can actually get in. The problem though is we produce the leather here, so I need to have something else. We are producing shoes though in Sleepy Hollow, so I can get the shoes over for a nice barter value, that is. And let's assign a person to that is now transporting those resources right away, getting the meat over, right? Unfortunately, we can only have one type of good for every pack station. That means we're going to need quite a few pack stations down the road if I start with more extensive trading them. Alright, meat it is. And yeah, the pack station in Sleepy Hollow right over here is getting then from Zweiau the ore for firewood, right? So that should also work then its magic. Now, next up on the list is the problem with the food. Actually, we have roof tiles. If we can, let's level up like 1 and 2 more, right? And with that, we are then closing in on the large town status. While we are processing that, right? So there's 2 more upgrades coming in over here right away. We can now start with the food production for bread. And that is actually super important. Now we have the farmhouse. And the farmhouse is already producing for my granary. As we can see, there is 168 grain in already, which is a lot. I would actually like to build a bigger granary closer to the farmhouse, right? So over here we have the malt house, and here we also have then a granary. That is its center right across the manor house, protection incoming, or we have it right here next to the farmhouse. This makes more sense to me. So let's have this one here. We can actually just for now also go ahead and have, since with the oxen we're doing quite a bit anyway. Yeah, there's some barley here, there's definitely some grain here. Let's go ahead and make us also another field, but only up to this point here something, right? So that we still have this area now available for what we need for the next food production actually. And that is the, whoops, where is it? Where it is, there it is, my windmill. It's actually a pretty big building. Let's have it right next to the field, right? Efficiency is up with that because we are having that bonus here. Works more efficiently on empty land, unobstructed by buildings or trees. Pretty much in the open here, right? Where we have then our farmland as well. And right next to this, we have then the communal oven. And this one here is producing bread then. And yeah, we can have up to 2 here, or even 3, or even 4 if I need to, whatever the cost. Let's build all of this. It's going to cost me a while again. And we're going to make an upgraded granary out of this one here then as well right away. A big one. And this one here we're getting rid of. So we have that space available again for perhaps some higher density housing or whatnot. We'll just see. Next houses are coming along. The next upgrades, that is. As it should be. Taxation takes a bit hit now, but we're still in a high population growth with that. And we have, by the way, past 200 people now living here. And every single one of them simulated, loving that as well. They're all really doing their daily jobs, right? Fantastic. Let's also check my shoes. We're still having so many shoes, it's incredible. With the beer, it's a bit different though. 4 malt we have. We're having the 22 barley still left. That new field that we just finished. Let's start with the barley. Then we're having a wheat, and then we have also now flax. Because with flax we can have linen, and that's a whole new industry that we haven't even touched yet. So let's also just check this out. There's the flax already here in the rotation. Do we have flax in by any chance? No, flax is not in yet, right? But that's something I'm going to work on now as well. We don't need to have it fallow, of course, right? We can also just have something else, because the crop rotation already increases fertility on these fields. Meanwhile, this construction is finished. We can go ahead. I would like to have another level 3 here. And then we need only one more. Yeah, I need roof tiles again. Clay, roof tiles. 7 roof tiles it is right now. Requires refueling. And they're transporting new resources in already. Should be really fine. Very good. I mean, the mold tiles, alright. There's now the granary coming along. Very good. And we're also immediately going to upgrade that granary to a large granary. Doesn't really cost that much. And there's also the windmill. And as you can see, this is probably going to be the tallest building in town. As it should be. There it is. And let's also assign someone to that right away. Starting with this, perfect. And then we have the oven right next to it for the flour production, for the flour processing to bread. Yeah, the granary, malt house. Let's actually have 2 people in this one here right away and 2 people in this one here. I really want to push that bread production now. Also, those fields are getting plowed really quickly. Loving the details there as well. Thanks to our invention, right? Just 1 person is required to plow 1 full field that quickly. Ah, can you smell it? There it is, fresh bread. Having it in. Processing it finally, and with that we have another type of food. That's actually really important. With that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 types of food, and I haven't even touched the apples yet. That might also be something for delicious meals. And yeah, there's the flour. I think we're not going to need 2 people working in that. We'll just see, right? I think this one is producing way more flour than 1 fully staffed oven, but we'll just see how it then turns out. Alright, the granary is still on its way, taking a bit of time, of course. Lots of resources are required for this. And there's also the last plank now. Construction completed of a large granary. Doesn't really look like something too different there. But at least it's having a lot of storage now. And yeah, let's also assign at least 1 person to that right away. They will then also open up the markets depending on what kind of goods they have in. And of course, primarily it's going to be bread then right away. And yeah, that's the oven here. And as we can see, bread is coming in. And with that also, finally my food supplies are going up again. Very much required. And boy, do we have a lot of grain still that we need to process. By the way, this granary here now, I might actually delete now. The resources, of course, are still there, right? There they are. supplies, and they're getting transported over now to the other one. Might actually assign a second person to this so we can speed the whole transportation up. Yeah, and since those fields are not enough yet, and I would like to continue with my expansion, we can still go ahead and also assign more farming area up here where we no longer have the forest area now working for us, right? And important for me would be flax now too. So we have a bit of flax up here and here too. And emmer, that's also a green area for it. And barley, unfortunately barley is never really anywhere, or isn't good anywhere really. This area here perhaps still a bit. So we might go for another field than here that is really focused on barley. Strangely enough, now we can just, yeah, go beside the King's Road again, no problem. And then we can go ahead with another bigger field here along this road. All the way, wait a second. Probably going to make it attached to this. It's really going to be a big field here. Into the mountain area then. That we have as well, just around the farmhouse. And here we can then say, oh yeah, flax is good for this one, right? And we're also going to say barley and fallow. And for this one here, we're going to say, yeah, all three crops again in different seasons. Can't wait then for the first flax to also come in. It's actually going to happen this year already. Bread is coming in higher quantities still. That's great to see. Let's actually assign a third person to the granary for now. 2 people working the windmill. Assign a third person to the bakery. Since flour is really going up steeply, just as expecting, right? This windmill probably can support up to 3 ovens when it's fully staffed.
Step right up and set.
Yeah, rooftop tiles we have plenty right now in again, 12 it is. I think that's still not enough clay really getting over there, but we'll just see. And yeah, let's upgrade the next one to level 3, and that's the last one. And with that we reach large town city status, or large town status already. Settlement status, we should say. And these tiny spots here that we have in between, I would like to also fill in some of them with more burgages. Reason for that is, yeah, density. In this case, I would like to increase a bit. It makes sense to me at some point now to increase the density in the city itself, right? Because that's basically how cities work. And over here we have that pack station behind the stable. Behind it, we might actually be able to squeeze one in. We are. It's not looking good though. We might move this one. Oh, we could have. Nah. Yeah, we could have one here, but that would look really strange. So instead, I would like to move the small stable over to this area there, most likely. Right. Behind it. Or, yeah, beside the church. Because these are the empty spots that we have there that we can fill in with that as well. And with that, we have this space here available that I would like to use then for another burgage plot. 2 indeed. And this is actually a monumentous occasion. There it is. Settlement level increased for Sleepy Hollow once more. And with that, we have the large town settlement achieved, which is the highest level we can go in the early access right now. Right, so that's the maximum settlement level. And with this, we get another development point, the last one for now. So we need to really spend these last 2 very carefully wherever we want to have them then. So I'm not going to decide this now. I think we might actually go for the orchardry and then irrigation. Dramatically lowers the amount of damage caused by droughts, or also the rye cultivation unlocks the rye crop for the field and can be processed into flour. It's more resilient and therefore can be grown in places with lower fertility. Might increase our bread production even further. Yeah, lots and lots of new construction continues. More burgage plots here. We can upgrade them right away if we want to. Also, I'm going to upgrade these here and this one here too. Workforce-wise, we are closing in on our cap again. Might need to consider more plots than again somewhere else, right? So more expansion for the houses. I guess here we still have a bit of room that I would like to use. Not enough goods. Oh, we're actually not having that much timber left with all the upgrades. That's fine. Then we just need to wait on that. Food-wise, 56 bread in. This is really pushing us right now. And we still have plenty of flour left, right? So I think food is not going to play a role for a while. Also, my armies, we are not lacking equipment right now. We have plenty of large shields, spears, warbows, and pole arms. What's actually lacking is, yeah, recruits for a moment. So these guys here all have missing recruits. Doesn't matter though, we have 2 archers, the pole arm. I would like to get another spear militia on its way. We can still do this. And another archer unit then as well. Oh! Is this the cap? Yeah, I think we have reached the cap then of what we can hold ourselves. We'll just see. We need a lot of recruits still for a full-fledged army. Ah, this is also beautiful. The flax fields are growing, and I also love the details here. It's not growing everywhere, right? Because obviously it's not there yet. So in this case here, in 10 days with the harvest, the yield is probably not going to be super high there. But at least for now, we're growing something, and you can see this here as well, visualized on the fields. Very nice details overall. And with that, I think we have 2 fields of flax coming in. Or is it only 1 for the moment? No, it's only 1 for the moment. There's lots of barley coming in here, lots of barley here too, that's going to be needed. And then, yeah, the first flax harvest at least. I may also consider now upgrading two burgage pots in Waldbrand. We can do this. So let's upgrade 1. For this one we need actually some more logs. Alright, we have plenty of people there right now. Because with that we can go then finally into also the deep mining. And the same thing we can do then also for Spire over here, where we still need to upgrade a bit more. So they need some more requirements, of course. The planks are coming in now. I've changed it again, right? The thing is though that the storehouse is full. So actually let's have our own sawmill here, saw pit, right? Because this just speeds things up in general. A bit of stone I still need to get over. We have 20 stone already, that's fine. So a bit of construction here. And actually all the meat is getting over to Sleepy Hollow right now, right? Where we always have meat in stock, whereas in Zweier there is no meat in stock, even though we have the hunting camp here working with 2 hunters, and yeah, the game not going down somehow, right? So they're really schooly pooping around a lot, these deer. And with that, might actually think about a second hunting camp already, just because we need that amount of meat, right? Let's actually do it now. Bio is still growing there, right? We have a nice approval rating. I need, yeah, a few more burgages. I hope we have the timber. There it is. Perfect. Let's go ahead with 3 more actually. And there's also our saw pit. And yeah, let's assign 1 family to that right away. 1 continues with the construction. Meanwhile, in Waldbrand, we can now upgrade the second pot. This is the one already. Yeah, let's actually reassign 1 again to construction. And with that, we have then 2 level 2s. I'm probably not going higher than this because we will definitely face some penalty again, thanks to, yeah, for example, entertainment lag and stuff like that. They're getting just more demanding. Beautiful location they have here, by the way. Those people. A very nice distance that they can see into the mountains over there. And poof, there it is. Waldbrand has leveled up. And with that, we have the deep mining now that I would like to go ahead with. And this also makes it possible now to use that clay pit over here to have some deep mining. Oh, we need regional wealth. All right, 50 coin. Not a big deal. We can build a trading post here and actually sell off the access that we're getting from Sleepy Hollow, for example. So let's have the trading post, not the storehouse, the trading post. Oh, that's too big for this area. We could also squeeze it in here. I would like to do this. And with that, only 4 logs. With that workforce we have, we can sell off the surplus and build us this upgrade. And there it is. Let's assign someone to this and let's start the trading. I do have a lot of planks. Yeah, we're importing them actually from Sleepy Hollow, so I could export them now to a minimum stock of, let's say, 50. That's still too much anyway, and we can make quite a lot of dent out of this. Perfect. So I'm just waiting now for a trader to pass by. Should be actually happening. Can I open up a trade post here? Yeah, that would cost me 2. We are generating some regional wealth now, so thanks to the level 2 burgage plots, but it's definitely not enough. And by the way, there's a 100% approval rating right now in Waldbrand. These people are absolutely euphoric. Glad to see. And there it is, already selling it. Perfect. And once again, and with this we're closing in now on the 50. There it is. That was quick. And with that we can also activate now the deep mine in Waldbrand. Looking forward to this. And there's the last one. And with that we have completed a deep mine. Going in now all the way, deep into that. And with this, we have now an infinite source of clay available that we can always export to Sleepy Hollow for the ultimate access of roof tiles. Yay! Yeah, taxation definitely is a bit too high. We are closing in on 3,000 on the treasury, so I'm probably going to lower this again. People really don't like that much taxation. We have, however, a lot of food surplus now, so I might increase my taxation of food with the tithe to 20, because influence still is pretty important to me, right? And with that, I'm getting more food out of that, or more taxes out of that. I think we've also now consumed all the grain that we've ever had in. Yeah, no more grain, right? And 113 barley, that was a nice harvest. That's a lot of ale coming in, so I might actually consider staffing someone else to my malt house. There it is, right? We have plenty of workforce in Sleepy Hollow. There it is, also wheat, barley, and the fields are already ready for the next harvest. I would like to wait for one more harvest on the flax, right? Since there was not a lot of flax coming in. And then we can actually start with our whole linen production. And of course, also I would like to start with the castle. Before we do that, we have the timber. I would like to continue, since we are closing in once again on the cap, to have some more burgages, just to increase the size of Sleepy Hollow there significantly, right? So we have this whole area that I can actually go crazy with for some more density blocks. A whole new expansion. And of course, some cosmetics like another shrine right here where the road is splitting apart. And where could we expand further? There's also lots of space still here, just beside the manor. This makes also sense to me to have some more plots than here as well. And let's lower the density once, right? Actually, no, let's have them only up to this point here, because I would like to have them facing the manor house, not looking away from it, right? Makes more sense to me. And then we can actually still squeeze in 2 with a bigger garden than in the background. This makes more sense to me. And then we can actually have another road here, or we're closing in another manor plot, another burgage plot next to this one. And I would also like to keep expanding a bit further in this area behind the manor house. We have the hunting camp and the tannery right now. Both of them I can easily move further outside. So the hunting camp and the tannery, I would like to... Oh, you cannot move the tannery. That's interesting. So we're going to delete it altogether. And I would like to have that new industry then popping up somewhere here beside my hunting camp, and also on its way to the storehouse. And this actually makes more room here than available again that we have. Let's remove this road, right? Just beside those guys there. There you go. And then we can have a whole bunch of new burgages then here as well, behind the manor house, like this, for example. So plenty of room for city development, right? Sleepy Hollow continues to grow. A castle continued with a dedicated forestry area over here that is now producing a lot of planks and timber for us. Sorry, here we are. On the other hand, we have a better farming area now huge at this point, probably way too much for my little town, but that's that. And what I would like to do in addition to all of this is now increasing the size of my manor house. Where is it actually? Yeah, well, behind those trees. If you remember, we had a forager area here, and it was actually planting trees here. Right in my manor house. This is not good, of course, especially also for defense purposes. So we can go in and yeah, we're going to need several steps to do this, right? So I would like to start with having a tax office. This is something we can do, probably somewhere here. And this is increasing then, as you might see then. Yeah, poof, my work area or my area for this. Actually, let's have it here for the moment, right? So it's a bit further outside, so that we can actually... Oh, wait a second, let's get rid of it again and have it something like that, because I would really like to get this whole area in. There you go, right? On the other side, we can only build it once, which is a shame. It's cosmetic only, so I would like to have had it at least a bit symmetrical, but okay, that's that. We have the outer towers, right? So these are the ones that are a bit further outside. Unfortunately, also, once again, I would need to build a tower first to increase the range. So let's actually start with the wall, or we have the garrison tower still, but this I actually do require something. We can have the garrison tower over here somewhere to once again also increase the range of it, right? So we're going to need a couple of them anyway, so I would like to have one actually here, right? And a second one of the outer towers here. So these are my defense towers that we have on both sides, and to be completely symmetrical, we would need to have them on the other side as well. But as you can see, we're already lacking the log because you need a ridiculously high amount of stuff for this. So we can only do this step by step, and we can always just, you know, manually then adjust it. For now, let's actually start with the wall and the tax office, since this is actually something I think we should be able to provide. Right, so if I go all the way up then here, but that's also a lot of planks already. Holy moly. Right, if I want to build it like that, 64 planks, yeah, well, why not? We can do this after all. Now, after a bit of waiting, we have the resources available. Thanks to my swap, it's now working really well. And the cool thing is the game does not reset my castle planner. And in this case here, we can now build it. However, only 2 towers for now, and we're going to expand them to 4 towers on each respectively. We could also have then the garrison tower here and here, right? Or a big one then here in the back. For now though, we need to look at the resources already. They're tremendous, the cost that is. And this is going to deplete all my building material storage now. And once we have replenished it, we can always move things around within, right? And the game then just adjusts it. This is actually a feature I like quite a bit. So let's build this one. It's going to take a while anyway. Meanwhile, in the city, what I've noticed is that we have lots of malt, but not enough ale. So, well, the malt production is fine, also barley, lots of that in. We don't have enough breweries, most likely, to actually get the trick. And for that, let's continue then with another, oh yeah, alright, plank cities. Most of my planks are now being reserved by this construction here. So we really need to wait it out. I'm also building another logging camp once more, because I need to get rid of these trees here, and there's no tool for that other than logging camps. Right, so there we have them. And now I can actually go in and say work area to this one, and they will hopefully chop down everything in sight. Yeah, it's cold again. It doesn't matter for us. We have lots of firewood at the moment. Even exporting it to the other villages is still fine, so I'm not worried one bit. And what I'm worried about, yeah, living space is actually fine. We can, however, still continue also with that. And while I'm also doing some more upgrades here, right? Perhaps we lower the... There it is, yeah, losing my logs there. I would also need to go ahead with a few more wells. Don't forget, we had just some fire, right? And wells just are fantastic for this. So we should have a couple of them, like one over here. And I would also like to go and have another one, probably somewhere here, a bit more in the center, just beside those burgages there. And beside the church. It's an ideal decoration asset there as well that we can use from time to time. We're very limited with decoration, so the well and the shrine are a few things that we can actually use from time to time, right? So that we also fill in those empty spots from time to time, like this one here as well. The game actually adds some roads then to that as well. Alright, shrine. The well has been finished. Construction of the manor, of course, with all those resources is going to take a long time. The cool thing is also then we can use this as a defense area, right? Since we have then a wall around ourselves, just in case there's a bigger attack coming in. Zweiau is running out of food. How is this possible? Alright, I mean, we have the forager hut. Berries are in. We have a lot of hunters for this. Oh, this one has no one assigned to it. The wild animal deposit does not seem to go down at all. So this should be fine. I mean, we're getting a lot of meat out to Sleepy Hollow. And this might actually be a problem then for it. Let's just wait. I don't think we're actually running out here. I have a bit of regional wealth. I could use this to also add a chicken coop and a chicken coop for Zweiau. Should be fine, really. In the meantime, the manor house is coming along. Trees are being felled. Perfect. The gate is coming along as well. I actually was really quick about with the trees. Off it goes. Yep, that wall takes all winter. We're at the end of February now. And once again, we can also only just marvel at the sights of this game. Every season is just so beautiful in its own right. The end of winter especially there too. As the snow is melting once more. In the meantime, Zweiau should also get its church. We want to upgrade this area too. And let's just see here, probably at the end of the village. The road is going over to the church and then just along here again. And then also here around it towards the King's Road. And with this, should have everything except perhaps water access. Oh my goodness, your poor souls. Why did no one tell me? And yeah, we do need to add some water. There's a water access. Very nice. That we get for these guys. 2 people can actually build this. It's going to take a while. And then we have everything for this one here to also enable deep mining for the iron deposit that we have in Zweiau. By now the next step has begun. And that is delivering the logs. Actually, it took them quite some time, right? So planks and stone first. They were building now the wall. And once this one is on the way, now they're delivering the logs for the towers then, I guess. Also interesting, of course. Several steps just for this one here. Lots of oxen we need for just this construction here. It's pretty much the biggest construction you can have in this game at the moment. Takes several stages. And I can't wait to see what else we can actually add then here over time. Almost all the logs are in at this point. The wall is closing in over here now. And yeah, with that we have it. The wall has been finished. There's still trees growing here. I do have my logging camp. There's at least one family assigned to it with just this tiny area here now, right? So whenever one of these trees is finished growing, chop them down, please. And please don't get any more logs, any more trees planted here. There it is also now. Towers are coming along. Boy, that was a long construction. All winter, and there's the second one. Now, if I want to go into the castle builder again, I can then move these up there, right? We still need to move them again. But yeah, that's that. And then we have the garrison tower. I would actually like to have at least one of these because they just look very majestic. And I'm probably going to have it just behind... Oh, it needs a road access. That's interesting. Yep, needs a road access. So we probably will need to have a road around the manor house. That would be strange though. Nope, it actually needs to be connected with the manor house. Not a road access or something. It needs to be here, right? And only then can you build it. And unfortunately you cannot build 2. I mean, also wouldn't look very nice. With that, taxation can continue again, and let's just check it out. The tithe at 20% is totally fine, right? We have so much food that I really don't know what to do with it. 5 months of food supplies there as well, so this is all fine. And the land tax at 10% is actually what I would like to do maximum right now. We don't even need to do this, so I'm actually going to put it to 0 again to get that approval up, and with that also the growth rating. And then just over here, behind the manor, I could continue, or I will continue, with more houses again. So I would like to have another block here, full of houses, 16 it is. And also here along the King Road, just in front of the sawmills. This is not looking good though. This is looking better. Yeah, it's also quite the high density. We could lower this a bit, perhaps. No backyard, but yeah, it's a tiny spot that we have there. Still, let's go ahead. Just taking in the sights again. As we continue onwards with another industry that we haven't really touched yet, and that's finally using the wool. I mean, it's been a while, right? Over here we have it. It's the sheep farm, and the sheep farm is full, of course. It's been full for a while, and I thought I would need wool way earlier. The fact is you don't. Now we have the tier 3 people, and they actually want a bit more variety overall. I mean, not really, I guess. They're level 3. Level 3 we have. Food stall is a bit more. They want 4 types of food. For clothing, they're actually fine with what we have. Still would like to provide them a bit more than just leather. And for that, we can use the wool for one. And we can go in and have a look at that if we turn someone else into artisan. Burgish plot 3, for example, here. We do have still a few more shops that we haven't touched yet, right? We got the bakery extension. This is super interesting. So we don't need an oven anymore, but we can rather have a bakery in the city. And over here we got the tailor's shop in as one of these that we haven't used it. This is actually enables the production for clothes, cloaks, and gambesons. And I would like to do this as well, right? And we're probably going to use those two here to get the tailor shops then, right? Those two here. Let's just remember this one somehow. Right here in the town center. That's going to be important because with that we can open up a new shop. Also, for my industrial buildings, we actually got something here, and that's the weaver workshop. This one uses wool to produce yarn and flax to produce linen. We're going to need both of that together with the dyer's workshop. This one turns berries into dyes. Now let's just check it out. How many berries do we have? We're stuffed with it. Of course, I should not consume all the berries now. That would probably be not super nice, but we can definitely go ahead and consume some of them. And I would like to use this last extension that we have there. Right, so we're probably going ahead with a road here, and let's make it a bit curved. Something like that to get over here, right? Just along the field, really, which is, by the way, a wheat field right now. And here we have a flax field. There's lots of flax coming in this year. And here I can go ahead, first of all, having some more burgages again, but not too many, right? We can probably go ahead with this. So we have then the gardens, the back gardens, right? So let's start with those 10 here, or 10 logs. And this area we can then use for some of that new industry that I would like to touch. There is the weaver workshop that we can probably place somewhere over here, right together with the dye workshop. Just beside them, I would like to finish then this area here with 2 more burgages that we can have. They probably want some water at some point, so I could provide them a bit of water right next to it. Oh, there's no underground deposit. It's on the other side, actually. There you go. Then I can use this tiny area there for a shrine. People are very religious back in the days, and those shrines really help them getting through the dark times. There you go. Looks like there's a drought right now or something like that. I don't know. Looks very dry, isn't it? It's August. Haven't seen it this dry yet. Is it a drought? Yes. That river here also does not have any water right now. We have a drought. I did not expect this anymore. I was just wondering on the water. All right. Yeah, it's probably reducing the output of those fields. So this is why the development tree for irrigation is probably a good idea to have at some point, right? And yeah. Okay, I mean, for now, I hope we are fine for this year's season. It looks not good. It really doesn't look good. Also some burnt bushes and stuff like that. Interesting new sight that I haven't seen about this game yet. All dried out. But okay. There's still the sheep farm now. Yes, we need more pasture space. And this is also something we haven't really touched yet. And this is also something that I can do right away. Just here by the sheep farm, close to the fields, we can have also a pasture. This looks as good as any. We have 51 space here actually. So this is a tremendous sheep area we can use at some point then to get lots of wool out of this. Just here at the edge of town towards the King's Road. There's also a bit of more space that I can still use for some more burgages. Just here, together with some gardens in the background. And then perhaps also some solitary burgages out here after all density goes down a bit after a while. Oops, it's not this one. That was actually high density city space. Not something I would like to place here, but rather just a burgage there with minimal, right? Something like this. Like this one here. I like this a lot, actually. Oh, also the bandits are very active right now. This one here, right, it looks like a farmhouse, really. And we can just imagine that there is a farmer living here close to those fields. What a beautiful game. At this point, the Weaver workshop hopefully should be finished. There it is. We can now assign someone to this, and can we actually decide on what it's produced here? Or is it producing anything, really? Let's assign 2 people to this. As the dye workshop is also being finished then. Let's actually increase its priority. And the tailor shop has been finished. Here we can actually decide what we want to produce. So we can go ahead with the clothes, right? Linen and dyes it would need. We can go ahead with gambesons. This is only linen. And then the cloaks, this is yarn and dyes. So we can use both of that. If we have 2, I can then of course produce both of these. So one the yarn and one the linen. You can literally feel the heat right now. August, drought. Heat is coming down. And those poor souls have to shovel the earth. Alright, that's not coming along. This one here is not working. Yes, it's getting the wool in and yarn has already been produced. Lots of families moving in. We have a very high population growth right now. So all that space that we've built is getting occupied pretty soon. And there's also now the dye workshop coming along. Very good. Let's assign 1 person only because I'm not entirely sure I want to have more than that. Because we're actually now consuming food to make dye, right? And I really don't want to consume too much food overall. With that, also more stalls are being built here, right? Clothing store. It's getting really full there on the marketplace. I would, by the way, really, some of you might not like this, but I would like to have some high density burgage here, honestly. We'll just see if I can squeeze in some 2 burgages there. That would be ideal. Or 1 at least. 1 is possible here, and then perhaps another one here. A bit chaotic this looks. It's too small actually, alright? This is also too small, really? It's not looking too small to me. That's a shame. Very good, at this point we have the yarn and we have the dye also coming in. Out of this cute little hut. Now after all of this, my tailor should be able now to produce something seriously. And we can start with the cloaks. This is yarn and dyes, right? That we have out of this. Would be a real product now. And yeah, let's also start with the second tailor shop then right next to it. And also what we see is shoes. We have 244 shoes. Holy cow. Like, we're even exporting some of those shoes to my other regions, and just 1 cobbler shop is producing all the shoes in the world right now. Do we have a second one that I overlooked? No, we don't, right? We only have 1 cobbler shop that is producing so many shoes. Now this weaver workshop actually produces 2 things at the same time, so there's no choosing for me, right? So if there's wool input, it produces yarn, and if there's flax input, it produces linen. That's actually pretty, yeah, comfortable for me. So let's just check it out then here as well with the tailor shop. We have then the cloaks now in. This is then the yarn and the dyes. And then I would like to start with the second tailor shop. Now that we have the linen coming in, we could then also use clothes for gambeson. Clothes would also need dyes though. So in this case here, I'm not in... Oh, we have 20 dyes. I think we have enough. So let's go ahead and produce clothes then. And with that, we have 2 types of clothes in now as well. So if there would be a tier 4, I think we would have everything for this now almost prepared. To the bustling town of Sleepy Hollow then. And to add a bit more variety, some more goats. Vegetables actually, right? Yeah, vegetables. I mean, we do have quite a lot of vegetables in, but of course we are growing rather quickly right now. More of them wouldn't hurt. Interestingly enough, also the Weaver Workshop also has a market stall, right? So they're also selling linen and yarn just by itself as a new additional type of cloth. Alright, also when looking at my at my storage, now we have the flags in, right? And with that also a lot of yarn and linen already plus the dyes. So this new production that we have now, the tailor shop is fully working, and we should also see this then when the clothes are coming in. Clothes, there it is, the first one. Cloaks are still missing a bit, but that's okay, as they're just started their production. Also, as we can see, there it is, clothes as a stall now. And also, I was just going into the military category. Look at that, we got 200 pole arms and 220 spears. I mean, holy cow, we could have the biggest army on this planet if we were allowed to actually get more armies out. We need more recruits. That's actually the most important thing right now. Topping it with 250 right now. Yeah, we can, however, of course, start trading some of those buggers, some of those pole arms. I would like to start with that. Some of you have been pointing out that it's not always required to actually implement a route. That is just totally right for the basic materials, where we don't need to have a dedicated trade route, right? So I can export and import stone, and I don't need to establish a trade route. The trade route only means there is a dedicated trader coming in from time to time. On the other hand, for military goods, for example, I actually do need a route, right? So I think it's also, yeah, for commodities, you also need to have a route. For the materials, you don't. So it's a bit of a mixed area here, right? For some of them you need, for some of you don't. And those weapon routes are really expensive. I mean, we can afford it at this point, but boy, that's quite a steep price here to get things going. For the pole arms, the export price is quite nice. Let's actually establish this one and start the exporting of pole arms. I think a maximum of 100 should be fine, right? That's really that. And we can also do the same thing for the spears. Let's establish this one here and export spears for also 100 maximum or minimum storage that we have for these guys here. The war bows I would like to increase to 60 as a minimum storage. That's fine. And the shields, let's also increase it to 40 that we have there right now. So that's a lot of additional money that should be coming in. The tools really stay at their minimum surplus, right? So that's just fine. The shoes we're also having. The shoes I'm already exporting to other regions, yet we still have way too many shoes. So I could also establish a new trade route here for the shoes. And let's say the minimum is 100, that's fine already. And we would have ample time to actually react if it drops below that, if demand is higher than supply. And for food, yeah, we can just stick with that. We could import apples. We don't need a trade route for this. That would be quite expensive though, right? Apples are super expensive. I wonder why. Exporting them is super cheap though, so that's not a profitable business at all. Now that's hopefully going to be even more wealth coming in. My treasury is filled, my pockets, so I really don't need to do anything with taxation. I'd rather have population growth, honestly. Growing these people up, right, and then increasing my taxation again. For even more profit. These guys have no idea what's coming for them. Now, so far so good. And that is in Zweiau, where I would like to start with the deep mining as well. We have the iron ore that we are exporting to Sleepy Hollow. And for really advancing to the deep mining, we still need to continue with upgrading some of those plots. 2 of them should be fine. We have all the needs now in, right? We have the ladder, for example, we have the church, and finally those guys have water too. That was, yeah, a bit of a problem there. All right, let's build this, right? We have 1 family, so it's still a nice growth here too. 100% approval rating, you can't top that. seriously, you can't mathematically, it's impossible. And in this case here, with deep mining enabled, we have then also infinite iron together with infinite clay that is already coming over here to Sleepy Hollow. I think the volume could be improved though, right? We have lots of iron ore in, we have 60 roof tiles in, so yeah, it's fine. I mean, not that we really need that many roof tiles, we need them for the occasional upgrades, but that's about it. Now, what I would like to do is, while Zweier is upgrading, I would like to start claiming another territory. We are in October though, not the best season for fighting. We have this one here, Immenroyd over there, and with that we would have the majority, or yeah, actually it's equal, of everything. We could also claim a province of the Baron with the influence that we have, right? Before we do this, I would like to wait through winter. We have already established the trade routes here, right? And exporting those very expensive weapons. I can't wait to see what profit we get out of this. Right now we're dropping a bit. Now there's money coming in now. And right now we dropped a bit. Of course, that coin is always very important if I want to continue with, for example, adding more chicken coops to my game, or also more artisans, of course. All of this requires coin. Chicken coops, it actually is, because yeah, we always want to add more food income as well. It's not looking so stable right now. Food is at 3 months only, but I think this might actually also be just a smaller visual bug. We have lots of food in. For food that is being used, we don't have that much in anymore, right? So I think we might actually have a bit of a food problem there as well, at the moment ticking. And we can actually counter this by using some of those burgages to continue producing us food. I would need to check out where people are living, right? Because of course a chicken coop doesn't work if there's no person living in it. We have lots of empty space at the moment, prepared for the future. The pasture, by the way, I don't think we can slaughter sheep, so we can only use it for the wool. The pasture is starting to get some sheep in. It's only one, unfortunately. That must be one solitary, a lonely sheep. Right, the other ones are over there, so this one is full, and whenever we grow our sheep now, it's actually expanding then to this huge pasture over there for more wool. Unfortunately, you can't get meat out of these sheep. That would have been fantastic. Slaughtering something. Development-wise, I was actually thinking a bit, and yeah, I don't think it makes sense for me to go into armor making at this point. Making plate armor is good for upgrading my retinue or also just for selling it, but we have a pretty strong military and also diverse military, so I think we are safe with that. I would rather go for the orchardry, and then the irrigation dramatically lowers the amount of damage caused by drought, since we do have droughts now, right? We had just one, and it actually really lowered my wheat income for the year, which is dangerous for a town at this level. We could also go with the rye cultivation. Similar to wheat, the rye can be processed into flour. It's much more resilient and therefore can be grown in places with lower fertility. This is also good, honestly, since we have not the highest fertility right now. Let's go for rye cultivation instead, right? With that, we have 2 additional food types in now. That is the rye and then also the apples. Oh, and Zweier also has grown. Perfect. We can use this then in a second. So let's just go ahead and let's have a look at that. Wherever we have the wheat, for example, here we have it, 32% it is, and the rice then 39%. So we might actually get a bit more out of it if it comes to that. I cannot check this one here right now because this is what's being used right now for the current year. And we can then just use, basically instead of wheat, the rye. And look at that, here we would have 100% of rye fertility instead of wheat. So this sounds pretty good to me. And the same goes with here, another 100%, just increasing all my flour income, because holy cow, we need it, right? We're not that stuffed with bread. We have a bit wheat left from the harvest, and we got 0 flour or grain, so it's really not that great right now. Wheat is in though, we have the workforce. Let's increase my farmhouse to the maximum, so there's a total of 8 families now living here and working here. It's a pretty big business, honestly. We have also a lot of fields, of course, that we have, and 1 ox. We cannot expand beyond that. Of course, a second farmhouse could do the trick as well. But let's just have a look. There's the barley, there's the flax. That's okay. There's the wheat now running already. There we have the rye already. There's the wheat. Let's change it to rye. And there's wheat. Let's change it to rye as well. And I might actually try another one. I mean, there we have the rye fertility. Now look at that. It's a very nice fertility overall. Having another field here, for example. Right? And we might also... Should we have it along the street? This could work out just nicely too, right? If we have just one very stretched field, because don't forget, we have a river here, right? That I still need to use somehow. There's rye with 80%. I'm all in for this. Also barley, of course, and then we could go with flax. Let's just go ahead and also optimize this further. Fallow fields are not that great. Crop rotation is actually pretty nice. And let's go ahead with rye. And I wonder if it's different crops, right? We have rye, then wheat, and then barley. Or we keep it fallow, because this actually... fertility is so low for barley over here that it's really not worth it. I wonder if this is a different... It's a different crop, right? So it should work for the crop rotation just fine. To use all these fields here now. For taxes, I would like to reduce my tithe again, since, yeah, food might be a bit of more of a problem than I thought. So we should not tax that anymore. Plus, the influence coming in from that is really marginal in opposition to, for example, bandit attacks. Let's actually go with 0 for now, as a measure of emergency. It's winter, that doesn't matter. It's February already, actually, so the snow is already melting. And we can now go ahead and get us another development point also in Zweio. That is, of course, for the thief mining. So we can also use this one here now for that. However, once more, we do actually need to sell something before we can do this for the money. And for that, let's also once again build us a trade post. This should be really easy since we have a lot of surplus in this region here. One family is doing the job, that's just fine. I don't think we need more than that. I mean, we have the woodcutter, the logging camp. The planks are coming in.
Do I have to carry this?
Yeah, we have lots of planks here, so that is actually fine. And there is the trading post already coming up.
We'll need to dig the foundation deeper.
I could watch it all day, how they built those buildings. Very detailed. Let's have the last person of Zweio working in here, and we're going to export something that we have in plenty capacity, like for example planks, right? For a surplus of, let's say, 20 for now. We're not going to need more than that at once in this town. We also have lots of meats, berries. I think leather we have a lot in here. Iron ore as well that I can export. Yep. Actually get 250. That would still be enough surplus to trade with Sleepy Hollow. And then there's also the leather. Leather requires though a trade route. So in this case, no can do. Come spring comes the bandit. Lots of them too. And right now they're on the other side of the map. So here in Selbitz, I wonder where they're going. I hope not for me. We'll just see. Once they enter my territory, we should get a warning out of this. And Nusslohe. Oh yeah, over here. That's the same message that we just had. Alright, back in Sleepy Hollow, yeah, food-wise, we have reached 100 approval rating though, once again, so those people are really happy, and a large town still, with so many people. That it was the taxes all along, right? With that we have a high population growth, so really lots of people flooding right now in, up to 300 living space. We still have plenty for 20 more families at least. That is fine. What is not so fine is the food. It's continuing to dwindle. Lots of berries we have in. It's growing again, very good. And also lots of eggs, right? So there's the berries, but the forage of course can't work forever on berries. Also we consume berries now with the dye workshop. I think we have a lot of dye. We actually don't have a lot. And clothes are being consumed quite a bit by my people. The cloaks especially. So yeah. By the way, that market is already full now. 3 more stalls we could squeeze in. But I think it's looking like a beautiful, nice, big medieval market. That I would love it to have. Now, where's the bandits? Coming into my territory now. Alright, they are in for fighting. Yeah, they're actually attacking Waldbrand. We'll have to raise my army. Let's do this. Unfortunately, once again, right when it's farming season. And I think they're actually attacking Waldbrand here. Yeah. I did not expect this, honestly. I thought if they attack, they certainly will attack Sleepy Hollow. That's where the riches are. But certainly not Waldbrand, right? But there it is. Village under fire, literally. Village on fire. The problem with Waldbrand is that I don't have any army here, right? So my army is already coming, but holy cow, they have a long way ahead of them. Also, they're going uphill. There they are now. We can actually fire now over here. I mean, I was here actually rather quick, right? It's a small village, but it's important for us, so we definitely want to protect it. Can they fire from over there? No. The game is very realistic when it comes to collision controls. I, however, should be able to fire with those archers. Are these guys fighting? Or what are they doing? Doesn't look like they're fighting. So over here I think we do actually see some AI fiddles now. It's not entirely working. I think the buildings obstruct their pathfinding. There it is. Now we can fire a bit, hopefully. They don't really like to fire, huh? Right in front of it. Come on. Now they fire, but it took them quite some time to put up formation again, it seems. Yeah. That was up close, and we still have those bandits here. $2,800. I love the influence we're getting out of bandits. Alright, also they're gone. 3,200. We still have those bandits up here fighting them right now. Yeah, the pathfinding is really problematic though right now. There's now my other units coming in and also destroyed. I think that's the last of them. Let's get my soldiers back home again immediately, because we have some fields to plow. There they are. Now another thing we shouldn't forget is my orchards. We do have those apples now coming in, right? 4 burgages where there is someone living in. Perfect, we have lots of them now. I can now go ahead with the apple orchard. This cost me 50 wealth, and it produces apples that can be harvested around September every year. However, for the first 3 years this will not yield me anything. But of course we can prepare for this, since we also continue to grow, and I would like to have some orchards here at the edge of town. That can then bring me a lot of apples in. Unfortunately, there's no cider yet. I would have loved to see some cider there as well. For now, or is it? Nope. No cider yet. Cider is something very holy. And in this case here, lots of burgage is still empty, but we're getting closer now to the limit there again. I think over here we still had some of them. Nope, they already have upgrades. There is another one. Let's use this one also for some orchards. And then we have some out here. Also go for another chicken coop. And with the next family moving in, 300 people now live in Sleepy Hollow. Now, someone should die for this. One of my foresters, one of my woodcutters, chopped off that central tree that we had, and I have no idea who the bugger was. There's not even the ox anymore that is visible for the logs, and unfortunately that's sometimes the case that's happening. Unfortunately we don't have any trees really that I can plant myself, so what I'm doing is I'm going to take the forest lodge here, and we're going to put a very small, very small work area here to plant some trees. I hope we get at least 2 trees out there. And of course the other thing that we should be doing is assign a work area for this lumberjack here, so he doesn't go there anymore. So he can have a huge area, no problem, right? But in this case, please don't go into the city center there anymore. So there's already my forester. That was quick. And let's just hope that this tree grows quickly again. Boy, I'm devastated. It might not be a mighty tree anymore that comes out of this, but at least a few saplings that offer promise hope for a better future. I hope so. Now it's September. Winter is creeping in again. Fuel-wise, it's not that great actually. So in this case here, we are already stopping the export of firewood. Just for some of you that have been complaining about this, there is no firewood anymore that is being sold here right now. Also, of course, we're not exporting firewood anymore, are we? Let's quickly check it out though. Planks it is, right? And planks we have a lot. We have 150 planks. This is way more than what we need in theory. So I could actually stop producing planks for now, right? This is just something I should not be doing. Next up, and this is pretty cool, this is new, we can upgrade our retinue, right? So right now we have a limit of up to 12, and we are only using 5. And with a bit of money, 50 coin in the treasury, we can actually get us more retinues in, right? And we can put this up all the way to 12 now. That's my maximum. They're looking determined. We can also upgrade the armor with my treasury. And since we have so much money, it doesn't matter really, right? This cost is insignificant in comparison. And as you can see, they're getting then some nice, juicy plate armor. Also, nice helmets. They didn't have helmets before. This guy has. Now he's got another one, I guess. And also, of course, the existing ones that were already serving us, they also get a nice upgrade. It really doesn't cost me anything. We could also, and that's pretty cool, customize them further, right? With different colors, different weapons they wield, and stuff like that. So also for those of you who are into this, a lot of customization for the retinue there. Also, they can level up, right? The more we use them in combat, the more experience points they gain and the higher the level goes. However, this is still work in progress, so this is not a feature we can use at the moment. Alright, 12 on the retinue. All my other armies are actually ready to rally, so that means we actually have some new recruits again that we could use. We have 2 archers already. We got 1, 2, 3 melee fighters, so actually I would like to go for another archer unit. Unfortunately, I'm at the cap, right? So I cannot recruit any more soldiers to my army, right? So 6 is the maximum limit right now. I can still go for more mercenaries. However, only 1 is available as well. So it's a bit of a problem if I want to defeat the Baron in combat and take one of his provinces, which is the goal of this Let's Play. And yeah, in this case here, I would rather wait for a few more mercenaries to kick in, please. So they usually should arrive somewhere. How's it looking here? There's new trees, new life growing. My foresters, we could actually stop with that now. I mean, now that I think about it, we could also plant trees somewhere else, around the church, for example, right? There's no trees here. And since I do like the occasional ornament outside of bushes, this might be also a nice addition to my village. Also, this market is full, right? There's no more free stall locations available here. So what I can do is I'm going to add a few more markets, a few more market areas that we have. And for example, we can use, this area here, right? This is just perfect for it. There's this tiny area in between that we could use for another smaller market just here by the church. And on the other side, we can also do the same thing. So this is actually a nice way of using that empty spot left and right. And on the back, we have then some trees popping so that the market is growing further. We might also add some more market stalls here, but I think this area should be there for a park. Or should we just add around the well? I could go. Yeah, this is possible. And then we have the trees here together with the shrine. I think this is better. And as you can see, the next stalls are already appearing, since people really like to earn money. Holy cow. And demand for this is rather high too. Alright, come March, come spring, hopefully the snow is gone soon. Even though the game tells me that there's new mercenary companies available, unfortunately there's not, right? So in this case we can only still get those wayward sons in. No more mercenaries coming in at all, it seems right now. And for this, I'm definitely going to hire them though. And the thing is, we probably can do this now. upgrade this army here. As long as I have the coin. Because the thing is with them, they're spawning here, right? And I need to be careful there because in this case, the Baron will also be spawning here. So I need to hire them before I actually declare war. While they're creeping in, what we also see is that, yay, the trees are back. I mean, holy cow, they're fast. It only took them like 4 months to grow to this size. I wish my trees in the garden would grow just as fast. Look at this. We have, I still like the majestic tree more than the little forest that I have now in the middle of Sleepy Hollow. And here behind the church, this is actually fine, right? So you get a bit of a greenery out there. Hiding the side a bit on that side, but on this side it actually looks a bit better, I think. Then also some more markets here with some trees in between. I like that, and with that, Sleepy Hollow continues to grow nicely. Yeah, I'm going to miss that old oak tree though. Now, the soldiers are in, and what we can do now is declare war on Hofstetten. Of course, we need to do it here. This is his core territory. He's got amazing deposits here. So we got rich wild animals, rich berry deposits. We got clay, stone, and iron as well. And yeah, it's definitely the best deposit that we can get. Claim it with the influence, 2000 it is. It's going to take a while now. All right, so we're claiming it now. In the meantime, I'm already going to rally all my forces. There you go. This is going to take them a while. We have enough food because of course there will be no production right now. I mean, it's going to take a while for them to gather. There will be no food and no firewood production in the meantime. I wonder though if they consume in the meantime too. I mean, did they take some rations with them? That would make sense. I doubt it though, that the game would calculate that. Now, so I think we're still going to consume just as much as before without the added production though. But we have 4 months of time for this, right? The gauntlet has been thrown. And yeah, let's take all my troops. Enemies declared. We need to enter the territory somewhere here. Oops. And he's going to actually get in over there. And no, we're not going to take money or something like that. I want the territory. I want to defeat you in open battle and claim what is yours. I have no idea why we are so hostile towards him. Gotta have his reasons. We're going to move there quickly because then my troops can rest. Right, so we have of course different parameters here. We got the health bar and the fatigue bar, and that means that if they run, they lose, or they actually gain fatigue, right? And if they're tired, they're not fighting as well. So this is that. Strangely enough, for the enemy, this doesn't count, right? So they always have the full fatigue level, all maximum energy. So we need to. Yeah, we need to be there and rest a bit, otherwise they're going to have the upper hand. Oh, this is also terrain-wise not ideal. There's my retinue also coming in. My really nice troops now. Upgraded. Heavy soldiers, those guys. So they're really powerful. They're going to hopefully help me out there quite a bit. Now, of course, the enemy is up here to the north. I mean, they're still also moving to some location. Where are they going? Might actually move to this area here. Oh, now they're attacking. All right, battle begins. Let's actually put up our level here. Some of them are actually quite tired. I'm going to try and flank them with the archers. This is not an ideal battleground. No, let's actually move back again. Sorry. This is... I can't fight here. They actually surprised me here with this now. Going that far into their own region. The retinue is going to protect my archers on this side here. Alright, you can rest a bit. It's still going to take them a while to get here. And then we'll just see what they're doing. They're still running now. Yeah, really not losing any kind of energy. But they're taking their time, so we are already replenishing energy again. Some of them are already full again. Perfect. Others are still going. Also, the retinue is going up there again. Perfect. And the battle is on. Let's move in. Go to the offensive here, definitely. Alright, so those archers are pretty much in the open now. And my 2 archers are going to chase those guys here. Should be fine. This is a very strong retinue force that he's got there, so it's going to be absolutely important that we pick their arses before they're doing any serious damage. Let's just see. Come on, move over there, please. For some reasons, they don't fire. Now they're firing again. Yeah, those retinues just take a lot of damage. I hope that we can actually defeat those guys here before the retinue gains the upper hand. Yeah, they're going down here like flies. And they're also almost broken. There they are, broken. And let's actually help them out. And those will not survive any much longer there, hopefully. There you go, down to 9. No idea what they're doing, down to 7. Let's actually move in. Into the retinues on the other side. There you go. Broken their will already, that was quick. And we still have those spearmen here together with my retinue now. And I think those archers are also broken. Yeah, that is almost decided, I think. A little bit of a melee now. My archers cannot do that much, because basically we have now surrounded them from all sides. And they're broken as well. So it's only down to these light mercenary infantries now. And from what I can tell is their morale is already pretty low there too. The archers can only watch, unfortunately. But that's okay, as I'm not expecting a lot of losses there anymore. Alright, we're still at 323 population. I don't think I really lost that many soldiers. There it is. Broken and victories. Region ownership we have gained over Hofstetten. And we are more powerful than the Baron. Obviously, quite a bit. There wasn't even a need for the mercenaries, right? Still, we have them. That's great. And with that, we have this new territory. And yeah, this also concludes this very first Let's Play of Manor Lords. We have fully developed town, right? We can conquer any territory we want. We have defeated the Baron. And in this case here, I hope you enjoyed this one. Early access Manor Lords. Amazing game so far. You're definitely getting a lot of hours out of it. I can't wait for all the new features that are coming then in the next month and years to come as well for this beautiful game. We're concluding this series with a small walkthrough of Sleepy Hollow with my ruler, and we continue onwards also with an extreme series, playing this game on the highest difficulty. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
so many